live. Let's let the Discord know that we're live. Live now. At our URL. Make sure to spell it right this time. Come hang out. Oh, I guess it's 5D Chess League Season 2 final match. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's pull up our stream manager. There we go. Alright, check our bitrate. That looks fine. Good stuff. It's good to be live. It's always great to be live. Selamlar. Hey. Selamlar. Welcome to the stream. Arslan Ömer. How's it going? I haven't seen you around too much. What's up? Wait for people to trickle in here before we go too crazy. İyidir abi, sen nasılsın? İyilik. Şikayet yok. It's a good Saturday. You know, hanging out, just doing it. Are you like Turkish? Memleket nere? I was born in the States, but my family is all Turkish, so, you know, I grew up speaking Turkish and I'm pretty connected to the family there. İstanbul'dayım abi. İyiymiş. Ya ben de gidecektim yazlığına. Ya maalesef Covid falan varken gidemedik, olmadı. Ama seneye inşallah. Yeah, a lot of my family's in Istanbul. My family's initially from Rize. So as a kid I spent all my summers there, but you know, now like adult life, working and, you know, the pandemic and everything, so haven't been able to go back for like a little bit, which sucks, but yeah, I'm really embarrassed. Sağlık olsun, ben de üniversiteye geçtim, koronaya denk geldi, evdeyiz. Ya zor. It sucks. You know, I mean, the health is important. You know, that's just how it goes. Her işte bir hayır var, ne diyeyim. But yeah. It's good stuff. Hangi üniversite? I'm also a little bit embarrassed always when I like talk Turkish on stream, because I mean, I haven't been like living with my family, so I don't speak Turkish as much as I used to, and it's like the most embarrassing thing in the world that my Turkish feels a little like it feels a little rusty, or sometimes I'll have like a bit of an accent, like dilim dönmüyor bazen. Utanıyorum yani, hakikaten utanç verici ama ne yapacaksın? That's just how it is. Istanbul Technique. Cool. Good stuff. Oh, man. Dreamers here. Boss fight. Where can I witness that? You've come to the right place, Dreamer. I think the guys said that they'd be down for 4 p.m., right? Something like that. Electronic Fakültesi. Cool. Very cool. Word. Yep, 4 p.m. Awesome. We're still going to have to figure out logistics. I don't know what the best way of doing that is. Void's here. It's been way too long. Finally sat down and played video games for 12 hours. Sounds cathartic. Played so much Noida. Good stuff. Can you ask me, in Noida, I played a little bit of Noida finally. I got around to it. It's been in my library forever. But is there like unlockable, is there like progression run to run? or is it just like always the same? You know, because I know it's like roguelite, you know, new runs, etc. There's no meta progression. Okay, okay, I didn't think so. Still really cool, but I just couldn't figure out if it was like hidden or if I hadn't gotten there or whatever. Um, it's good stuff. Uh, Arslan Ömer, did you start in Istanbul, or you know, like, did you grow up there, or did you just go there for university? Um, I'm curious. Have Dreamer drive to your house. Set out. Is there like a lay? I don't think there's a road connecting Russia to the U.S., but you can let me know. Maybe if he's got. Well, it is 5D chess with multiverse time travel. He could go back to the, you know, like the Beringia, like the land bridge or whatever. You know. Uh, that we could make something like that happen. Doğma büyüme buradayım abi. Good, good, good. Very cool. Yeah, born and raised, eh? People wanted to connect Siberia and Alaska. I heard about that. Yeah, good stuff. All right, let's uh sen Amerika'dasın herhalde. Yeah, yeah. Doğma büyüme. Uh I'm in New York right now. So yeah, I grew up over here. Um but all my family's Turkish, so I'm like I identify super hard. You know, I feel like a Turk in America socially. You know, um, rather than like, you know, like an American. Like I identify very strongly with my Turkish half. New York, cool. Looking forward to visit US one day. Hey man, if you well, I mean, there's the pandemic and everything, but Dreamer, if you're ever like stateside, hit me up, man. I can show you around, especially if you come. I don't know how much longer I'll be in the New York area. Grad school will be probably another like I don't know 3 years maybe. So if you happen upon New York in the next 3 years, hit me up, man. I'll show you around. We could have a good time. I'm wearing a New York simp shirt. Word. Well, I'm wearing a Turkey, an Istanbul simp shirt, so yeah, no judgment. So we got a lot on the schedule today, actually. Well, there isn't really a schedule, but we're gonna play. Hopefully, if Andre shows up, our league match against Andre. Speak of the devil, here's the man himself. How's it going, Andre? So we gotta play our league match. And then Void said, "Speak of the devil." That's funny. Yeah. So for anyone who's not aware, Andre and I are at the last game in the pro league that hasn't been played. Yeni gördüm. Hell yeah, man. No, I'm a big Istanbul simp. I got a lot of Istanbul shirts. I got like that's the portrait of the Blue Mosque. You can't really make out on it's like a photo of the ceiling of the Sultanahmet Mosque behind me. Yeah, no, we go pretty hard with the Istanbul rep. Okay, let me check how much traffic I have left on my 4G. Okay. All right. Yeah, we that's rough, man. We gotta start like a GoFundMe for Andre to afford some internet. I mean, I know he's in a dorm, so it's not like he has much choice. But anyway, the situation with the league is Andre and I have to play, and it will determine which one of the two of us relegates. I have to win both games, or I relegate. If we go 1-1, then you know, Andre stays in Pro League. So I don't know how this happened. I don't know how this happened. Well, how this happened is I threw a few games. He got caught off guard by Narik. Narik really did Andre dirty. He 2-0'd him. And then I threw some games that I shouldn't have thrown. So, I mean, I deserve to be in this position where I'm fighting for my life. And I mean, whatever happens, happens. We'll see. Internet's pretty affordable in Russia. Oh, I didn't know that. Go strong, go hard. Go in the underground and use its free Wi-Fi. Wow. That's the underground has like free Wi-Fi that works. That's pretty awesome. I thought Romad was almost relegated. Nah, dog. Romad 2-0'd Narik. It's been a crazy, it's been a wild season in the Pro League. Um, Romad 2-0'd Narik, which is pretty pog. Narik 2-0'd Andre, which is pretty pog. Uh, it's been wild. And here he is, the man himself. You've put me in this position, Narik. Man. We'll see. I mean, whatever happens, happens. You know. I couldn't be upset. Well, I don't know if it's like a tragedy either way that one of us has to relegate, or like justice either way that one of us will stay in the Pro League next semester. Next semester, that's really funny. Next season. I've been in academia too long. I guess that's the more positive spin on it. Abi okuyor musun orada yoksa çalışıyor musun? Şu an doktora yapıyorum. I'm in graduate school. Fizikten doktora yapıyorum. Kaç sene oldu? 4. senem bitmek üzere. I'm going into my 5th year of my PhD program now. Wow, çok iyiymiş. Sağ ol. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I am working. I mean, as a graduate student in a PhD program, you're like half studying but half working doing research. So yani hem laboratuvarda çalışıyorum, araştırma ile meşgulüm. Aynı zamanda ya işte ders alıyorum, ders veriyorum falan. Ben de Türkiye'de olmasam fizik okuyacaktım. Malum şartlar. Yeah. I mean, it's hard in Turkey, right? We've got that crazy system where you take the exams and that like determines what you do, and there's a weird stigma around, you don't get like a lot of choice, and the choices are different. Whenever I go home to Turkey and people ask me like what I do, like, like my aunts and uncles and grandparents and stuff. Well, they passed away, rest in peace, but they're like, yeah, so what are you doing? It's like, I study physics. And they're like, why would you do that? What does that mean? I thought, there's that weird thing in Turkey. Yeah, like people don't know like what my job is. Whereas like in America, if you're like, I'm a quantum physicist, I'm doing a PhD, they're like, oh shit, it's like it's a very weird dynamic. Yeah, like if I was in Turkey, I'd probably be in medical school, I mean, that thing. There's just the weird, yeah. There's like a weird fetishization of like this. There's this set up this like hierarchy academically, where you don't really choose what you do. You kind of like, practice for you like practice for the entrance exams for like college and stuff, and then like how well you do there kind of like 1-to-1 puts you on like this ranking of like you do the thing that's like the highest best achievable thing that you can do, and that decision's like made for you in a weird way. It's hard, it's kind of hard to explain if you're not in the system, and I'm like generalizing, but kesinlikle abi yaşadığın yer her türlü seçimlerini etkiliyor. Yeah, aynen. Yeah. Wherever you live really determines a lot. Like the options that you have, and also, like I was saying, like the academic hierarchy. Mühendisliğe bile karşılar. Tıp tıp tıp diye dağıtıyorlar. Yeah, I mean, exactly, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's like I could be an engineer, and it's like, do you want to be an engineer if you could be a doctor? Yeah. I don't know where it is elsewhere in the world, but that's just such a real thing in Turkey. So, it's just the way it is. I mean, all my cousins have been through it, But I mean, things work themselves out, I hope you're happy with what you're doing. Now I need to know what tıp tıp tıp diye is. Tıp is like medical school. Tıp means it's like the field where you study like medicine, And so, like, Zip means like med school, med school, med school. They're like, they hammer it into you, like familially. There's like that pressure, you know, or societally or what have you. Yeah. that's funny. Yeah. All right. So what are we doing today? Right. So we're doing the league match. We're doing this boss battle thing, this boss fight. It's an idea that Narik came up with, where the winner of the Pro League does a 1v2 against the two winners of the Advanced League. So in this case, our very own Dreamer. Congrats on our Season 2 Pro League champion, by the way. He's going to be going up against, I believe, Right and Wrong and Mage, who will be promoting to the Pro League next season. Again, congratulations to both of them. And so it's a fun little event. I think it's 2 timelines, and I think it's completely collaborative. I don't know if I'll be putting in the moves for one side or the other, but we'll do something where I'm either commentating or spectating, or maybe I like hop into call with like both of them and check in, you know, and like flip back and forth between the two and see what everybody's up to, see what they're thinking. We'll make it fun. So I'm gonna kind of like host that event, I guess. And then the last thing is Narik submitted like a psychopath a terrible game for me to review on stream, where it's like Exiled Queens and a billion timelines. I think it's like a game between him and Mage. And I genuinely do not look forward to that, but you know, it is what it is. We're gonna get through that. So those are our main events today, and then we'll sprinkle in, and you know, maybe some ladder grind if we possibly can. I need your review to help me be a better exiler. Wow. Yeah, no, there's just something deeply fucked up about that. Yeah, I mean, my like pride as a streamer and my inability to do chat dirty will supersede my deep distaste for Exiled Queens. So I think that Narik's gonna get his way, but we'll see. Latency is okay anyway. All right, so it sounds like Andre is set up with his internet. You can review my mobile game instead. No, we'll do the 5D chess content. We can see about the mobile game later. Maybe I should make another, it'll be like 20k channel points, review a mobile game that I made. I am interested in checking it out though, actually, genuinely. I need to bet money on myself? Oh, Jesus Christ, Andre. Okay, we're going to be doing it like that. All right, so Andre, do you want to jump into it? Do we just go now? Do we just play our league match? I mean, I was anxious about it all week, but then suddenly we're here. It happened. Oh my God, we're doing this. Okay, well. I spilled on myself. Wish I had given myself a little bit longer for the caffeine to kick in. Okay. Holy shit. Well, we're about to do it. I'm super nervous. It's got to be. I can't lie to you, chat. You know, Andre's no slouch. We'll see how it goes. But we're gonna do our best. You know, that's all that we can ask of ourselves. Let me get that prediction up. You guys don't get to see what. You guys don't get to see what color we have before the prediction, so it's just gonna be an element of, you know, chance there. Will Samet beat Andre in game 1? This is specifically to game 1. Okay. Yes. He do, or nah, he don't. All right, 2 minutes. Then you guys don't get to complain that you missed the prediction window, or if you do, then I won't feel bad ignoring your complaints. There we go. That's a Call Me Carson meme. Yeah, I gotta get like the inspirational talk or self-motivation talk track in the background or whatever. Oh shit, Tutor's here. Oh no, now I feel pressure to perform. Oh, I can't disappoint Tutor. All right, Andre, you'll know whether to throw or not. I won't be here for long. Oh, all right. Well, I'm glad you dropped in. I have so many exams. Yeah, you had some exams this week, right? How'd they go, man? I hope they went well. Void's gonna be a believer as always. Oh, Void. Okay, no pressure. I'm not gonna feel pressure from chat. I feel enough pressure internally to motivate me to play well. Anything on top of that, I think, is just unhealthy. So, wonder if Dreamer will be too, even though the scams. I'm actually very curious to see how Dreamer predicts here. They didn't go very well. Aw, man, I'm sorry to hear that. These next ones, though, you got a chance to, bounce back. Yeah. Did they not go very well by, like, your standards as, like, an Olympian, etc.? Or did they not go well, like, genuinely? I guess I'm asking you that. By my standards? Okay, I figured. Yeah. No, I mean, you're gonna be fine. Tutor's gonna be alright. Good luck with the rest of them. It's the fate for me to predict because I rushed the shop but forgot to grab my wallet. Wow. Alright, Andre, time to throw to give Void his sweet points. Oh my god, there's a lot. Okay, prediction done. What is this? 17K in the pool. Oh man, one person. Who is this person? Andre put 12K channel points on the line for himself in exchange for a potential 5K profit between Void. It's half Void and half someone else. Who's the other person? That hits home. Who's the other person? Wait, only Andre bet on Andre? Dude. Well, only 3 people bet total. Okay. Dreamer and Void both put 2.5K into the pot. Wow, that's nuts. I would have thought lots of people would have bet on this. I predicted. Can I give a second try to hit the shop? There's only one person I believe in more than in Cement. Is that you, Andre? Because that's pretty metal. Alright. Enough. I've delayed this for too long. I don't like voting before colors. Oh, okay. I see. Well, next one you'll know what the colors are. So, Stargord, you've been pausing the huge amount of content since you began making these. What's going on? Is Gord in here? I didn't. Oh, Gord said hello. I totally missed that. Hey, how's it going, Gord? What's up? We're about to play our league game with Andre. I mean, Gord's a busy guy. I'm sure he'll keep putting out that sweet content. Been too busy to edit videos. I feel you, man. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's hard. All right, Andre. Let's do this thing, my dude. Out in the mountains most of this last week. Oh, that's awesome. How's that been going? What do you mean out in the mountains? Do you mean like camping? Do you mean... I look at Smet's YouTube from time to time exclusively for the high quality thumbnails. Why, thank you. You're too kind, Tutor. I put a lot of work into those thumbnails, I do. I was kind of proud of the last one where it was like the lecture and it was the chalk, you know? I had to like jury rig. I did like an edge finding algorithm built into GIMP. And then I overlaid that as like a Brighton only onto the chalkboard. And then I like cloned parts of the blank chalkboard behind it so that it was, yeah, it was crazy. Mostly rock climbing. That's awesome. Okay. Andre, GLHF. Let's do this thing. We are white against Andre. This is game 1 of our final match for the Pro League. If I win 2-0 then I will stay in the Pro League. Any other result, like if I trade games with Andre, will mean that I am relegated to Advanced League and Andre will stay in the Pro League. So this will determine which one of us stays. If I lose this game, it's over. If I win this game, then it's all down to this final game with Black to see which one of us stays in the Pro League. So, okay. All right. Okay. Osamet is dead. Thank you, Tutor. Enough stalling. Let's do this. Knight F3. Most intense stream yet? Dude, I feel so much pressure. I don't know what to play other than D4. So I'm just going to play what I know. I'm going to trust that, like, the way forward will be through doing this well, not through attempting to invent something crazy on the spot. You know what I mean? We're going to do bishop out here. We're going to do it. I mean, it's the thing that Andre's got the most practice against, surely, and that he's done the most theory crafting against, but this is just what it is. All right, guys, I'm in the shop. Does anyone need something? I don't know. Some courage. Do they sell this? And I don't drink, so the liquid variety will not suffice. Do they have lines? Do they have anti-E6 lines at the shop? I'll take that. I'm in the shop, not in McDonald's. Some shops sell burgers. What are we doing here? I'm so anxious. I need to, if at some point I drop off the face of the earth, and I get really quiet, then I'm sorry, chat. I just have to. I just have to. I think we're okay with attacking that pawn straight up. And also pulling our queen over. Candidate moves. No, we want to play e3 here. Absolutely. Because no like early f7 attacks are going to... That makes sense. That's the only really reasonable... Okay, so he's grabbed space here. He's preparing a frappuccino. This is like classic e6 setup. We need to out-tempo with our attack. I wonder if something like this works. In essence, we sort of capitalize on the fact that these moves lose tempo as long as we don't do very much on the queen side, because we wanted to push this anyway to let our queen see the sort of h5, f3 squares. So what we could do is pull our bishop over to e5, which in some sense is akin to like the e3 structure, where you frappuccino the bishop and that enables you to do a bunch of... Basically, this is like a super frappuccino. It's like a sniper's nest, but the sniper is in melee range. That's kind of what's happening. It's like a frappuccino that you don't drink through the straw, but like directly out of the... You scoop out of the blender into your mouth. Is there actually merit to that? I think I'm starting my ignoring of chat now. I need to think. Do I activate the bishop first? Candidate move, sorry, bishop d3. Bishop d3, bishop e5. Bishop e5. I gotta get the knight out though. Yeah, I mean h6 at the very beginning really does prevent against a lot of shenanigans, which makes it difficult to put together an early attack. I mean, this is kind of the safer, more like straightforward developing move. Kicking this knight is really good though. What next move? If I do this, if I do this, well, the other issue is that if I do this, like, you want to undefend g2 like as late as possible, if that makes sense. There's also maybe something to be said about knight e5 enabling queen f3, but it doesn't really feel the same. h3 on our own, no, that loses too much tempo. I think that I need to be critical, because I mean, like, this Frappuccino is coming, right? Then again, here, if I trade with the queen, does that actually go well for me? Maybe I want to Frappuccino myself before I do that. No, but then that loses tempo. Like, if bishop out here and I trade with this knight, here is scary because then I've opened up f7 and my game plan needs to work, like, immediately. So actually, it's tricky. By the same token, okay, so maybe, like, I guess that makes knight out here actually like a candidate move, which feels wrong. It just does. It feels wrong. Okay. All right. I spent 5 minutes on this move. Knight here is now also... I don't believe in this. Okay. I don't think I can, especially against Andre, I don't think I can, like, cheese out like an early attack. The question is, what is the best? If I go here, what's his response? Maybe then he puts this knight here, but then that blocks my queen from getting to f3, but then... Actually, what if I do this? The answer was h3 all along. That seems crazy. I need to evaluate, like, every move against. It's just the reason that I'm okay with basically with just losing so much time here is that I feel like, in some sense, the decision that I make on this move and, like, the movement that I commit to will determine whether or not I stay in the pro league, basically. So yeah, there are a couple lines. Develop here, do this, do this. I really want to mitigate, like, the effect of this, but then how bad is it actually if I do this and then move here? Actually, I think that's what Lexi allowed, this g takes bishop here, and Andre destroyed him for it. So maybe we fianchetto our own bishop. It doesn't feel fantastic. Bishop out here means that we can't fianchetto our own bishop. Bishop out there. I feel paralyzed. Here, there, that feels wrong. That feels, like, deeply inherently wrong. All right, I'm making an executive decision right now. It feels the most right. Chat's giving me a hard time for taking so long on that move. I mean, you're probably right. Yeah, okay. I expected this. Now, I think actually there's something to be said for this move right here. And indeed, it is the move that I'm going to make. I think that this is the path forward. Yeah, I like this structure. Or at least this feels like the best compromise for, you know, having a solid structure while preserving like attacking chances. Basically, I mean, it can't be bad that all of my pieces are slowly being pointed toward f7, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm curious to see what he's going to do on this turn. I'm very curious to see what he's going to do on this turn. Symmetrical knight bishop towers. So shiny. Yeah. We got this beautiful structure here. Okay, Andre's spending some time. Yeah, I think this is probably something that nobody would do. Just feels weird. Okay, that's exactly what I expected. A defensive f7. Here's a problem. There's a poison pawn. There's a pawn that I'm sure is poisoned. But I really want to take it. Look at it! How could I refuse this pawn? How could I possibly refuse this pawn? Andre's a crafty bastard. Okay. What's the problem? It doesn't actually threaten anything, right? But push here. What does he do? Knight jumps in here. I mean, the problem is that my f7's not defended, right? Like, at the end of the day, that is the issue. So there will always be, like, a takes here, and then, like, a, you know, knight here, and then, like, a queen out here, or whatever. And I don't want to get got. So I'm too scared. I think I need to defend f2. I need to either defend f2 or like play g3 or something like that. h4 or g3 will prevent the queen move. Ultimately, neither of those things actually defends here, but the queen defending symmetric queen moves, I think, makes it kind of mandatory for him to do something that defends this pawn. Let's just cover f2 and see where that gets us. Because covering f2 with the queen allows me to play h3, taking away this square from the knight. And I'm into that. I'm coming up on half my time. I do now need to play faster. I do now need to play faster. I just don't want to turn here. Like, if my f2 was undefended here, that would be big trouble. So let's see. Personally, I call the bluff with that pawn. Well, we are not each other, Neith. So, hey Los, how's it going? Listen, it might be the right play, but it feels too scary. Because then there's nothing, and then you do this. I mean, okay. The reason that it might have been the right play is because this knight defends this knight, right? That's weird. Oh, that's weird. He's blocked his own bishop. Who are you playing? This is my league final match against Andre. Okay, hold on. Okay, wait. What? Now I can do this. Right? I really like this move. It pins this knight. Where can this knight go? I mean, this bishop is also defended by this knight, right? Now, there is this weird, like, queen battery lined up. It makes me a little bit nervous. It's possible that the play is castling here. There is a bit of a problem in that this bishop is now under attack. So pulling the bishop back actually might be the right play. If we pull the bishop back, we can also actually castle. It also lets us kick this queen, which kind of fucks up his structure. I don't want to trade this bishop for that knight. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. It defends f2 another time. It allows us to castle. You know, which may or may not be a good move. I don't know, but it also gives us access to, like, I was considering something like this anyway. Hashtag long castle. I'm a bit scared to long castle. Okay, I feel okay about this. We've got, the only problem here is that we're like down on time by a lot. But I actually like our position much better. This knight and this bishop are going to have a lot of trouble getting activated. All of our pieces are super active. We can even castle here. And just push toward his king side. I think that we've got a super solid structure. This knight is kind of paralyzed now because this pawn will fall, and actually that's a real detriment to the structure. This knight actually has like no squares. If it goes here, that's like not a thing. So next turn, what we can actually do is maybe even something, because the thing about castling is that suddenly we can push this e-pawn and like crack open the structure in that way, or just put pressure on the king side. Pushing this bishop is actually really interesting. I wonder what his response would be. If he pulls the knight back, then that's like pure tempo advantage. I think if that happens, then maybe we... Yeah, I think that I want to castle, which also kind of unburdens this knight from blocking the f-file. Not that it's actually a huge deal, because we've got this queen and this bishop covering. I don't know. I think that we play this slow. I think that we play this normally. I think that we just play this really chill. Yeah. Hey, Arslan Ömer just subscribed. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Eyvallah. You didn't have to spend your money on me, man, but thank you so much for the support. I hope you enjoy this stream. Cheers. Activating this knight, I think, was crucial. I think, yeah, honestly, castle long might be the way that this goes. These knights blow. These knights suck. Do we castle this turn? Maybe we even castle this turn. Like, it seems like a defensive move, but I think it's a good, like, it plugs up the holes in our structure that he could exploit if we attack now. I think that this is a really pretty crazy structure to castle into. You know what? That's my instinct. I'm just gonna castle here. Like, this pawn was defended as well by this bishop and this knight, so I'm not worried about like a crazy travel or anything. All of these squares are pretty locked down. Knight e4 be symmetric. Yeah, okay. All right. I mean, knight e4, maybe now that this bishop is double blocked, actually knight e4 is a really interesting move. But no, I think that we'll play knight e5 probably here in a second. I like this move. Like if he plays g5, that's actually good for us. I think that's good for us because it just weakens his kingside structure so much. I think that actually just straight up e4 is really promising, because where does this knight go? And if it moves back, that's fantastic. e5. And then he moves back, but we're not upset about that, right? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I mean, I like my position. We have now this. I'm afraid that, like, if I lose, then it might be because this was a waste of tempo. But I think that this has allowed me to push more safely on the king side. I think that this is almost an offensive move here, castling, in a way. Maybe I'm just right. Oh, okay, he preempts. Okay. That's good, because it's the move that I almost wanted to force anyway. Except now, it's the move that I almost wanted to force anyway, except now, I didn't have to waste tempo to do it. Tempi. I think I pushed this pawn here. Losing is okay. It can be in boss fight next season. Very good. Okay, candidate moves. I really like... I don't like this one. I want to push the pawn. This is the way. E4. Legendary Chad move in 5D chess. E4. I believe that a good castle might be kind of underrated in 5D chess. That's the most on-brand thing I've ever heard from Los. Show us Dawe. Wow. That's interesting. I have to deal with that. I didn't anticipate that. I don't know why. It makes sense. It's because I looked at it last turn and I was like, oh, well, if I push... this pawn undefends, but this bishop is here, but he just pushed this, so actually that's not how this game works. E4 is only Chad when played as E2 A4. I know, Dreamer. All right, cut me some slack here. I mean, I don't think we have any other move than taking this knight here, right? Which is a shame, because I really like this bishop. I'm giving up the bishop pair, but I mean, what else would I do? Like, that knight has way too much control. Yeah, I think this is forced. I think that now I have to take advantage of the fact that this pawn structure is weakened. Question is what the easiest way is of accomplishing that. I have to be a little careful now. Because that bishop was a bit of a linchpin holding my kingside together, defending this castled structure. I have to be careful. Kind of want to play h3, but I wonder what the point of that is. Actually, you want to know something? I think that g3 feels good here, because if takes, you recapture with the f pawn. I like that. Open up the file. This is real, like, 2D tactics here. Like, opening up this king side pawn structure may seem like the craziest thing, but, like, I have to think now, how do I get in, right? This, like, if this pawn is off of this square, then I pull over the other rook. I pull over the other rook, and we play this real 2D, like. I think that this is how I open up the... I think that this is how I open up Andre's structure. So we'll see how this goes. wonder if king h1 is good. King h1 might... King h1 is questionable. The other kind of nice thing about this is, well, okay. That's the terrible move. This loses the knight immediately because this pawn is pinned. Okay. I only have 5 minutes to find the right move here. You know, what about d5 though? What about d5 pinning the queen? What about d5 pinning the queen? e5 is also a good candidate move because it lets my knight get in there. Oh, do I want my knight in there? Where does this knight go? Here. D5? Or e5? D5 or e5? D5 or e5? D5 or e5? E5 he has to answer, right? And then if we... Okay, we're going to play d5. We're going to play d5 here. Because I feel like this e-pawn is going to... It's the more active move. I feel like this pawn is going to move anyway and make way for this knight. I think I'm okay if this happens and we trade here and then I repopulate f3 with my knight. I mean, the only issue with g3 in response to f4 is that now the ball's in his, like, he gets to dictate when this is taken, and obviously Andre's too good a player to ever take this if it doesn't behoove him to do so. So I need to find a way to, like, force this, because I mean it's kind of a little spooky almost. I mean, as long as this knight's here, this queen can't really get in anywhere, you know, to do anything too tricky. But you know, this pawn here might actually be a little spooky. Takes over, but then the queen comes over. I don't know, we'll see. I'm low on time, but I actually feel better about my position here, but I am low on time. I mean, I used the time to get to this position, but I'm gonna have to make a few leaps of faith, I think, where I'm not sure of the best move in the position, but I just have to move so that I have time to play out an endgame that's advantageous for me. I need to think more actively during his turns. If this knight goes to any of these squares, then my next move is pretty automatic. Actually, what if... Actually, yeah, if he goes here, then I think I'd probably take with the pawn, right? It looks gross, but if I take with the knight here, then what if, like, this queen comes in here? Then I'm fooked. Actually, there's something to be said for unpinning this king from this. Like, yeah, it opens up the triagonal, but, like, how the fuck is he ever going to get through this triagonal? And because doing this unpins this pawn, so it actually defends h4 so that a queen can't hop in here if this knight ever leaves. So I think that actually h1 is a good, like, if I need just a defensive move to make in the moment, then I think that h1 is actually good. 2D chess is Met's worst nightmare. I am really bad at 2D chess. I'm like 1300. I'm really bad. Oh, wow. Wow. What? I have to trust that I can take here. There's no other option. There's no other option. I have to trust that I can take here. I have to trust that I can take here. I don't have any other option. I don't have any other option. Yeah, if takes here, suddenly it's like, I don't know, actually. Takes here opens this up, but then this happens because, again, my king is pinned. The other thing is that I have to cover this triagonal soon. So maybe even something like queen e3 or something crazy has to happen so that this doesn't become mate. I mean, probably what's going to happen is actually... Oh shit, is this forced mate? Is this forced? Hold on, is this forced? Is this mate next turn? If so, I just lost. I might have just lost. I might have just lost the game. I have no other moves here, right? I mean, I'm in check. Taking here. I knew I should have unpinned this king before I did that. Because it also allows me to take with this pawn, right? Yeah, there's nothing that I can do that covers that. Because like this doesn't... Okay, we have to do this. And then this might be mate. In which case, GG. Ah, I should have played h1 earlier. Yeah, okay, GG. Oh, it's not. He can shut the door though? Is that the idea? He can shut the door with this knight. He can shut the door with the knight. He can shut the door with the knight. So I have to play this move. It's the only move that survives this turn. Right? It's the only move that survives. I have to play that move. It's the only move that survives. Because otherwise he can shut the door if I play like a queen here. Or like a knight here. Or like a whatever, anything else. This is the only move that survives in the position. Okay. Now he can... Oh, but now it's not mate if he... I need to calm down. I can't capture this because then this is mate. So then what do we do? He can check here, and then it'll be check, and then this will also be check, so I need to be really careful about that. So I need to prevent... Everyone shut up. I need to think. I just text the queen as well. I have 3 minutes. Everyone shut up. If he goes here, then I take. But if here and he goes here, then I can't take. And I have to... And if I move this, so it has to be a queen move. So then the answer, I guess, is this, which threatens mate of my own. And then if he checks, then he trades and trades. But I don't think it's... And then if he... Okay, hold on. But then if I... I don't have like a check. But then if he... But then this is mate in a turn. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Will this... Then there will be a square where this is empty here, and then in 2 turns after that, then it'll go to there. Actually, no, it won't go to there because he's got a piece here, so it'll have to be 2 turns after that. So, is this the move? Ah, does that lose the... I can't calculate this quickly enough. Here. And then checks and then trades, but then I've got to... Fuck. Fuck. Here and then there, but then he has got to check. Whatever, I guess we have to do this. I don't see the move. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I mean, I guess if he does this, yeah, I don't think he's got a mate. I think that we've closed it maybe sufficiently, hopefully. Hold on, this next turn. No, he's still got a mate. So if he checks next turn, I don't think that's mate. I think I can just take that because we have mate on board. So he has to have a forced mating sequence here, or like a forced way to trade queens or something like that, which like checking one of these might happen. But if we do trade queens, the only problem is I'm down so much time in that end game, even if I'm like up a piece. And he's got some dangerous travels to like these boards where I don't have anything defending this pawn, like with this bishop or something. I don't know. Can Andre find this in time? Let me actually calculate if... Okay, so he's got 2 black turns where this happens. So if he uncovers this, then from the next turn it'll go there on this board with respect to his next turn. So it'll be 2 turns from now that he'll have a mate from here, so he can do check here, and then I'll take... But then he can't... Okay, so because I can... Whether this knight goes here or here... I can recapture with this or this. So when the mating turn happens, he can't check me simultaneously. And he has to prevent like mate here on this board. So I think I'm actually in okay shape. Maybe. Oh, fuck. I was afraid of that. Then queen then recaptures with check. Fuck. I don't have time to think about this. I guess I just take. I don't have time. That's going to be mate. So I need to do this. It's mate that turn. He's got mate. This is only moves. He just won. He just won the game. Because he can threaten mate. That's what I was saying about this bishop, right? There's no other way. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly no other. This is forced, have to take, and then he's got mate. Ah, he did it. We were so close. Oh my god. So well done, Andre. Yeah, GG. That was really well played. That was really well done by Andre. I can't be mad about that. Excellent, expertly done. So well handled. I was only thinking about the pin with the G pawn and like the fact that he can check me there and the fact that I can't actually defend H4 with my G3 pawn. I did not give enough respect to the triagonal on the F file. So like H1, King H1, a move that I suggested for myself to do like in the future, like a few times. The fact that I didn't do it is what killed me. King H1, and I would have been totally safe. Oh man. GG. Wow. GG, Andre. Very well done. GG, man. That was a great game. I should have played King H1. D5 was bad. Maybe. I don't know about that. I don't think that... I think D5 probably wasn't bad. I think probably King H1 was just necessary. But maybe there wasn't time to fit it in. Maybe if I go back over it, then it wasn't. At what point King H1? Yeah, maybe I didn't have time to King H1. And maybe like the fact that I'm beating myself up about the decision not to make it wasn't actually a decision that I had. Maybe I just couldn't have King H1. At what point King H1? Yeah. Well, I mean, I could have played King H1 before D5. You know, probably. GG. No, man. I set up a super solid structure for myself, and I really like myself better out of the position. But I introduced that weakness. I think that G3 was fantastic. And And I think that d5 was the way to crack the position, but yeah, I probably should have played king h1 before d5. GG. GG, though. Well played. Okay, let me go back over the... Well, okay, first let me pay out the doubters real quick. The doubter, actually, is just Andre. He won himself a lot of points. A lot of channel points. Enjoy. I don't know about G3. Yeah, I thought I liked it. But maybe you're right. Maybe G3 isn't maybe G3 isn't... It felt super solid in the moment. But let's just see. Let's just quickly go back over this game. Actually, let me catch up in chat, maybe. Let's see. Okay, there's too much chat. So what I'm going to do first is look over the game, and then I'll read chat. Okay, so we had the classic E6 versus D5 structure. Andre played this early B5, which forces an A6 immediately because I was going to play E3 anyway. So actually he had to, you know, spend a lot to build. I mean, it's like 100% mandatory in this structure to actually frappuccino this bishop. It's just a tool that you need in the position, right? So by the time he had his structure out where this happens, he also had H6, which is important to prevent knight G5. And then I had this structure at the time. I played knight out. Still not sure. I was really debating whether to do this or like a higher tempo move. I think probably necessary to be safe against all of the tricks here. Symmetric queen in front of king, I think makes a lot of sense. I keep talking about how, you know, as 5D chess goes on, players will like know what prophylactic moves are mandatory before, you know, you can play out the game, and so you won't get a lot of these early like F2, F7 games that so many games end up in lately. All right, everybody's got an opinion. Everybody in the chats, you know, armchair pro leaguers. I'll read over all your ideas and in a little bit here, as soon as I've sort of debriefed myself from the game. Let's keep looking at this. I still think it's okay here. Yeah, this was the only place for the knight. I think that bishop here is actually really good. I still stand by that. And then the double knights, this structure. Hey, Crazy Penguin just subscribed. Thank you so much, Crazy. I appreciate you. Thanks for the support. 3-month streak. Crazy, you're too kind. Thanks so much, man. I really appreciate the support. Enjoy your new 3-month sub badge. All right. Let's get through this game. Thanks again, Crazy. Okay. In this position, I chose to castle. I wasn't positive. This was like a gut instinct here, but I think it's hard to say. It's hard to say. We're pretty deep into the game already. This is like turn 10. Pros and cons. No, I really do think that it liberates a lot of my pieces to castle here. I think that castling here seems good. It's not clear to me that castling here was... I think that castling here was a really important offensive tool. I really do think that. Now, let's look at this next move I'm less sure of. After G5, the immediate E4 to kick the knight, I should have known, I think. Like, I should have seen, basically my decision to castle then E4, I spent time deliberating on that. I have this problem still with 2D vision. It's part of the reason that I'm not very good at 2D chess. And Andre's gotten me about this too, where I spend too much time on some moves, but then like immediately blitz out others without considering basically how the position has changed. So to me, I didn't see this square as under threat at all. I was even looking at all of these knight moves, right? I do this all the time, man. It's a really bad habit. I was like, well, this square is inaccessible to this knight because both this pawn and this bishop cover it, right? And then I thought, well, we're going to kick this. And so my plan was to take away a defender from f4. And the intervening move that changed the structure added a defender for him onto f4. And so that calculus, like I pretty much blitzed out this move without considering that this sack would be, that this trade would be all but mandatory, and how that would influence my structure. Like, I think that if I could go back in time right now, like if I had the foresight to determine, I really should have. If I had more time and I had spent an extra like 2 or 3 minutes on this move, I think that I would have seen that after castling, after castling, that like, or probably on this move, actually on this move, I guess, actually. Like, I should have realized that, like, e4 is immediate knight. I mean, it's obvious here, but really I made the decision to push e4 back on this board and then didn't reconsider it sufficiently for this board, which is just my, like, a failure of mine as, like, a chess player. I do this all the time. And it was because I didn't want to waste too much time. That's the problem. This felt right, but I should have reevaluated. I'd probably play knight h1 here, to be honest. I probably would. Because then this isn't an option. Right? Like, I'm in no hurry. He can't really develop into this. Like, I'm going to push my pawns anyway, so, like, that's not a big deal. I don't know. Okay, let's keep going. So this happened, we did this trade. Okay, so in this position, I love g3 as a move still. I think that it's really good. I think that his knight was a lot worse than my bishop on that square, so I think that the trade was bad for me. But I still think that g3 is a really good move here. Yeah, and then this happens, and then obviously the pin on the pawn. I think that this turn, I should have played king h1. I think that this, especially if my plan was to gum up the long diagonal with d5 the next turn, I think that king h1 here was a good move before d5 happened. Yeah, as soon as this pin happened, I think that I should have played king h1. I mean, this is, especially if this trade happens, like, queen over here is going to be inaccessible for a long time, and I'm going to have my own attacks anyway. Like, this knight is going to be here, and if I move it away for a turn, then I'm going to replace it. So I'm not too worried about that. You know, about, like, a travel onto, like, h2 or whatever after king h1. And I'm not too worried about this long diagonal because it's going to be gummed up. And I think that I'll have my own attack. I think it's like a threat levels thing. You know what I mean? And then, like, my queen will be over here anyway soon. Not to mention I've got this bishop. I don't know. I think that king h1 there was probably a better move. Yeah. Okay, so here... g3 happens, and then I push d5, and obviously that allows this to happen. Now, if I had done basically anything else, I would have been kind of screwed. Okay, actually, let me think. H takes, F takes just felt better than H takes, not because man, I really didn't see the extra check. That's crazy that I was so blind to that. What happens if H takes here? What if H takes? H takes and then H takes and then if he wants to sack his rook, which he can still do, I can cover the diagonal. You know, like the next turn or whatever. Right? Is there a punish if H takes instead of F takes? Because he can still force me to open up. The only problem is that I opened up the diagonal, or trigonal if you like. And then he had this check. Man, I spent way too little time on this, but I didn't have enough time. Because this was my plan from the get-go. If King H1, then obviously it's not an issue. You know, there are like 3 pieces defending this, which is defending the triagonal, and then here's defending. And if my F pawn is gone, then my queen is defending H2, etc. So like, I mean, then he wouldn't have made the trade. Okay, well anyway, let's keep going. This happened. Was it forced after this? Was it forced after capturing here? So takes here. I mean, I couldn't have like, yeah, here, nothing else works. Like King H1 and then he just checks again and then this is immediate mate. So it doesn't work that way. Sadly. Okay, so we capture here and then this check here. Only move is this because otherwise he can close the door. If you don't know what that means, check out Andre's YouTube channel, 5D Andre. He's got a great video about it. Oh, I forgot to turn off animations. That would have been bad. That would have been hilarious though. 95 was necessary. Yep, only way to defend against this. If I play queen here, whatever, then this is immediate mate. So had to do that. Obviously, knight takes here. Here, this turn I didn't have the option of recapturing with the pawn because then queen takes was immediate mate. And that would be bad. So I think I had to block with the queen. Oh, what a lethal combination. Yeah, I mean, the problem here is if I trade queens, then this is immediate mate with the knight. Man, that was what a beautiful combination. Look at this. Oh, and I shit talked like this bishop too and this knight for like being useless for so long. But oh my god, what this is. I mean, if you're looking at this and you can't appreciate this like coordination of these pieces with this bishop and this, and all from this sack, man. I mean that's a pro league play, if I've ever seen one. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. How could I have survived here? Actually, King H1 here would have survived. That might not be true because then knight takes. Well, okay, no. Because King H1 and then knight takes and then I had queen recapture. Also, this knight would be pinned to this pawn, right? So actually, was I alive here? Let me think. If King H1 here, do I win? No, I don't. I don't because this queen has check next turn, right? So it's double check, and then I immediately lose. Because next turn I'm forced to take this, no matter what. So, and this knight is able to deliver a check, so I lose the game. If I play King H1 here, then this is check, and also this is checking in the past, and I lose the game. So of course it is. My bad. Yeah. So yeah. And I knew that during the game, and so I had to take. So ignore what I just said about me being able to survive. But don't ignore what I said earlier about this being like absolutely beautiful. Like I wonder how much of that Andre had planned in advance. like as soon as this happened. He did spend a lot of time on it, so I think he was probably thinking about it like as he went. But yeah, so the thing here is that this sets up mate here, so I can't capture here this turn because this is immediate mate. If I set up nothing, I don't have a dark square bishop, and I don't have... Yeah, man, wow. Here, and then that technically doesn't check. King G2? No, King G2 and then Knight H4 check still. King H2? No, King H2 and then Knight H4 check. Yeah, so I didn't have any squares. It doesn't work. So I had to take here. And then the turn that his queen checks my king in the past, obviously. There's bishop d6, threatening mate in 1. And then only move here is capture because it's attacking my king in the past, and this is mate, so. Photo finish. Okay. Let me catch up in chat. There's a lot of chat. Okay. E4 is Chad only when played as e2, e4. Yeah, I know that's scary. No, there's a solid defensive move. Spoiler, d5 looks interesting. Oh, Los. I wonder when this was. Oh, it was right after I played e4, obviously. So I must have played e4. Wish that these were somehow timestamped so I could figure out like what the context is. Oh, I bet here Narik said scary and Tudor said he's dead. And then Dreamer said no, there's a solid defensive move. And then Dreamer said nice one, Samet. You know, okay, I bet that's Dreamer actually confirming that that G3 was the right move. Which is pretty cool. Okay. Let's see. Open up the file and the king triagonal. Open up the file and the king triagonal. Not sure what that's in context to. Then forced exile, obviously. Spoiler, if not takes, then the game goes on. Oh, I see. Neat said spoiler, what if not takes? Yeah, so that must have been in response to G3 here. So what happens if he doesn't take? Because if he does take, then the plan is simple. If he doesn't take, then what happens? The game goes on. That makes sense. This is so scary. Yeah, it was. 2D chess, Samet's worst nightmare. I know. Have you beaten him in 2D chess, Tudor? We haven't played. No, we haven't played 2D chess. But I wouldn't be surprised if he did, because I'm real bad. Right now, he's kind of failing in 2D chess. Do you think so? I guess it's hard to judge a position based on 2D chess versus 5D chess. Hard to say. But I don't know. I didn't think it was too bad. Actually, I've got more king safety here in 2D chess, right? Pieces are well coordinated. I don't know. I'm not good at 2D chess, so I don't know. Let's see. I won't say so. Yeah, Dreamer disagrees. It's not too bad. Lo says, spoiler, d5 with g3 is a bad move because now the black queen can get into the trigonal. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't spot that quite in time. No, g3, I still stand by what I said. I think that king h1 and then d5 was the right move. Exactly, says Narik. Okay, so Narik and Los agree. There are 2 defenders and 2 possible jumps with the queen, though. Yeah, I don't know. Spoiler, I'm looking at knight e5, knight takes e5, queen h4, queen h3. Those all sound like black moves. And I agree, any position is scary if black gets 4 moves in a row. But yeah. Yet it's still a weakness, a huge weakness. Bruh. D5 allowed that. Rip. Goodbye, cement. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Now we caught up to d5 allowing all of this to happen. Yeah. You know, timed match. It's rough. It's rough. I mean, d5 obviously did allow for this to happen. Again, if takes with the h pawn here, I think I'm safe. Even with d5. d5, this happens, takes with the h pawn, and then this, and then takes, and then what? I can close up the diagonal, right? I don't know. Maybe there's still a forced line, but certainly the way that I played it was wrong, and that's why I lost. Forced mate is hard to find here. There's still time travel. There were. Found it. Danos wins. I see that's a really neat mating sequence. It was a really neat mating sequence. Exiling survives longer. Actually, that's true. I could have exiled, which is funny. Yeah, I think that position where I said, you know, no move prevents the king from being checked. Wow, that's so... I didn't even consider that. That's really hilarious. Okay, yeah, so here, where the problem was that no move... I was saying no king move prevents the knight from delivering check on the same turn, so you either take and then you lose the forced way, and if there was a king move that enabled the knight to not be able to deliver double check, then I might have been safe. So actually I could have exiled the king here. If I had exiled the king here, then there wouldn't have been that particular forced line, and I would have survived a bit longer. But I didn't see that. 5D chess is so cruel. You can be playing solid and rip your position with a single pawn push. Yeah, it's my fault. It's my fault for not seeing. You'll see, oh, not forced mate, but down a knight. This looks like mate to me now. Too scary. White moves queen f2, queen takes f7, defended by rook. Yeah. No, I think that both players, like, it was very obvious to both players that there was forced mate. If black didn't do anything, but, you know, that's why this was... I mean, the problem is also that this queen was pinned to this king because king h1 hadn't been played, so that wasn't an option as soon as this knight moved. So, you know, whatever. Spoiler of queen e3, then knight e2 wins a queen at the very least. Yeah, no, for sure. I think I went over all of those. F-bomb speed dropping. Good move. Knight f3 is a move. And then knight takes g3 minus 2 turns. Oh, I see. Knight f3 is answered by knight takes f3. No. Yeah, no. There, it's true. The knight had no other move here. And that's what I kind of calculated too. Like, knight here, bishop takes, knight here, knight takes. Knight here was that was the winning move. Yeah, that was really good. I'll just say that I was checking your attention. Yeah, 8th laughs. I see it as knight f3, knight takes f3, queen takes f2, rook takes f2, bishop c5, knight d4, e5. Yeah, that's a strong line. I think I'm still ahead there. I don't think that line is winning that way, but I don't know. Penguin main dreamer lost our bet. Happens. Not yet. One move. That's a great move. Nicely calculated. Yeah, Andre found it. Andre found it. Postmortem, small castle was scary. Disagree. I think that small castle was like a super solid play. I don't think that that's where it went wrong. And d5 push was faulty. Let the queen enter. Yeah, I think that d5 wasn't a bad move, but it was off by a turn. It was off by a turn. I think that king h1 made it fine. Rip my points. And everyone's saying d5 was bad, and then Lois says d5 was bad because of g3. I don't know about g3, says Andre. Yeah, no. I think that it, you know, if I had thought about it longer, and if I hadn't been so hasty to push d5, I think that d5 is the way that you open the position, and that's obvious. I think that g3 was a really strong move. I think that king h1 instead of the turn that I pushed d5 was probably fine. And unless you guys can find a refutation, you know, fight me in the streets. I'll play an odds match from this position as white. You know, let's do this. Put your 5D chess where your mouth is. How much are you now on, Andre? Over 30k again? Nice. The Red Stone says, I didn't know there was a league for this. Hell yeah, man. Check out the Discord. I'll shout out the Discord in chat. We've got a lot of tournaments that go around. It's all community-driven events. There is a league you can join too. It's like tiered. It's really cool. There are like mini groups that do round robins. There's like an entry league, advanced league, pro league. It's like a pyramid structure. It's a pyramid scheme. Yeah, man, check it out. It's really great stuff. Um, uh, I just came up with a name for this B5 move variant. Sideways Andre. Why is it sideways? Why sideways Andre? In my opinion, castling wasn't bad if you played d5 immediately rather than g3 first, or if e5 was played. G3 was important in IMO to close diagonal. Yeah, but g3 is not good in 2D chess terms. Dreamer says, is it? As Dreamer, who's better in 2D, I wonder? Dreamer versus Andre, have you guys played each other before? I'd be curious to know. Yeah, but if you castle, you have to destroy the center, otherwise it loses the purpose of it. Yeah, I think that's what happened. That's what d5 does. Again, I mean, I'm going to stand by that. I think that king h1 was the only missing link. Otherwise, I think that it was really good. Yeah, but if you castle, you have to destroy. Yeah, in terms of 5D maybe, but in 2D, it seemed pretty good. I'll believe you. Naive equals not believe. That's a funny typo. I think that taking the knight on f4 was the losing move. Taking the knight on, I disagree. What would you do here? Like what would you do here? What would you do here? I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe you're right, but that's like way too abstract, at least for me, to see that as a losing move. I'm like, that's like way over my head. I don't think I'm at that level. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But I don't know. Letting the knight on f4 was bad itself. Perhaps maybe it should have even played queen e3. Yeah. I think that letting the knight there was bad. Like I think that, like I said earlier, excuse me. Yeah, here. Sorry. Where did I push e4? It was the turn that I pushed e4. Yeah, okay. I think that this was mistimed. I think that other moves were available. Also, Dreamer just said that, and people said should have played queen e3. I was liking queen e3 a bit more. Are you saying in response to knight f4? Because letting the knight on f4, queen e3 is obviously not an answer to that. Because I only opened e3 the turn that the knight came in as soon as I opened e3. So queen e3 wasn't possible. But I guess that what everyone's saying is that queen e3 was a better move than bishop takes, which I considered queen e3 here actually for a little while, but it felt like one of those, anytime I've seen a position like this where there's like a deep knight with like a like a bishop trained on the king side, etc., in the moment, given time pressure, I like made the active decision of like abstractly keeping this knight here. I've watched too many Dreamer versus Andre games to in good conscience allow a knight on an outpost here to survive like this. It was just too spooky. And that was a time pressure thing, and that was like a conscious decision. I did really genuinely internally consider queen e3 here. Queen e3 was really hard to play here. Under time pressure. If I had a moment and I could really evaluate, but I was like, I don't want to spend the time like convincing myself whether or not it's like safe to play queen e3. So I just immediately let bishop takes f4 rip, given that like meta analysis. Yeah. If I could go back in time, yeah, very funny. We have time travel in this game, Queen e3 looked like the right move. C252's here. Hey, how's it going, man? Queen e3, and if the knight doesn't move, then take. Right. Queen e3, and then forces but then probably the knight just trades, right? Queen e3 here, and then the knight trades, and then these bishops. And I like myself better in the structure. No, I really do. I do for sure. But that's the way that it shook out. I was spooked. What can I say? I was spooked. I was spooked by the knight. Knight looking at g2 is scary. Yeah, Narik knows what I'm talking about. Not really. There isn't any piece that could enter into G2. Well, it's a timed match, and you're the one playing it. You have to like, this was a very practical decision to take here, right? You have to understand that in the analysis. I mean, if tourney life is on the line, then you make, this isn't like just based on pure chess. This is based on like the considerations of like there's a timer, etc. Okay, king is forced 3 takes super vulnerable. Yeah, exactly. Like a knight here is spooky because then takes whatever. And yeah, if you look at all the lines and you have infinite time, then you can maybe figure out that there's no bite to this. That you're totally fine here, but that's just not how it works. So we'll see. Also, h takes g3 instead of f takes g3. If h takes, I thought maybe queen d6. I thought queen d6 would probably happen if h takes. That's like what I saw as the here. H takes queen d6, and then you're like loading up here, right? Yeah, I thought that was basically what the plan was. And so I was thinking probably if h takes and then queen d6, and then maybe we have a kerfuffle over like e5 or something like that. Yeah, there wasn't like a clear, super easy way to sort of, get around that in the moment. H takes queen here, and then pawn up, maybe something like that. Knight out. Knight takes is fine because the queen defends, so probably e5 after queen d6. I don't know after that because it undefends this pawn, and then you've got the long diagonal, so actually it looks like trouble. So yeah, maybe the position is rough there. Although again, if king h1, then if king h1 here, then I think probably I'm safer. Especially because if king h1 here, then I always have rook g1 to add a defender to this pawn, right? Whereas otherwise, it's actually funny. I lose in 2D a lot to structures like this where all of my pieces are blocked. They're developed, but they can't get over to defend like the g pawn over here. Poison just subscribed. Hey Poison, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. 4-month streak. Poison's the best. Thanks so much. It's great to see you around. Thanks for supporting the stream. All right. Okay. Let me try and get through chat because I've been on chat for a while. Let's speed run chat. If h takes queen g3, then queen c5 first. H takes g3, queen c5 first. I don't know. I don't know. H takes were definitely better. Thanks for the plug. Yeah. There goes the content. So when will second game happen? It will. It doesn't have to happen. We already have the results. What are you talking about, Void? This isn't like competitive structures aren't, nothing of like the league isn't about just figuring out who wins or loses, right? It's about like having a structure where you can play like games that have stakes to them so that it like pushes you to like play the best 5D chess that you can, right? And it's an opportunity. It's like it means a lot to me here whether I go 1-1 against Andre versus 0-2. So like just because we know like which one of us is going to demote, which is me, like I couldn't disagree more. I couldn't possibly disagree more. No, we're definitely going to play game 2. King h1, just knight takes g3. King h1, knight takes g3. Yeah. King h1, knight takes g3. Yeah, exactly. I figured that out. It's not double check yet, but soon. No, it already was. I mean, they're better to start now because the boss fight event is in 40 minutes. They might miss the start. Oh yeah, the boss fight event is in 20 minutes. So we might have to if the players of the boss fight event aren't flexible in time, then if it's okay with Andre, we can just delay our next game. Like it is okay from the perspective of like the league can move forward because we have the result, but Andre and I are going to play our second league game like no matter what. So we can play that later. I'm okay with that if Andre's okay with that. Preferably still today. But if not, then I don't want my reading of all of the messages in chat here to prevent that event from happening. So we'll accommodate. You know, everyone wants to see all of this stuff happen. So we'll make it work. No worries. Next move, queen checks, calculated up to queen f2, and then from queen f2. I thought that after queen f2, knight f3 check, but then just knight takes f2. No, you meant knight takes f3, right? We need to have the boss fight live streamed. Yeah, we will. That's the whole. It's on the docket. I think it's in the description even. The stream title rather. We're gonna have the boss fight live streamed. We'll play the remaining game out. Yeah, obviously, Andre. OMG. Now I'll be catching up with chat. Yeah, boss fight canceled. I don't know why people are saying boss fight canceled. It's definitely not. And neither is the second league match. You guys gotta calm the fuck down. Calm down, chat. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna get through this, both of us. You and me. You win, Andre? What kind of logic is that? Win as in you cannot demote? Andre says yeah, but like the whole idea of a tourney is to play games. Thank you, Andre. Andre and I get it, you know? Andre knows what he's talking about. It's weird to be like, I don't have to play games, yay. Exactly. Isn't it considered as a small win in your life, not demoting? No, I'm sure that Andre feels good that he's not the one demoting, but that doesn't mean that it takes like any motivation out of playing out the rest of our set. You know what I mean? Would you mind finishing later? We got 3 people ready to play the boss fight in 35 minutes. We might just finish later. So that's fine. I mean, I'm sure that Andre's going to be okay with that. Andre, you can just blitz the moves, so submit flags, and you'll be just in time for the event. Andre says, can't you postpone boss fight like 20 minutes so I can finish and then just relax? No, because I have this schedule to take part in a 2D tourney. Dreamer is so 2D active. He's always running out of stream to play these tourneys. What's going on? Oh, man. Also, aren't they online tourneys? So what... Is it like a tourney? Is it like a club tourney? Because that's pretty cool. But if it's just like a Lee Chess arena, then it's like, bruh, you can calm down. Andre, you will not be relegated. That's a huge relaxation, I think. You guys don't have to let Andre know whether or not he should be relaxed. You know, Andre can decide that for himself. I mean, being relegated is not that bad. Yeah, we're in the same boat. I agree. There are more benefits. When you played queen f2, knight f5 looks super strong too. When you played queen f2, knight f5 looks super strong too. What? When I played queen f2, knight f5 looks super strong too. Do you mean the move that he played? Because I agree, it won him the game, so it was very strong. So we're on the same page there. Now you have somewhere to promote to. That's true. Andre might just farm all the advanced players and pass streamer. I think castles are scary in the long run. You might be right, Andre. Have right and wrong and mage practiced their coordination? I think they have, actually. I think that they've been playing a few practice games together, which is awesome. I can play you this position sometime. I still think black is better. Let's do it. I'm excited. Pyramid scheme law. Dreamer's better in 2D, I think. I plan to give a simul match in 2D anytime soon. I didn't know Dreamer was that much better in 2D. Dreamer, what's your elo? I want to know your elo. 2D elo. Is it higher or lower than your 5D elo? I'd be curious to know. Andre, I don't know your elo either. What are you guys elo? I'm like on chess.com right now. I think I'm 1350 or something, in rapid. It's pretty bad, and I'm like 1000 in bullet and blitz. It's very bad. I'm not good at 2D. Dreamer will probably ace. Dreamer's probably ace in 2D. He will trim his opponents. Yeah, boss fight, please. We'll do the boss fight. Of course, I meant queen e3 as a response to knight f4. What do you take me for, huh? Yeah, no, I know. Knight f4, queen e3 is more solid. It basically allows d5. Yeah, I believe that taking the knight on f4 was the losing move in combination to d5. Yeah, I don't know about that. In combination to d5. Yeah, I think that every move that allowed Andre to win the game was probably the losing move in combination with each other. I agree. Guys, stop writing in chat. He'll never catch up. We'll never stream the event. We got 15 minutes before the event. It's okay. I'll be more afraid of an open file to the King's Castle when Queen E3 and then D5 looks stronger because you're the one keeping the pressure and then poison subbed. Gunner on F13. Oh shit, guys! I didn't protect F13. The real sniper's nest is this is this square right here. That's the real sniper's nest. I'll super chat him if it gets too close. Romad's here. Hey Romad, how's it going? Did I miss both games? That was the first game. Romad. Yeah. It was a really good game. I really liked it, at least. I thought it was really interesting. It was a fresh position for me, at least. Yeah. Only second, they're about to play the first. Yeah. Sorry, Samet. They have indeed. Salaam alaikum. Hey, how's it going? Jane Oop. Kenny up. I don't know. He's obviously Turkish. So Selam, welcome. You asked me already? Oh yeah. Andre's about 1900 blitz on Lee Chess. 2000 Crazy House. Lawnmower just got here. Hype for the boss fight. You're just in time, Lawnmower. We haven't played the boss fight yet. Allah'ın selamını alsana abi, gözünü seveyim. I was catching up in chat. I'm sorry. Kusura bakma. No disrespect. You know, we just gotta... I gotta read the chat. My bad. Aleyküm selam ve rahmetullah ve berekat. Naber, nasılsın? Welcome. We're very Turk friendly here on the stream. Sorry about that. He's been catching up for about 25 minutes already. We're caught up now. You happy, chat? I got such a demanding chat. We're here. So now, no, you're not. Should hop in VC soon and get boss fights set up. Okay, we will. Andre, is it all good with you if we play game 2? If we take a little interlude, we can play it after the boss fight, or we can play it, you know, at a later date, whichever you prefer. But if it's okay with you, then yeah, all good. Okay. Thank you for your generosity, Andre. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. Let's do it after boss fight. All right. Sounds good. Okay. I'm really pumped for that game. Pog. Okay. So should I hop in VC soon and get boss fight set up? Here's this question. How are we actually doing the boss fight? Have other people figured it out logistically? Let's see. Which VC? Oh, stream your matches? Okay. Here's what I'll do. I need quite desperately to take a bathroom break. The caffeine is kicking in. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have the boss fight event here in a second. Also probably... well, I got some water here. Okay. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. Enjoy the thumbnails. There are a few new ones. I updated the slideshow. So, boss fight after this. And we're back. Shit. All right. It's so hot in this room. Actually, I might want to turn on my AC. Let me know if this is loud for you guys. Hold on, I'll be right back. Let's see. Here we go. Let's hide that real quick. Turn this on. All right. How well can you guys hear the AC? Is it like distracting? Let me know. Let me know what you think. It's perma whooshing. What do you mean by that? How well does the mic pick it up? Basically, that's what I'm asking you. Because it's all the way back there. White noise. Is it bad? Should I turn it off? It's barely audible on my children's-sized monitors. White noise, but not loud. So what do you think? Do I suffer, or does the content suffer enough? Does the content suffer enough that I should suffer, or like someone is vacuuming 2 rooms over? All right, you guys are gonna make me. All right, manage poll. New poll. Is AC noise distracting? Yes, no. All right, just let me know. I need this answer straight from chat. Should I turn it off? Let's go back into this. Keep the AC in the comfort. It's not fit for YouTube cuts. Fine for live stream, bad for YouTube. Ah, okay. In that case, here's what I'll do. I'll close this door. I'll let it get nice and chilly in here. And then I'll turn it off for the actual content. Let's do that. It will mean that I'm less well lit from the front. But it is getting really hot in here. Yeah, let me actually even turn it like down so that it gets really cold in here. Actually, it's gonna be plenty cold in here in like a minute or two. Join VC. Okay. We'll join VC. We'll talk to Narik. We'll figure out how we can set this up. So let's swap back to the game. Actually, we don't have to. I'll just keep doing the thumbnail slideshow. All right. How do you do, fellow kids?
Good.
Okay, so what's the plan? How are we doing this? Let's set this shit up.
All right. So Matt, you just make a public game as white.
Okay.
And you're gonna in 2 timelines, and you're gonna make the moves for mage and right and wrong on their timelines against streamer.
Okay, fantastic. Let me turn down Marik's mic a little bit. I think that it's blasting headphone users' eardrums. Okay, so I'm making the moves. I can do that. Why does it have to be a public game?
or private match.
Okay, gotcha. So I'll stream into Discord for these 2 guys, yeah? We can do that. Fantastic. So what are the rules on, is it like medium timer? Yeah?
I believe it should be medium, yes.
Okay, how do we pick colors? I assume that is it a best of 1 or is it actually a set?
Best of 1, I was thinking to give the advanced players white.
Giving the advanced players white feels right to me. Yeah, it makes it more spicy. It gives Dreamer a little bit more work to do, you know.
Yeah, let's make the Pro League winner work for it.
Hell yeah. Okay, fantastic. Cool. So we'll just do the whole thing from the perspective of the Advanced League players. I was considering briefly, whether it would be more or less fun to hop back and forth into a call with these 2 guys versus with Dreamer and just see what they're thinking at various points in the game. But I think it's harder to do that logistically, especially if I'm the one putting in the moves. So we'll just do it from the challenger's perspective. I think it'll work out well that way. All right, cool. Let me turn off my AC, and I'll be right back, and we'll get it set up here. Let me create the private match. This is for you, Dreamer. White, medium timer, 2 timelines. All right. So you join that. And I'll be right back. Wait, which? Hold on. Which VC are we in? Because it'll be annoying if people hop in. This is the 5D Discord. We could hop over to Lexi's Discord. But maybe, well, there's also like the mod voice channel. Can I invite you guys to that? Does it work that way? Move to, I can. Okay, hold on.
There we go.
All right, is everyone in the hidden super secret voice channel now?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. All right, I'll be right back. There we go. Nice and breezy. Peace and quiet. All right. Hell yeah.
Peasy, but
All right.
I'll make
good
myself
stuff.
believe that.
Let me, where's the code?
Well,
Dreamer, use your vision, your eye sockets. Where is the code? It's in your optic nerve. I can read it out if that helps. All right, the poll's over. It seems like most people think that it's not distracting, but I've decided. I trust Poison's judgment. She understands that content comes first. Oh, sorry, it was too obvious for me. Kind of plundered. That doesn't bode well for the match. Okay, let me stream into the Discord. 60 FPS. There we go. Okay. Can you guys on the Discord see the stream? Yep. Is everything smooth?
Yeah, Rook.
Yep.
Nice.
Fantastic. Okay, this is exciting. So how do you guys feel? Have you guys actually prepped for this? What's going on?
We have prepped for it a little.
That's exciting. Also, let me know if the levels are okay, chat. If I need to turn down Discord a little bit, then I'm willing to do that. Oh man, what kind of prep? Do you have like lines prepared, or have you just been playing like 2 timeline games against each other or whatever?
We played some 2 timeline games against each other. I had some prep, but it just wasn't Dreamer level set.
Word. All right. Oh, that's hype as fuck. Holy shit, I'm really excited for this. Maybe let's turn down Discord just a smidge. There we go. Okay. All right, waiting on Dreamer to come in to join this match here so we can get this started. And as soon as he does, I'll reiterate what actually we're doing here for everyone who's just joining in, and also for the YouTube. By the way, congrats to both of you for kicking ass this season. It was really tight, but you guys made it to Pro League. How do you feel?
Feel pretty good. I feel like my win was a little bit, I mean, maybe it wasn't undeserved, but I would have liked to have a better showdown with Graven, but...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, undeserved is harsh, I think. You have to give yourself the credit, but it was definitely close. It could have gone either way. Your league mates didn't make it easy for you, for sure. Just got back with tea and some snacks. I'm jealous, Andre. I can't eat snacks on stream. It's messed up. Void says my water bottle tastes like the chalk smell in climbing gyms. Interesting. Okay, and with that, we're in the game. Okay, what are we doing here? For anyone who doesn't know, this is a fantastic boss fight event that we're doing for the 5D Chess League. So the way that it works is the winner of the Pro League, Dreamer, is the boss. He's the antagonist today that we're trying to take down. We is the winners of the advanced leagues who are going to be in the Pro League next season. So in our case, that is Mage and Right and Wrong, who are in voice chat with me now. How are you guys doing? Say hi to stream.
Hi, stream.
upstream.
There we go. Okay, the two of them are excited. They've been prepping for this. I will act simply as a host. You know, I'll put in the moves for them. I'll ask them what they're thinking. I'll probably mute in Discord and tell stream who I think is blundering. It'll be a good time, but I'm not actually going to help. This is their battle. I'm like the cameraman reporting from the sidelines on the battlefield. So we've got white. The underdogs who we're rooting for here, of course, are our heroes with the white pieces, the Advanced League players. Dreamer's got black, which means he's playing from behind, but he doesn't have to have like internal disputes about what play is winning and what play is losing. So there's an interesting, delicate asymmetry here. Okay. Enough building this up. Let's actually get the show on the road. My predictions, cement flags. Okay. All right.
Let me do
if you guys are ready, yeah. Narik, please, whatever you have to say.
Brief run through of rules. So 1.5 rule set: no traveling to this very first board, just for
I didn't know that.
fairness.
Word.
And time travel moves require agreement from both players. Otherwise, they do whatever they want on their own boards. Same for jumping moves, but between their boards, that would require agreement from both players.
Fantastic. Oh man. Okay, we will do a brief prediction now that chat's recommended. Our heroes, mage / right and wrong. Outcome 2 is Dreamer. All right. If you guys want to predict in the chat, then you can put your hard-earned channel points on the line. But besides that, I think we're ready to go. I'll take a note on this strategy for cement flagging. All right. Well, if we lose, I don't know what happens if I flag on our behalf. That would be pretty embarrassing, but I don't think that it'll get to that point. Okay. Whenever you guys are ready, we've got the rules. Everyone is prepared. Who has which timeline? Let's decide that.
Right and wrong. Did you want
I am fine with either.
I mean, it doesn't have to. You don't have to do it that way, I guess,
Yeah.
because you kind of decide together.
How about we just share? We don't need to find one presentation. I'll let Mage make the final decision if it comes to that.
Is that part of the rules, Narik? Should there be like assigned a timeline for each?
Yes, I believe there's assigned timelines for each.
Okay.
All right, so
But,
basically you have the final say on your timeline, but for the most part, you guys will be like coordinating regardless. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
All right, cool.
Right and wrong. If you want to be attacking, I recommend you take left 0L.
Okay.
I feel like you might be well suited for that.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we've got M up here and W for Wumbo on the bottom timeline. Sounds good. Okay, Mage up here, right and wrong down here. All right, let's go. Let's go, guys. Okay, what's it gonna be? Let's get the show on the road.
3.
E3.
E3 for me as well.
Wow, double E3. Away we go.
We can talk about what we want to discuss, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Whatever you
Yeah.
like. Go crazy.
Yeah.
Narik will be the arbiter if you guys break the rules here. But double knight F6 coming out of Dreamer.
Did we say Queen F3 on the top or bottom board?
Bottom board.
Top,
Wow,
okay.
here
Queen
comes
F3.
the prep. Queen F3 on the bottom
Okay.
board. Okay.
Knight F3 on my board.
Wow, okay. This is what we've got going on. Interesting. What are you guys' plans? Talk me through your thought process. Oh, here we go.
So,
Okay, so yeah, okay, yeah.
I think on my board we want H2, right? Just to prevent the bishop
H-
B4.
Sorry?
Right, Mage?
Oh, H3.
Oh yeah, H3. Sorry.
Yeah, you
H3.
probably want H3 here. Here for me, I think I want to try. Do you think B3 is safe here, right and wrong? I think that's
B3. Yeah, I think that's good.
yeah. I'll play B3.
All right, setting up the classic E3 Frappuccino. Interesting asymmetry already. Usually, two timeline games kind of start out really similar.
Had Dreamer went D5 on both boards, he has to watch out for some serious threats there.
Right. Maybe like with bishop stuff, maybe attacking the knight or something like that.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Very interesting. I really haven't played very much two timelines still, so it's hard to wrap my head around that. Although probably, I mean, with your prep, that's how you're gonna catch Dreamer off guard, right? A lot of our 5D house games, at least the first few, we caught Dreamer off guard with a lot of cross timeline moves. So
Yeah, there's some easy things if he had went d5 on both boards. Now he's went. Oh, so he went. Okay, interesting.
interesting. All right.
So I think
E6
he
up
wants
top.
to defend that knight from my bishop immediately.
I think on the bottom board we want b3, right?
Yeah. B3, C4 also looks good, but I think B3 sounds good. For me, I think I'm just gonna right off the bat go bishop B2.
All right, we're gonna Frappuccino upstairs. Set up the Frappuccino downstairs. Very nice. Didn't they say mage was lower? No, mage upstairs. I feel like it should have been played in two timelines turn 0. I think Crazy's fixated on the custom variants. I think that actually Dreamer would prefer that it be turn 1.5 anyway, which is easy enough because then we don't have to set it up. Void says it's an online game. Void, you can still, if both sides alter the board in the same way, then you can play custom variants online as well. It's not a problem. But yeah, no, I mean, taking sort of F2, F7 off the table completely, I think that everyone's probably okay with that.
Wait, so mage next move for my board.
Yes.
Thinking c4 if he doesn't do
C4.
anything.
Oh wow.
If he doesn't do what?
If he doesn't like run anything, don't think he can do much. So c4.
C4, and you have to watch out for D4. That's just one of the, like, even now you sort of have to watch out for D4. 'Cause
D4.
that's if he pushes D4, you don't have a good way to deal with that, I don't think yet.
Wow.
No, not yet. So probably bishop out first, and then
Yeah, bishop out, that threatens his knight and gets some good threats there. With taking the knight and then, you know, the queen to h5, that good stuff. The good thing about where you're placed is we can look out for any time travels, and you might be able to actually defend yourself quadrigonally or triagonally or whatever. So with you having your queen there, if we get any attacks in that way. Yeah.
Do you guys have any like crazy time travel plays that you want to set up early on, or are there not such set pieces? You're kind of playing like solidly, making threats on the two timelines.
With Dreamer's position, there's not a heck of a lot you can do. One thing is here, right and wrong, you're gonna have to watch your C pawn, of course, if he goes bishop F4 as well.
Right.
Maybe like bishop D3 if that, no, because then you might trade.
I don't think trading's the end of the world there. You could take with the knight in your timeline if he does that.
Oh,
can I?
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, yes, true.
D6 coming out on the top board, and then bishop E6 on the bottom board. That's a wild structure up there. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's trying to do there. Did he develop the bishop? Or probably the knight, actually.
What did Chad move?
Okay. Yeah, I wonder what the advantages of D6 there are in comparison to the other. Interestingly, if I take the knight now, he can take in parallel with the bishop. He sort of defended the C4 idea a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But maybe not entirely.
I think I still go just bishop b2.
Yeah, that seems like a safe move. Oh wait, what was I thinking about bishop f5? Because you can't even go there with the queen there. Okay.
Yeah. Guess you're too used to the knight f3.
Yeah. I mean, even if he had done that, I could have taken in parallel with my knight too. There's a lot of things.
Oh, I thought you were worried about bishop g4, not bishop f5. Because I think that that's actually, well, I won't go into it too much. I don't want to interrupt your train of thought.
Okay, I'm thinking knight c3 here. What do you think, right and wrong, for me?
Nice c3. Yeah, I don't think that's bad. Just
I'll
keep
go
on
knight
developing.
c3.
All right, knight c3 up top.
I'm like 3 pawn moves up to now, and he's locked up most of his pieces. So I think on the top board, you just keep on developing. Yeah, bottom bishop b2.
Bishop b2. All right, solid developing moves.
I'm wondering if d6 there was a misclick.
There's
Or
a
it was just
submit
something
moves
to-
button. I can't imagine that it's a misclick.
Sometimes you do the move and then you just immediately press F.
I don't think that you get to over 2k rating by blundering
I know.
things like d6. Well, I mean, yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if he's blundering or if he's playing it to be interesting.
Oh,
I
you
don't
think Dreamer's a showman? I think that he values winning too highly to play a move like that without thinking that that it's actually good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
no,
interesting.
Dreamer's sweaty. He's a tryhard. I think that he's got some ideas.
Okay, so he defended his F pawn. Again,
He's playing really defensively.
Andre says Dreamer said many times that he plays random moves in the opening. Whatever. I mean, I don't buy that. Poison says, what is it with top players of a game being named Dreamer? Do you mean like Minecraft Dream? Is there another Dreamer? And is he not top player? I don't know if that's true. I don't want to get into Minecraft drama in the middle of this tumultuous 5D event. What are we doing, fam?
I'm gonna go bishop d3.
Bishop d3. I really like that move in this position.
I'm hesitating between c4 and bishop e3 also.
Between c4
Yeah.
and also bishop
You might
d3.
want to get your bishop out immediately so you can develop your knight in some way. Like maybe bring it
Yeah.
to e2 and then bring it out that way.
Yeah,
Because right now your knight doesn't have somewhere to go and it doesn't look like your queen's gonna get out in the meantime.
Yeah, bishop d3. Then.
That makes a lot of sense to me. All right, double bishop d3. Solid.
The one thing I don't know, I think is a little. One of the disadvantages is I lose a tempo if he ends up taking a c4. That never gets played.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
I don't
true.
think it
e5 upstairs. That's really interesting, actually.
Okay. Yeah, that is pretty interesting.
I guess we know what d6 was doing, huh?
Okay, he's starting to target g3 for you now. And there's a lot of scary things that could maybe happen there.
target g3.
Yeah, on your board, the queen's staring down on. Oh wait,
Maybe meet your
queen's
Discord
there
for
though.
commentary.
but-
It might get in the way of
Yeah.
advanced player comms.
I'm still
You're
used to
right.
the knight. Okay, I see that queen as a knight right now.
I'm trying to not talk when they talk anyway, but I'll make sure to mute when I'm talking to chat. Like I am right now. So they can't hear me.
Okay, right now I'm thinking I might bring my knight to e4 and parallel travel it onto the bishop on e6, and also just bring my knight to e4.
Interesting.
Yeah, so then he probably doesn't want to trade that, right?
He might want to trade it. If so, I can take with my bishop, and then I can just. It looks a bit weird if he then pushes d5 though.
What do you
if he
think of this
then
position?
pushes d5, he does leave himself like pretty open. So like,
Yeah, it seems a
you could
bit
just
ambitious.
ignore the pawn, just take the big e5, right? Good night. Or even take d4 if he pushes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go knight e4.
Interesting. Knight e4 upstairs.
Yes.
All right, we can do that.
Thinking either c4 again, or what else is there? Maybe develop the knight. I think I want to push e4 for developing. H. Depending on
I'm not sure here.
c4, not e4.
Maybe wait to see if I can trade off that bishop, if that's what you want to do, because that bishop has nowhere to go at the moment.
Oh,
And then
I
there's
guess
one
I
less.
could go knight e2 just as a passing move. Also protects
Yeah.
you in cross channels.
That's true as well. That looks
Yeah.
decent.
I guess knight e2.
Knight e2, final answer?
Yep.
All right, solid.
Okay, so we're at 13 minutes. We're getting a bit low on time.
My brain refuses
Yeah.
to process
But I
this
think
game.
we're still really good.
No, I agree. I actually am finding it really difficult to both act as the move inputter and commentate myself. I'm
Question
mostly
is, if he takes my
mostly
knight
just
on the
listening
top
to their
board, do you want to
commentary.
parallel take it with your knight, so that we continue pressure on the e6 bishop, or is that not worth the parallel move?
So they want to collapse on the e6
I guess it
bishop.
depends what he does on the
I think that's really
on the
interesting.
bottom.
Yeah, that's true as well. Just a suggestion. I'm feeling like that's not too good because it wastes a move on both boards.
Yeah.
I was about to say that you always have to be
I
really
feel like
careful.
That knight could also
Trading
become
like
a
that,
threat.
especially in the early game, where white's idea is to out
Which
tempo
knight?
black.
my e2 knight.
You don't want to waste
Yes.
tempi
It's not necessarily in fact.
with cross timeline moves, because that's the only drawback to them. So
Okay,
you need
so
to
we
really be
took,
getting something back substantially.
And
So I think it's just here. I have to take the bishop, right? Or
I think I'll probably take with the bishop on the top board.
Trading
if
away the
you
bishop, I think, makes a lot of
can't,
sense.
So if I take his knight and you take his knight there, doesn't my bishop attack where his queen would take the knight?
yes.
Okay, well, bishop takes e4.
Yeah.
Did Dreamer blunder a knight? You might be
Bishop
right.
take-
All right, so
Uh,
bishop takes e4
yeah.
upstairs.
Yep.
Bishop takes e5.
Bishop takes
There's
e5.
nothing we're.
Wow, well
The only
done.
I don't think there's
dangerous
anything
thing-
we're missing, right?
There might be. The other thing that's dangerous
So
there
I don't
is that
know.
he's now staring down on the
I don't know if
diagonal
Dreamer
for the rook.
actually
It just-
I don't know if Dreamer actually blundered
so
that.
if he does find some way out of that, that queen can be a threat.
Yeah.
Because
But he can't recapture, right?
he might be thinking, I don't know, like
He can play some move that makes me not want to do the
I don't see how
travel.
doesn't
what
have
Dreamer's
one of
idea
those
was.
moves.
I'm
I
thinking
think he
maybe
probably
bishop
just
g4,
missed-
but what does that
he just missed
accomplish?
that.
Yeah, you still just take the queen. So
He defends with another piece in parallel. Oh wait, but if he takes with the queen, then I just win a queen. So yeah.
I don't know. I think you just
Yeah,
not-
so these guys are, I mean, spot on. Like
I
taking
think
both
that lightly
knights,
of
those
Dreamer, but-
bishops defend each other, right? So you gotta ask yourself.
I mean, I don't see, like, I feel like he just lost a piece, right?
I feel like he lost a piece, but I'm not too sure yet. My king side's looking a little bit weak right now, but fortunately your queen's there, so.
Chat's fun.
Yeah.
His queen's under attack, so if he's not taking that, he's got to do something about it, right? And then where does his queen go?
I wish I could draw arrows. On a scale from U.S. Open gold tournament narrator to Spanish football commentator, where would you place yourself?
I'm trying to think of how I break
Oh,
his
golf
position
golf
now.
tournament narrator versus Spanish.
I
football
feel like
commentator.
I'm better developed on my board.
Probably Turkish chess narrator.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
maybe a bit better.
I'm just trying to figure out how I can.
Although, like, queen's in a really active spot.
I think maybe
Yeah,
Wimbledon.
trade the if he,
Wimbledon
like, loses
commentator is like a
queen
happy
without
medium.
taking my bishop, then I
Maybe
just
I'm
take
closer
the
to
knight.
that. Where like
I
I'll
think for
pog
me,
out if
next
something
move,
crazy happens.
depending on what happens. Well, I'll probably end up taking parallel if he takes his queen, but of course, he'll probably just run the queen.
I'll
right
pop
now.
off with the action, but
If
I'm
if
letting
he
the
moves
action
queen,
breathe
I think
a
I
little
might
too.
just play h4.
I'm interested in hearing their
Um,
thought process, so not
and
saying too
then
much.
might I'm not sure. I kind of dislike where that queen is at the moment.
Dreamer's spending a lot
You
of
have a
time
knight
here.
that protects him. He's not really threatening him right now.
Yeah, I want to bring my knight away from there to free up my queen though.
Oh. I see.
That's really uncharacteristic. I wonder if he really didn't. I mean,
He doesn't have any weird travels, right?
we're not gonna shit talk
What were you
Dreamer's
saying?
5D too much.
Travels. The only one that's
Oh wait, the queen travel.
He is the boss for a reason.
He's phasing through a pawn, right? This turn?
Maybe
on the
not
top
used
left.
to 2 timelines.
yes, he's phasing through a pawn, but where would he go? Would he land on the?
He's on like E3.
Yeah, he'd land on E3. My D pawn could take, which should
Actually,
sort of-
no. He has a piece. Oh wait, no. Yeah, he'd land on E3. I don't think that leads to him. Samid, could you zoom out a bit? No, I don't think that's what he's
No, I don't think that's gonna get him anywhere.
Samet, by the way. Snip that in the
Oh,
back.
Yeah.
Samet, sorry, Samet.
It's all good. That's like a running joke for stream at this point in the Discord. I didn't correct people early on, so now everyone says my name's slightly wrong, but it's all good.
I've been self-correcting myself like for a while now. every time I
Self-correcting
say it.
yourself. Oh, I respect that.
Okay, so now what do we want to do here? So clearly we want a piece.
I think I want to trade my dark square bishop. for
Head
my
bopping
knight.
reminds me of the cat gif.
I kind of like where your dark squared bishop is, and it's not attacked yet. But
I
maybe.
guess.
He doesn't have something good to take it with other than the queen from the other
Wow,
board.
they just went up material.
Um,
This is crazy.
That seems very dangerous for him.
Dreamer.
He's looking like he's preparing to
There's a battery.
Fianchetto.
Frappuccino. Long
I
since
think he
accepted.
thought long and hard about this move, so I think we should definitely
30
carefully consider
variations
it.
of my name. What's your name, Poison? Maybe that's
one thing
uncouth
to note,
ask.
we have
on
a very
Twitch.
good travel here.
If so,
we
I
can get to
apologize.
it. Or I have a very good travel. If I can get a piece to travel onto that
No, I
bishop
mean
like
Blanche.
we prepared.
Yeah.
That's
Am I doing it right?
soft, mate.
Is that wrong? What
Yes.
do you prefer?
But how do we get? I could parallel travel with my bishop. If you want it.
I was thinking maybe some sort of like putting my bishop that's on e4 right now onto like this isn't gonna be my move, but I was thinking bishop like d5 or something, and if he takes with that pawn, then he opens himself up there. But that just seems like a
bishop
really
d5.
obvious way to bait that pawn capture, and it doesn't seem completely indefensible. So
Yeah.
Um,
Although I feel like if he doesn't take, I guess you do
Yeah.
threaten f7.
if he doesn't take, it just doesn't look good.
Yeah, he
Um,
probably doesn't take if you do.
I'm just saying that it looks like a intriguing idea that's there.
On my board, I'm thinking just another development move. Knight c3.
Knight c3 definitely looks solid.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like he's gonna kick out that bishop that you have yet.
Taking their time here.
He doesn't really have a piece that can do that. Unless he does something threatening on. He might be able to win it back if he does something threatening on my board. And then. Okay, well, I
No,
think we
because
gotta
there's
move.
no piece sending my bishop right now. So
Yeah.
They still have to moon.
okay, so I think bottom board I'll go knight c3.
Knight c3 on the bottom board.
Top board, I think I'm gonna go. Seems dangerous. What do you think's a good move for me?
I mean, I don't think it's a great move, but I'm thinking either queen e2 or something with your pawn. Like,
I'll go queen e2.
queen e2.
That's what I was thinking.
Final
anyways.
answer.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're locked in. Good stuff. Maybe we will
Really
get
want to
cement
remove
flags.
his c pawn.
Like whenever there are more than two
And I'm
players,
trying
they
to think
become a
about
bit
the
of a
best way
cement.
to do that.
Yeah, I agree. Adam has very few pronunciations.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your c pawn might be under threat.
In Turkish, it's Adem.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. I do have it
So-
defended by the bishop at the moment.
And
Unfortunately,
my knight parallel. Or, yeah.
Quick moves out of Dreamer. What do you guys think?
I don't know. It's scary.
Intimidating.
Okay, so he
Always
does
is.
defend his bishop across
Uh,
timelines. But it's
Across
not,
timelines, but through a time travel course, that doesn't
That's
change
interesting.
what I want to do.
Actually, I feel like they're not
Um,
generating very much cross timeline play. I think Dreamer's doing a great job of shutting that down. I think that trading that knight away
Yeah, I
was.
don't
I
know
mean,
what
they're up a
to do,
knight,
yeah.
right? So they have to push their advantage. I think that just loading more pieces onto like in two timelines
maybe
being
like I
out
feel
a
like I'm
piece
fully developed on
is
my
like
side.
twice as
You want me to like send the piece over to your board?
twice as dangerous
No, because I need to figure
because
out
there are twice the
where would you
number of
send a
boards
piece?
for the threats to happen. So
I don't know, like d5.
like 2/10 of a cement, but in a
Yeah,
trench
sending the
coat
bishop to d5
stacked
looks
on
interesting,
top
of course,
each
but
other.
Because I don't know what else I can do. Like
Maybe that'll be
other
the
than that, I can
thumbnail.
just, like, play the bishop for the knight. So.
Especially if
Because
they
I feel
flag.
like
you
It
have
is
an
in the
option
middle,
of
but-
bringing knight f4.
They're thinking about it well though.
Seems like you could start to attack some pieces like its bishop.
yeah, knight
I'm trying to think why
okay.
he did that rook move.
Knight of
What
4
do you
is
think?
great.
I
The
think he
move's a
just
good
wanted
question.
one more defender on c c5.
I suspect that the knight move defends c6
If
probably
we,
again.
Like, try to take
Because
the pawn,
otherwise
for some
this
reason,
queen is
it
kind of
kept
pinned
getting
because this
stuck
is,
in the
you
pawn.
know, yeah. They sink a bit too much. You guys are right. They're definitely over syncing. Look at that
Yeah,
clock.
I think your idea was good.
I think he did that rook
Right.
move, so there's no check with bishop b8. You might be right.
Kinda.
You might be right, Roman.
Yeah.
That is
yeah,
definitely
how
a
about-
consideration
yeah,
here.
I think I'll play knight f4.
Yeah, and then because it's easier to.
I think I'm
Alright.
gonna go
Knight f4.
bishop c3. What do you think?
I think that's good. It
Okay,
compares to
submit.
the
All right,
other
bishop
one.
c3.
Yep.
There we go.
'Cause
Watch out
now
for the
if I
clock,
play-
guys. Just saying.
Yeah, I know. Now if I play bishop d5,
There's no way he takes the bishop, because it's made.
yeah. No, I really don't know what to do. Maybe I just do pawn pushes on the queen side a little bit.
Should have been long clocks
Uh,
probably.
I was thinking you just go ahead with the bishop,
Maybe.
and then you go like queen c4 or something.
Team of Sync Dreamers win.
Like bishop e5,
Working on
queen
their own
c4.
board solely
Yeah.
does allow them to possibly move quicker. I agree, Nuri.
Yeah. And then maybe after
Maybe that's
that, like
possible.
knight g5, and just put a bunch of pressure on the f pawn.
I think they're
Yeah.
they're
I don't
looking
know.
for short
Maybe.
tactics too much. I mean, that's 5D tunnel vision, right? Like overthinking tactically. I think
We'll
that they
see.
should
I think
definitely.
you start with knight,
You're a piece up,
with bishop,
right? What you do here
bishop
is you
d5.
develop, you take space,
Yeah.
and you
do-
wait for the
So,
opportunity
so you
to
agree
collapse.
that
Instead
if
of
he
these
takes,
like
we're probably
one-turn
fine, right?
attacks and these
Yeah, no. If he takes, you win.
easily
He doesn't defend
subvertible
Yeah,
tactics.
just win.
You know, like I don't think that's the way to do it. I think that spending too much time tunnel visioning on 5D when you're up a turn, or when you're up a piece, I don't think that's the way to play it.
I just don't like how obvious it looks.
I'm not sure how long clock helps. I'm
Like
not
if
sure
I
long
could
clock
do a
helps
more
them.
subtle
Dreamer gets
move
all that time
where
too.
it looks. Well, actually, no, he can't take anyways. I don't
Yeah,
know what I
but
was thinking.
Dreamer is
My
just
queen
Dreamer.
on e2 makes it so he can't take no matter
Whereas
Yeah,
there's like
that's like
extra
for some reason I
flaggage.
wasn't even looking at it. I was just looking at travel, but
There's extra flaggage for the pair.
got focused on that travel.
So I
need
could
to
see
get
how
out
it
of that
helps
mindset
them.
and then look at other things.
I could see how long clock helps them more than it helps Dreamer. I had a Oh, very cool.
he's just
Managed to
like
get
really
third
tough
place
right
with
now.
your
He doesn't
teammate.
really have any
Congrats, Romad.
Major threats, at least in
Good
what I
stuff.
can see.
Hmm. I'm really thinking of just pushing the D pawn here, as crazy as that is.
Pushing the deep.
Just to maybe
Wow.
So,
get those pawns out of the way.
yeah.
That or I'm thinking of like A4 and then slowly pushing my. Ooh,
Is dumb.
I think that's too
Um,
slow.
yeah, I think that's too slow. Now that I look
so
at it,
toxic.
putting my bishop on C3 might bite me if he begins to put pressure on that. Because then
How so?
once my D pawn takes, then
Oh yeah.
queen
This makes a lot of
that whole
sense,
thing,
to be
yeah.
honest. It makes the D
Uh,
push much less effective
Okay,
because with the
that's
pawn
interesting.
gone,
If you
the
Fianchettos,
queen isn't
I'll play
pinned.
knight.
Isn't pinned to the king. So.
I might want to play.
You're white. Here, if I take the knight, then he has to take back with the e pawn, right? Or unless he parallel travels.
Yeah, you might just do that anyways, and be fine.
What if you like?
Ooh, I see. So, you take knight, e pawn takes, knight takes, bishop, probably queen takes.
This
but
bishop
then-
covers that
he
knight now,
parallel
by the way.
takes,
Oh, true. Maybe he was preparing for that with that bishop. He's also preparing to take your bishop regardless right now.
how so?
Parallel.
This bishop attacks this
Oh,
bishop.
Yeah.
That's
I
what
could
Mage's
just
talking
take his
about.
bishop parallel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can't be that bad, right?
Oh, actually, that might be defend d5. Now that I look at it. That bishop
Yeah.
move.
Why don't I just take his bishop parallel?
Seems fine to me.
Our first parallel move. Interesting. You guys locking that in? Parallel bishop capture?
Yep.
Good stuff.
Okay, we gotta start considering moves a bit more since, you know.
Now that 1.5
So
is
on my
over,
board, I actually have a
time to
check,
launch
so if there's anything
2v2
important
tourney.
you have to do, I can always check.
probably soon.
True.
We'll get there, Void.
I think that's really good for us.
Exile King prohibited in
If
this mode?
he,
Not at all.
what do you think he'll take the bishop with?
You can exile to your heart's content.
I feel like he has to take with
I
the
played it
pawn,
before,
'cause
Romad.
If he
Oh,
takes
wow.
with the queen, then you've got knight.
Baba's is fantastic.
Knight h5, right?
Nurik organized the event. What do you
Knight
think? We're going to
H5?
ban Exiled
Or
King?
you
Are you
mean
insane?
G5?
Yeah, sorry, knight g5.
Yeah, and then knight g5, and then what do I do from there?
I mean, you're threatening the queen. He loses a tempo. You're threatening f. You also,
True.
I guess, threaten he
If
can't
he
be a kiddo if he does that.
takes... Ooh, that might be interesting. Taking with the... If he takes with the f pawn,
What's
I can
Baba's
sack
you?
my bishop into the g pawn.
Look it up on
Does that
Steam.
get me anywhere?
It's a really great puzzle game. Yeah.
Attack, pawn takes.
I think you'd enjoy it,
I
Andre.
guess I could
Check it out.
I don't know if you can get your queen over there, but that would be
Wow,
interesting.
captures with the
Uh,
F pawn. Ah.
dang, that's annoying.
Ah. The thing that I don't know if they'll realize is
Okay. Well, we're running low on time. So I might
normally
just have
you
to-
can't recapture a
I-
pawn one
I
turn in
think
the
you-
past, or you can't
Yeah.
travel to capture a
And then
pawn or a
we try
bishop
to
one
find a
turn in
way
the
to
past.
travel, like I
it'll
parallel my
recapture
queen over him,
itself.
and we
On two
travel back onto
timelines.
that and meet him.
If you do it from the top timeline
Take what?
Yeah,
and don't move
I
on
think
the
you take
bottom
with bishop.
timeline,
You like take the pawn
Then-
with your bishop.
on this timeline, it's still your turn.
Um,
So they can't recapture the
yeah,
pawn.
and then what after?
And then eventually we play like my queen over to g3,
Mm-hmm.
and then we travel back onto the pawn, right? Because we've got 3 timelines. Once I do a travel, then it makes
Yeah,
sense.
but he can just move his king
Oh
once you
wait,
travel
no,
there.
never mind. It doesn't.
Because since it's not the middle board, it's not as effective.
Oh,
It's
you
very
do that.
unfortunate.
On the same token,
Oh.
by the way, on the top
Ah,
timeline, you can't
no.
go back one turn to capture a
Yeah.
knight because it'll recapture itself from the top
I
timeline.
think.
So when you have 2 timelines, there are really interesting opportunities that open up. It sort of changes the rules of the game.
We're low on time.
Yeah, okay.
They're really low on time.
And here I will push.
H4 looks good for you.
Yeah, I'll put H4.
H4 is on the board.
Yeah.
Bottom.
Okay, my board. I'm thinking like a rook move or something. That or like knight, knight e4, knight a4.
Knight A4 does look interesting.
I'm just worried about the threats. So I have to move my a rook. Right
Yeah,
now.
no, actually, move your A rook first.
So rook a3 or sorry, rook c1 or or d1.
C1 maybe.
Yeah, rook c1.
Rook C1.
Okay, we're at
Rook
half
C1
its
it
time.
is.
This is the dangerous thing about having to collaborate, of course.
I think they're tunnel visioning.
With the H pawn there, now I might just go
These attacks.
knight G4.
Yeah, that's why I thought.
Yeah, that was a good move. Also attacks his E pawn, which is only defended by the queen.
Oh wait, there's also on your board queen d3 as an idea.
Yes, I was looking at that. One thing I
Ah.
was looking at as well is bishop sacking into c6. And then after knight takes, I get nothing. But if I can maybe get that c pawn to get taken one more time, then after the knight moves, my queen can just come to a6 and potentially just travel back 2 onto c8.
Yeah, maybe.
They're tunnel
Might want to
visioning
get your queen
super
there
hard.
like before though.
Get my queen
on
where?
those tactics. Maybe
Get
it'll
your
pay
queen
off,
to
I don't
like
know.
c4, right? That's
But
what you
Dreamer's
want.
just gonna
Or-
play the super solid. So
oh, you
Uh,
meant queen a.
Yeah, queen a6 if that b pawn was
the thing,
gone.
when you're down material,
Like
you
I
want to
take
trade.
the c pawn, the knight takes. If the b pawn isn't there, then I can bring my queen to a6 and do a travel back 2.
They're not really playing for
Um,
that.
And it's maybe also threatening mate. So basically, I just want to put pressure on that c pawn right now. That seems like his major weakness.
Yeah.
And
Interesting.
additionally, I want to start bringing my knight
That
out,
they've identified that as a
to
major
start-
weakness.
attacking his king side a bit.
They might be right. The thing is, when you take this and then the knight takes, this is singly defended. So actually, you've got potentially something interesting. The problem is it's defended by this queen, which I shouldn't have highlighted because maybe it gave them a hint. But when the bishop takes here, if knight takes, then if you played something like queen c4 and then time traveled onto that, then it would check quadragonally. Oh, it
Any
wouldn't,
thoughts
because
for
there's
your
actually
position?
a queen right here. But you have a weird situation where
And that
suddenly
is always the
you can
check
collapse
that
onto that square
could be.
potentially. But
Right now,
Especially-
for your board,
e6 pawn
I'm
looks much
sort of
more weak.
fearing
I agree with you, Andre.
d4, but not entirely.
But I think that it's
E4,
gonna look hard for them to hop into
Yeah,
that.
if he does
I really
d4,
like
then
h4 because
dodge
it allows.
I go knight.
I really like
knight
h4 on the
e4.
top board because it allows knight g5.
You go knight e3.
And
Knight
that
e4.
threatens the frappuccinoed
Or
bishop.
knight e4
on
I
G7.
guess works too.
Where were you saying?
I like h4 move a
knight
lot
before?
actually. Me too.
Knight a4 or knight e4.
Oh yes, knight a4. Yeah.
I think knight a4 is probably a bit of a waste.
But if you go knight a4 and then he say pushes up the b pawn one, doesn't that sort of block in your knight?
He
or
doesn't
not
have to push
the-
that pawn.
Yeah.
He could.
That
Actually,
was the
attacks
one
black
reason why I
with
was
their
Then
going
I have,
knight
like,
a4.
I have
Andre, I
stuff
agree.
like bishop e.
I think knight
E6, right?
knight g5 is a no-brainer here,
Bishop a6.
depending on what Dreamer does.
Yeah, that does look sort of good. That's
And then his like, I guess his c pawn.
Dreamer's
will-
thinking a lot here.
yeah, that's also true.
Interesting. Wow.
Does my opportunity arise?
Okay, hold on.
No.
Shit's getting
Dang, so he
spicy
sort of
right
covered
now.
what I wanted now.
Oh, knight g5
Uh,
on the top board looks so good to me.
Yeah, we have to play relative.
Threatens h5.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna play
Super strong
knight
outpost.
g4.
He means knight
G4.
g5. You mean knight g5?
G5.
Just making sure. I agree with that move.
Okay, on my board, what do I do? I can. take
Dreamer's
the
got a lot to worry
bishop
about.
Check.
He might play h6 immediately,
That's
kicking
my
the knight.
best move.
The alternative, of course, to knight g5 was
Right.
actually just h5, which is super strong.
Unless I want to go
h5,
like,
Yeah,
questioning
I
this
think that's
pawn, and
fine.
there's this bishop here, and then
Yeah.
you've got the
Okay,
queen.
so knight takes
That's pretty good.
e6 on top board.
Getting my first vaccine shot on
Alright.
Monday? Congrats, Poison.
Nice.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Knight takes e6.
Knight takes e6,
Yes.
just like that.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay.
Got my first one 2 weeks ago. Yeah, knight plus wins another piece.
So here after queen takes.
Oh, knight check. Yeah, yeah.
I can take his bishop after this, right? And everything's fine with that.
Yeah.
parallel
yeah,
knight
that's
takes
actually
bishop, yeah.
great.
That's what
Yeah.
Enrique's talking
And then
about.
actually, that's a fork on his queen. If he takes with the queen.
Mhm.
That's actually epic.
What he's saying is, if the queen takes here,
So
if he-
he,
then
if he
knight
takes with the
capturing this bishop
pawn,
here,
then
it's a fork.
what can we
Knight
do
can
there?
parallel take bishop.
I mean, you can still take the
I
bishop,
can
right?
still take
Exactly.
the bishop.
No, that's the
That
that's
looks
the
bad
idea.
for him.
Yeah.
That's
Well, it
So
depends on-
why you
he
play
plays
knight
the best
g5, right?
move,
You play
and
knight
he
g5
plays,
explicitly to attack this,
Uh,
and then you prevent him from doing anything about it with
Pawn
this
takes.
check,
Pawn takes.
which also captures a piece.
actually,
He
he could.
Took with the
Yeah,
pawn
so
because
he could also
because
defend and
Dreamer's good
parallel
at the
his queen,
game.
but I don't think he will.
Um,
As
but
so here,
I think
if
that
I take
probably
the
he's
bishop.
gonna. That's exactly
Okay,
what I thought
he
Dreamer was
does
gonna do. That's
defend
the right move.
Bishop.
Okay.
This
he
is getting
defends the bishop.
spicy. This is
He's
good.
attacking my f pawn.
This is good. This is good.
The
Look at
F1
this.
Yeah. I'm sort of wanting to go queen. It's too defended.
Yeah, Queen f6
maybe.
was the right.
I'm
Dreamer's
sort
so
of wanting to go
profesh.
queen.
Dreamer is
G4
a-
at least I'm
Yeah,
considering.
that's what I was
Consummate
thinking.
pro. That's why he's the
But then
boss
my
right
f
now.
pawn gets a little bit undefended.
I think
Which is
probably capturing here is what you want to do
Yeah,
anyway.
although I do
in
defend.
parallel. You're up
It
material.
does get scary
Um,
if he decides to travel eventually. I think you go for
You're
it.
up material. You
Low
wanna
on
you wanna.
time, so.
That's what you want to do, especially when you're low on time, right? You want to trade off pieces.
Unless you want to like parallel travel your bishop or something to threaten his queen. I don't think that makes sense.
Queen f3 looks strong. Oh, on the top
Okay,
board.
queen.
That's scary,
Do I
Andre.
do that?
Yeah,
think
yeah.
you're
I
right.
think you do it.
I'm thinking queen f3 now.
Queen
They
F3.
see it.
Yeah, that works too.
Okay, queen
Wow.
f3.
Queen f3
My
upstairs.
board- Yeah. Shoot, what do I do?
It's turning
what
out
do
to
you
be a
do?
great
Okay.
game, actually. Now that it's getting down to the wire. Look at the clock, by the way, guys.
Yeah,
Yes. Actually, now if you take the g pawn, doesn't he have a major threat? Oh, you can't get your queen out well. If your queen can travel onto the g pawn, that
yeah.
try.
Okay, so bishop take G pawn.
The only problem is I'm not sure you're gonna get there.
Do
But
you
we have a
find
minute,
strength?
so
Do you
Go,
want
go,
that?
go.
Bishop takes
Yes,
g-pawn?
Yep.
yes.
go. Okay, so if he takes the h pawn,
Working together
the
one board at
question
a
is
time,
how
so
does
this
your
play.
queen get to threaten that
I don't know.
g pawn again through time travel?
I hear what you're
'Cause
saying,
If it does, then you can.
but
if his
doing it the
queen
other way is
moves, or
hard too.
If anything, you could also like parallel travel your queen if he doesn't trade you.
True. Maybe parallel travel the queen
Queen takes g6.
from my board onto, say, like g3, and then if
Yes.
he takes with his queen,
He can always do
then
that,
you take with your queen, and we do a travel.
but that's dangerous too.
It looks a little slow, but
Yeah.
I guess it does send mate. So actually,
The
no,
only
it
problem
doesn't,
is he
'cause
could
his queen.
Actually, what?
His queen and bishop defend parallel, but if you do check enough time, then
Actually, that's
It
almost.
depends on
really
how far
dangerous.
back that is.
If the queen, if the queen
uh,
moves on the top board, then
could
it's
take his
almost
queen,
mate in one
And
because
you could
e6
do something
isn't defended.
threatening, and then I could
Knight
parallel
takes
travel and take
e6
the bishop.
is only defended
right?
by the queen on the bottom
Um,
board, so it's not
we
made
don't
in
have any
one,
threat.
but Andre sees it. So
True.
actually, there are
you could
dangerous
check him with
tic-tacs
your
here.
knight.
But if he took with
Check
queen,
him with the knight.
there are mating nets, I think.
Actually, well, why don't you just take the bishop this
Under a
turn?
minute now.
Okay. If I take the bishop this turn, sure,
Queen-
I'll take the
queen
bishop this
parallel-
turn.
You're gonna take the bishop on the bottom board
Is
with
it
the
fine?
knight?
Yep.
Done.
Cool.
Yeah, here after
Okay.
queen takes, I think.
Threatens weird travel, so the knight
Uh,
can take on e6
Is there anything
later.
I can do with the e6 pawn there? I don't think so. Is there anything I can do
I don't know if I agree, but they were low on time, so it's hard to say.
after this? Do you maybe want to play?
The thing is, it forces
Oh,
the
no.
queen off of
He's
there,
probably
but
gonna trade
then
the queens
they
here.
don't have the knight to attack e6
No,
anymore.
I think he retakes your knight with this.
You can't discuss anymore.
Maybe.
Yeah, they have to blitz out moves.
And then you can go like something like
Queen travel onto
Loses by
G3, and then we
clock
go for
probably.
the
Too
travel
early
if
to
that's
say that.
ready.
or queen.
Actually, it might have to be G.
Q takes
Uh,
What about
G7.
queen
Four,
H3?
right?
I think
G4,
queen takes G7 is
G4
almost
on
only
your board.
move.
Does G4?
But there's also a fossil onto
G4
the
might
queen
catch up into parallel too quick.
from the
Wait,
rook
no.
on
I
F8.
think that's fine.
So
Queen G4,
kinda
and then we
spooky.
travel onto the board that was just there, which takes that.
Yeah. Or
Yeah,
or
the thing is it
we-
undefends.
We're threatening mate, right?
So actually, they
Onto,
threaten mate. If queen
Onto
recaptures,
on the E pawn,
and then
right?
they play queen G4 on the top timeline, threatening to go to E6.
When?
Like on the board after the
I didn't
queen
practice.
moves.
Yes.
If I
That
get
threatens mate. Actually, what you want to do here? Okay, here's what I think.
Sort of. Wait.
think-
how?
Queen takes here.
Like queen
You
queen takes
check
G,
with bishop takes
E6 is mate,
G6.
right? On the top. Board.
And then you play queen G4, and then you
Isn't
travel
that
2 turns
defended
to
by
the
the queen,
past.
Yeah,
and
no,
it-
I mean if he takes with this queen.
Diagonal mates.
But then how would my
king in the past
what would get over
upstairs.
to take E6?
You can still block on F5. No. You have an intervening
Okay.
check there. I think.
So queen parallel travel to.
Actually, it's a problem because the
G4 's
queen will
move
parallel.
here, right?
No. I think queen.
Yeah, the bishop check will make it
Queen-
not possible.
queen
Bishop checks the
G4
key,
on-
but
on
you have to
your
be
board,
careful because
top
the
board.
the queen
Better.
could take back.
Queen G4 on top board.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Queen G4 on top board.
Not much time. Queen G4 top. Okay.
Okay.
But knight.
You can't spend too much
Knight-
time here.
Knight B5.
Knight B5. Knight B5 is played.
So what's the plan with Queen G4 there?
You're threatening. Mate,
I think
right?
Queen G4 was too close.
Yes.
You are
Okay,
threatening
I got
2D
it.
mate, but you have to be able to check
Um,
on the bottom board as well because
But
the
then
queen.
I don't think
on
I am 'cause the
D6.
parallel queen.
Yes, parallel. So then
Yeah.
he just has to make sure he doesn't get checked.
Queen on D6 at the
Yes.
bottom. I mean, it's Dreamer's in
Yeah.
trouble. Right move. That's the
Okay,
right
so he
move.
blocks it like that.
But they could still travel.
Do I
but
take the
it's
rook?
not.
'Cause
They
isn't-
should have.
He
They
takes
missed
his E
the.
pawn.
They missed the opportunity.
I'm really thinking queen.
All right, guys, don't think too long. 20 seconds.
Bishop
don't-
takes.
I don't want you guys to
F5.
flag. All right, bishop takes F5.
Okay, queen E2.
Queen E2.
Yeah,
Done.
submit.
All right, so you got 10 seconds of delay. I would suggest that you don't spend any more actual time.
Yeah.
So really be ready to lock in suboptimal moves if it
Okay,
needs
so
not flagging.
Mage, you focus on your board. I'll focus on mine. Just
That's a good
keep on
strategy.
checking from time to time.
All right, here we go.
So
Uh,
A4 on my board.
Queen where?
A4.
Queen G5.
A4.
What?
Pawn
A4?
A4.
Oh, pawn
yeah.
A4. Yeah, okay, sorry. Upstairs.
Queen
Quick.
G5.
Queen G5, okay. Sorry, I heard Queen A4. That's on me, guys. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Good. Oh wait, did we have mate?
Let me know what you're thinking ahead of time so I'm not...
Yeah. Okay.
Top board, we're thinking of travel, right?
Travel where?
2 boards back.
I'll zoom out. Okay, bishop out.
Up to like E.
Okay.
Should I just do it?
Yeah, do it.
Okay.
No.
Queen time travels back 2 onto
Yeah,
E.
to E. Yeah, E2. Yeah.
E7?
Yeah, E7.
Hope you meant E7. Okay. All right, now.
Bishop takes rook.
Bishop takes rook. Yep.
Okay. Bishop takes rook happened.
Oh shoot, he has mate.
He does
on my
where?
board.
Oh yes. Yes, he
queen,
does.
queen 2 turns back. On my board. Onto the rook.
Yes. You can maybe defend that. I don't know.
I don't have any check.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
you have-
Queen. Take queen. Queen takes the pawn on your board as a check, and then my board. Queen goes.
Queen takes which pawn?
Queen
Yeah,
G5.
Queen, yeah,
Queen G5.
queen G5.
Queen here?
On my board, Queen G5,
Ugh,
and then.
Did you mean what?
Rip.
Queen G5 was not an opportunity. Oh, Queen G5
on-
here.
Queen G5
Yeah.
there, and I think Right and Wrong wanted to check on his board.
Okay, in that
on,
case, I think that I may
G5.
have thrown the game for you.
Maybe.
I'll get.
Which we'll see. We'll see how this ends. Hopefully.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Oh my god. On my board, Mage was talking about the other one. All right, okay.
Yes, on my.
I think that
on
I
my
lost the
side.
game.
I think we might have had mate.
Did you
there.
have mate there? If you had mate there, then you guys won. So let's figure this out. Okay. If you had Queen G5
Queen
here,
G5.
And then check with the queen. And then Queen B5.
and then Queen B5 check here.
Yes.
That definitely checked back there. Did he have a defense from up there? He would have to travel.
Yes.
Oh, this was actually my worst nightmare from the very beginning of this game. Is for this to happen. All right, so Dreamer, now that you're back with us, I actually fucked up by playing the wrong move on their turn because it was like 1 second left and I wanted to make a move so that the game wasn't over and I didn't understand what moves they wanted to make. So what was going to happen, which in retrospect is more obvious, I've already understood that. Yeah. How can you not play Queen G5 there? All right, calm down. All right, I reject chat's shit. All right, I'm not taking any of that. So Queen G5 up here, and then Bishop B5 on the other board, and then Dreamer had to travel, right?
Queen, yeah,
What
Queen
is
B.
what's the best way to resolve this? Is what I'm wondering.
Mage just left.
Is there a Dreamer? What would you have done?
Oh, can you invite Mage back to the call?
Yeah, I gotta invite Mage back to the call because he left. Okay. So what do we do in this situation? Narik, help me out.
Oh,
Yeah, what would Dreamer have done? Is there
I'm trouble.
Is there a
No, we have to
defense?
handle it.
He has to travel on the top board.
Yeah,
Yes.
but is there a
And he
defense?
doesn't have a queen.
Yeah, I almost want to like replay this with like 10 seconds on the clock. But it's just-
We can replay this with like very little time on the clock. But from what I see, because it's the board upstairs won't really be able to influence this board meaningfully, right? If Queen G5 happens here, and the check happens here.
So a knight can't take it. A bishop travel can happen.
A bishop
And
can only
there's-
take it from
They can't.
Can you
a
get
bishop.
notation?
A bishop can't take it because actually all of the paths, like because E6 is blocked here, and
Bishop could capture if it
F7
gets on the.
and G7 is blocked there, so actually it
E6.
can't.
Actually, what travels does that bishop even have?
That bishop
And the knight too
bishop
probably
can-
doesn't get back far.
Knight can go back 2 turns. Bishop can also go back 2 turns, but that's all. Queen on the middle board has to be taken also. Yeah, no. It's actually just mate, right? There's no way that
No.
these pieces can reach that
There's
Queen
a
on
pawn
G5.
right there. Wait, what?
What?
What? Where's the pawn?
In the middle board, you retake with check. You take the pawn with check. There's another pawn there just to retake.
No. Yeah,
No,
that happens,
the
but
move
you
was
can't
Queen
access
G5.
the G5 with the queen from the middle board.
Oh,
Is the point?
okay, yeah, you can.
Yeah, and you can't access it from here because you have to. So that's actually mate.
I mean, you could have made it before then.
Knight
And I
on
wouldn't say that's
D7
completely
can
impossible.
time travel 2 turns back. Of course it can, but none of the pieces here
They
can
need
recapture.
to,
Also, if you go
We
from
literally have a
this,
mate
if you
goes
go
two
back
turns
2
back.
turns back, right? Then look at this board.
up.
Okay, there's like a mate here.
I don't think that's a mate. But Queen.
Wait,
Queen
can you
G5.
explain why bishop takes e6 isn't mate after the time travel?
Oh, my bad. No, sorry. I didn't think of the new board. That
Yeah,
appeared.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's obvious, like, you look for checks in this position, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Can you get
Yeah,
the
and-
5D PGN notation?
Yeah, I can do that. Let's grab here.
We have to
And-
go.
Okay.
Let me open up
You have
the
to go right and wrong.
5D PGN recorder.
I mean, I could stay for 5 more minutes.
Okay,
Ah,
five more minutes is good. Let me initialize. Okay, and then let's hit the finish game button. Okay, I've got a 5D PGN here. I'll paste it into. Let's do like streamer matches text on the Discord. There we go. And I'll import this into chess in 5D. And then we can very quickly recreate. Just to confirm that that was mate. Let's
Erase the last position.
match analyzer, variant standard. Let's capture my screen. Import this game.
Does chess in 5D have 2 timelines?
Oh, right. It
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
standard. It was 2 timelines, wasn't it? Oh man. Okay.
Uh,
That explains why chess in 5D doesn't know what's going on right now. Does it have 2 timelines?
I
Oops.
don't believe it does. Actually,
It has defend upon half reflected princess in turn 0. Of course it does. Okay, fantastic. All right.
I would like to hear any of your thoughts on this as an event.
I thought it was
Give us
fun.
40 minutes.
Yeah. When we were originally prepping, I thought it would be 40 minutes because 20 minutes just seemed like, for our coordination, you know?
That was pretty
like-
rough.
Yeah. And I felt bad for Samet because like he's here trying to take in our hurried requests of queen g5 queen like right and wrong saying a queen move, I'm saying a queen move, there's 5 seconds on the clock, and
Yeah, in retrospect, I could have figured it out. Probably better.
I don't blame you with the pressure and the like there's 5 seconds on the clock and you're hearing both of us talk.
Well, I
Yeah,
appreciate your understanding. Let's get back to the position. Let's get back to the position. E3. Oh my god, this is actually like my worst nightmare. Oh,
E3,
it
E3.
thinks that this is -1 instead of
Oh, that's
instead
interesting.
of -0. So it's gonna be a real pain in the ass to read this notation. Okay, so there was knight f6, knight f6. There was queen f3 on the bottom board, right?
Yep.
And then d5.
Knight f3 top.
Sorry, knight f3 on the top. And then there was d5. Was it d5 on the bottom board, right?
Yep. c6 on top.
And then c6 on top. There was h3 on the bottom board, and
b3.
b3 on the top board. Okay. There was e6 on the top board, and c6 on the bottom board. There was... Where are we now? Okay. There was b3 on the bottom board and Frappuccino on the top board. There was bishop e6 on the bottom board, and d6 on the top board, right? And that was like weird. Gee, this is... I am getting so sweaty trying to read this 5D PGN. It is killing me. Okay, Frappuccino on the bottom board. I feel so frantic. Knight bd7 was on the bottom board. And then queen e7 was on the top board. Bishop d3 happened on the bottom board. And bishop d3 happened on the top board. That one's easy. Queen c7 happened here. E5 happened here. Right. Okay. Bishop e4 happened up here. Bishop e4. And then,
I think.
yeah,
wait.
bishop e5 happened here.
Oh, no, that wasn't it, right?
No,
I
no, no,
think
no,
it
no.
was
Hold on.
knight
Sorry.
e4.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I skipped a line. My apologies. 94, 92. Right. 94, 92. And then he up here took 94, and down here he
95.
played knight e5. And then you guys took this knight and that knight, and they defended each other. And here he played queen d7 and g6, preparing a frappuccino. Okay, knight c3 was played. Knight c3 was played down here, and queen e2 was played up here. Okay, bishop g7 was played up here, the frappuccino, and then rook c8 was played here. Knight f4 was played on this board, and bishop c3 was played here. Yes, and then bishop e6 was played on this board, and g6 was played down here. Yeah, okay, this one's easy because it's bishop takes the bishop. Okay, and then up here we had f takes e6, and then on the other one we had the bishop frappuccino. Okay, where are we now? Here. Okay, now up here we had h4, and down here we had rook c1. Up here we had knight d7, and down here we had queen d6. Up here we had knight g5. Yes, and down here we had knight e6. Right, we had this trade here. Knight e6. And then here we had f takes e6, and up here we had queen f6, which was the right play. Here we had queen... No, we had queen f3 on this board. I remember this. And then bishop g6 takes here. Okay, here we had h takes g6 and rook f8. Let me make sure that that's true. Yes, rook f8. Okay, here we had a knight travel.
Yeah, knight takes bishop.
We had knight takes bishop here, which makes a lot of sense. Knight takes bishop. Now we're all the way up here. Yep. And then we had queen recaptures, like so. Then we had up here queen g4, and here we had knight b5. Right?
Yeah.
Up here we had rook f5.
Pawn takes knight.
And obviously pawn takes knight. Okay, here we had bishop f5 and queen e2, threatening the mate there. We had up here...
Hold on, I had mate there. No?
Well, okay, so here the
Oh wait, no.
e pawn recaptures, and a7 to a6, like that, so no. Here a4 was played, putting pressure on the b5 pawn. Here queen g5 was played. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Queen g5 was played. Here bishop f6 was played, and queen a3, threatening the mate. All right, we're getting close to it now. Here,
Yes, queen travels back.
queen travels to e7 happened. Queen travels to e7. Yes. Right? King e8 takes e7, basically only move. Here,
Bishop takes rook.
bishop takes rook, of course. And this happens. Okay,
Yeah.
now here is where I mixed up the moves, and this is what's done, right? Okay,
Yep.
Yes.
Dreamer. All right, he already just said he has to
He's
leave
gone.
first 2D tournament. Okay, that's fine. Wow, not how I would have wanted this to end, but okay, we can figure it out. Like, cause it's a question of mathematics, right? Okay, here are his travels. These are like his only options. He can either go 2 turns in the past with this bishop, but then
because-
you have immediate mate, right?
Yeah, I think so.
If the bishop travels to this board. Okay, if the bishop travels to this board, then you have a check, so it's irrelevant, right?
I don't even think you can travel there.
If
Can
you
I
The
travel
only
there?
good travel is the
if you
knight
travel
L1.
if you travel to this board, then the queen can deliver check to the king, so it doesn't matter, right?
Knight 2 back blocking mate.
Yeah, so knight 2 back doesn't block mate. What do you mean?
You can get 2 checks. So
Yeah, knight 2 back. So here's
and
the
it's
thing.
also
No matter where this knight
parallel.
goes, you know, because it goes up here, right? This bishop checks this king down here.
Yeah.
And what if something recaptures, then the queen delivers that check instead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to
So
go one
the
time,
only
one
other
time.
option is this knight goes down here, right? So
Right.
the knight can't go to this board because no matter where this knight goes, bishop takes here's check, and then after recaptures with knight, which is the only way that you don't immediately lose, so like knight here or here has to happen, then you capture with queen, and it's still check because again, e7 is unoccupied on minus 0L, so it's always the queen and bishop on minus 1L on e6 will always be checking the e8 king down here.
Wait. Look at
So
the knight.
the knight can
Back
go
to-
here. It's like the only option, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now it becomes a question of, is it possible to get a piece from that board or from another timeline that he can create, because he's still got timeline priority, to reach this queen? Which is an interesting question. Here's the thing. Because there's a pawn, there is a piece on f6 here and on g6 here, there can't be a diagonal from here or a triagonal from here that sees this queen, right? The
There's
only ways
straight
that you
line,
can
huh?
get it is from on that square, like having a queen be on g5. Realistically, that's like from up here, one of these boards. That's the only way that you can recapture this queen, right? He could mate earlier, maybe. No, he can't. He can't mate.
There is a good threat here, which is queen a3, since that was already a threat. But you, having seen that earlier, I think we probably would have blocked.
No,
that
you only
in
have
some
2
way.
turns. It doesn't work. Like there's no
Another secondary travel after queen a3, like
where?
paralleling down to the rook.
It goes to,
actually,
from there,
yeah.
queens can travel further back, or a question of can he mate earlier?
Yeah.
Because
that
white
looks
has no
like mate.
travels on L0 or L1.
Yes. So, but it's still,
Explain
of
to me.
course, it's still our turn, so you still have the ability to block that. But queen traveling to, if queen moves to a3, if
Mhm.
like saying we do nothing, queen moves to a3, and then parallels down quadragonally onto the rook.
Oh, onto the rook down here.
Yeah.
Parallels to the rook there, but that's defended by the rook here.
No, because if it's quadragonally, then it's not.
Oh, quadragonally.
It depends on whether you can get that quadragonal, of course.
I think you-
You might be
can, 'cause
right
if-
there.
I don't
But-
think you can block that. I think it mates on another board.
You might be right there.
You could. What do you mean?
I was really hoping that wouldn't be true.
It does a triagonal 2 boards up after they travel to take.
No, here.
knight.
What if we just play like?
If you play
I
like
just-
rook d1,
Thank you.
it possibly blocks that though.
Just play it out. Play it out.
Sorry, say that one more time.
and make the board all over again.
All right, so we,
Uh,
we agree that this is the only travel that black has, right?
Yes.
Okay. I locked it in. All right. So now,
Queen takes b5.
Queen takes. If queen takes b5, then
We have a check, right? Next turn.
yeah, but
next
he can.
turn you have a check.
Oh, next turn you do
Uh,
have a check.
But then it shouldn't matter because as long as we get a check, then everything. So
Oh
unless
yeah,
he
he doesn't
travels on
travel
that
this
spot-
turn. He travels the next turn.
Yes.
So okay, there's no after queen takes b5. Can he travel immediately? If he cannot enable a travel and prevent this from being a check. So actually, black can't do that.
There might be another travel which allows for some sort of thing because you can go a little.
So you have to look at queen travels. So the move that is played here has to prevent queen check the king here.
Or it has
Not
to be
immediately.
travel.
It could travel now. Travel now.
Or travel now.
check.
So what are the travels? And those travels have to mate. Right? Let's look at this queen's travels.
Yeah.
Lead to me.
Travel this turn. And then he doesn't have a second travel, by the way.
Yeah, he only has one. I have to go.
Okay, so
sorry.
let's eliminate these. All right. Thanks for playing it out right and wrong. I appreciate it. We'll debrief after this. Tentatively, congratulations on winning the boss fight ? I apologize for fucking this up,
It's all good.
but this is the reality that we live in. All right, I'll
Thanks
catch
for
you
playing
later.
right and wrong.
Thank you so much. This was really fun.
Bye.
All right, catch you later. Okay. Oh my god, this is my worst nightmare. Okay, here's the thing. Travel to this board is impossible because there's an immediate check on the board. Travel to this board is impossible because there's an immediate check on the board. Travel to this board is impossible. Travel to this board is impossible because there's an immediate check on the board. That only leaves for this queen 2 travels. There's a check on this board, but you know there are more turns in the meantime, so it's hard to say. It can't travel to this board because there is... Oh, but actually this is blocked here. So a travel to this board is possible in principle. But there's no... How many turns is there to mate?
There's still probably 2 checks there though. Bishop takes the G pawn and then queen takes the G pawn.
You nailed it.
And if
There are 2
something-
checks. Yeah.
Yeah.
This board doesn't work because there are 2 checks and this doesn't check. Okay. Yes. That leaves this board. Fantastic. Okay. That leaves this board, doesn't it?
Of which there are 4 travels. You can get 3 queens.
Okay, whatever the travel here, immediately you take a queen with check. Right?
Yes. What are the other queen travels? Like the other queen on the board that you're on?
Well, I wanted to work through one queen at a time
Oh, okay.
so that we're not too confused. Okay. Let's say that a queen travels to here. This looks dangerous, right? You have an immediate check, and then you need to buy 2 more turns. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Here, check, something happens. Okay, and then that gives you the opportunity to play rook d1.
Yes. Potentially. Seems like a decent move.
I mean, if I had to put money on it, there's nothing that black can do here, but I can't prove that mathematically. But let's check out the other queen to see if there's anything. Okay, so same goes. This board and this board and this board and this board are all useless.
I mean, maybe you don't even have to play.
Here
rook
you've
d1
got 1
because
check,
There
right?
isn't a travel.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you
Yeah,
know.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
nothing, probably. If they do a travel here, they have to mate on that singular timeline or through the parallel boards. there's no more travels, which makes it
Yeah.
really tough.
Yeah. Yeah. Queen takes knight is a parallel check. Which queen takes knight? Which queen takes knight? Okay, so the only other travels... Well, okay, there are knight travels. Well, this knight is pinned, so there aren't, but... There are knight travels, but only to this board, and there are 2 checks on that board, so it doesn't work. Knight travels to here.
Even if there's 2
Also
checks
don't
on that board, it's further back, right?
Oh,
For the knight move.
yes, it's true.
I don't think that's a good one because there's no queens on there, and if you're gonna be trying to mate there, then I don't see what you
Oh, no,
have.
there's check here and mate, actually.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they could maybe move up their king like a Chad, but
That's true.
I think that's.
But
still
they're
going
not. But
to
they're
end
not
up
gonna
in a
mate from that board. It's not possible.
No, they're not.
It's not gonna. If he travels to the furthest board, then knight takes queen and queen takes knight and it checks. Queen takes knight checks? What? Hold on. Wait, what? If he travels to the furthest board with this queen? Where did I say? It was with this queen, right? This queen to here. And then queen takes... Knight takes queen, check. And then queen takes knight is a parallel check? What? How? What are you smoking, Andre? Unless I'm misunderstanding.
It's probably a misunderstanding.
Knight takes queen, and then queen takes knight. There's only one queen takes knight on that board, and that's check? Oh, he's saying that queen takes f6. What is that check? Oh, white queen takes black knight. That checks what king? But it doesn't check. King on e7. There's a king on
Isn't the
e7?
board getting created
Yeah.
far
Look
up.
at the bottom timeline.
Yeah, but the board is up here because it's a black travel. Okay, Andre got confused.
Okay.
All right.
I got confused too.
Okay.
I will say this is not really a way to determine the winner. Like we have no idea what's gonna happen with 10 seconds on
I
the
know.
clock. But like it's our fuck up. We should give them like the honorary win for this.
It is my fuck up. The moves that they wanted. Okay, I mean, this is no way to determine a victor simultaneously. Practically speaking, like, I think that white wins here 10,000 times out of 10,000 times.
Well, they had to find queen b5 basically, or
No, they said queen
Uh,
b5. I didn't put it in.
No,
after their.
I'm pretty
top
sure trying to get a check there, no matter what, and like, yeah, trying to get a check there seems to be the obvious thing.
Yeah.
I mean, putting something in a place where it can maybe get like a quadrigonal or something, it just seems good. I'm guessing that's what would have been played, though I can't say for certain.
Well, the problem
and we did
is
only have 20 seconds.
Yeah, what with 10 seconds or whatever, like the onus is on black, and on every single one of these boards, there's an obvious check or 2 checks for white. I just don't understand. I just don't understand what chance black possibly has. Like it's harder in that position to play as black, and we're looking at it like post-mortem, and like none of these travels actually work.
I think
Man,
if white were to
if I-
lose, it'd just
if
be
I could
because
time
of
travel.
time.
Feels bad. Yeah, it'd be because I flagged again.
Whoever said that Samet would flag was ironically
I know.
right.
I know.
I'm
Well,
not trying
I
to,
didn't
like,
flag
be rude about
actually,
that, but-
so we lost on the board. So take that, Semet flaggers. Okay, yeah. Romad's talking about Queen E5, Queen G5, and he's freaking the fuck out. So let's look at his line. Where's their Queen E5? Where's Queen E5? What? Queen E5 where? You can't just yell at me forever. to say queen e5, queen g5, and not explain what the fuck you're talking about. So he's saying queen e5 here, and then queen g5 travel, but after queen e5 here, you take with check, so what the fuck are you talking about? Queen g7 travels to e5, okay, thank you. So, takes here, and then the g7 queen travels to e5 here, all right? So then you take here with check. Yeah. Okay, and then what do you do? And then what do you do? And then queen from e5 tries to defend from g5. I see what you're saying. The only problem with that is that you can't, like, as white, you can just defend g5. Okay, so check happens first, and then retake the check happens, right? And there's a queen on e5 here, okay? So then, as white, you just play like queen g4. You can like blitz this out, you know, because you know that the only way to recapture, you know that the only thing that you're trying to do is prevent this queen from being recaptured, right? And so it's not like, realistically, there's no way that that e5 queen is getting to g5. It's just not happening. Like, I know in principle it's, oh well, you know, it's non-trivial. Realistically I disagree. Maybe it's easy for me to say that. Because I'm just
I forget,
trying to
how
defend
much
this
time
position.
did Dreamer have at the end of that?
You have one more turn, like queen g4.
He
Queen
was very
g4
low
can be
as well.
taken by knight. I guess you're right. 50 seconds.
I don't think h4. I mean, the more time, you just have to put pieces on there to keep defending. As long as they can't get it on there on that turn, you're fine.
Yeah, even if you play queen here, then like after knight takes, you know, you can still defend. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, after
can play
knight takes, you
h4.
push up h4. If the rook takes h4, you push up the f pawn too. Because all you're doing is biding time. They can't get another
submit
travel.
the line
so
and
as
look
long
for
as-
if there's an easy way for white to prevent the queen to go to g5. Okay. Let's humor Romad here. This queen immediately travels to e5 on this board. All right, so no one's going to disagree. I mean, we're arguing that you blitz this out. Something has to retake. You want to get to g5 with this queen, so you recapture with the pawn. I don't think that that's crazy, right? I mean, I would immediately threaten this queen and also defend g5. Like, this is what I would blitz out. But Mage, what would you blitz out in this position? Hey, GHXX, welcome. We're cleaning up
probably-
after a shit show here.
Probably h4.
You would have blitzed out h4?
Yeah, just to prevent the queen from going where
Can you zoom out a little?
it could.
At your service. How many turns are left? 1. Precisely 1 turn is left, and it's white's move on this board. So white is going to deliver check here. Yeah, then it's lost. Yeah, I mean, not to mention that this is you know, that there's like a capture check up here as well. Like, you can check this queen. You can check on this board with this queen. So, or he can travel on L-1. What do you... Yeah. If this is what you meant. It's lost, man. It's lost. H4 happens here. Yeah, white, I mean. Yeah. This queen can also, like, capture this knight as soon as black makes a move. Like, if black makes any move... I mean, I don't know what move you make, because you literally can't get to G5. Let's say that you take to try to get to G5 or whatever. I don't know. Then this happens. You know? There's absolutely zero way. Hey, Sonoy. Okay, I guess I lost 10,000 points. Yeah. No, it's 100%. It's 100% lost. Should have banned a word instead.
So, Sumet, you would agree that I had a special boss slayer role prepared? You think they deserve it?
I 100% think that they deserve it. Is anyone in chat, like, honestly challenge, like, if I am opening the floor for public challenges to the decision that these two have successfully slain the boss? Dream is gonna come say it's a scam no matter what, so I'm ignoring his opinion.
I was thinking as soon as that happened that the first thing Dreamer would say is like if or like after looking at this again, thinking, oh, it's a scam.
Oh
Actually,
man,
regardless of who won, he would have said it was a scam.
I agree. I also just can't believe this has happened. Doctor What is now following. I agree with your sentiment. Welcome to the channel. Hope you enjoy. Thank you so much for the support. Welcome, welcome, welcome, Doctor What. I think it's a scam no matter what. Ban Exile before he reviews my game. Dr. What says, hey, how's it going? Rip my points. Okay, so no challenges. Oh, I should make a prediction. You have 1 minute to challenge. Or start a poll, rather. New poll. Do you have a challenge? Yes? No? Alright. You have 1 minute to come forward with a challenge. And if Dreamer wants to come in and challenge, then he's got 1 minute to do so as well. Rip my points. See, Romad accepts, and he's got skin on the line, so... I can't believe I fucked that up.
I can't blame you. Like I said, like I'd do the exact same
No,
thing.
I know, you're being generous. Like, it's obvious, too, you know, that those are the moves. I was
mean,
just,
yeah,
like,
it
trying
was
to
sorta
look at the
obvious,
board
but-
and hear what you were saying instead of, like the action that I was doing was attempting to decipher your words, which I did poorly, rather than look at the board and try to think of what the obvious move is, which is obviously that, right? You were talking about it, you were setting up for it. Yeah, I fucked up. But, yeah.
I mean, surprisingly, you didn't make any other wrong moves throughout the whole game, even though there was also
Dude, I was
considerable
so
time pressure there.
focused. That was like my one job. I was like, just don't fuck it up. Just be, you know.
I mean, you're hosting a stream as well, so.
Yeah. Well, thank you for understanding. In any case, I think you guys won. All right, the poll. There's a lot of no's. Were there any yeses? View results. Wow, this is like a really shitty interface. Okay, 0 yeses. All right. Okay. In light of this analysis, I officially decree with the power vested in me, and I hope that this will be, you know, co-signed by Narik, who's the event organizer. Mage and Right and Wrong have successfully conquered the first inaugural boss battle of the 5D Chess League. So, round of applause. Very well done. You have full shit-talking Dreamer rights. I believe that you get a special role on the Discord server of Boss Slayer, which is fantastic. And just tell me what's going through your mind, Mage, with all of the, all of the, you know, scamming and drama aside.
Well, I'm happy to have made that, made it out of that, with a good position. And also, I feel like, having the Boss Slayer role is now just going to be tempting Dreamer to play me more often and steal my elo, so.
True. Oh yeah, he's actually going to be super salty. He's going to be like really upset that we scammed him. Let's
no.
not forget Samet, who did the impossible here today. He flagged while the heroes won. That, you know what? That's on me. I get the official boss flagger title, or hero flagger, whatever it is. Wow. And you know what? This is the silver lining for me dropping into Advanced League is I get to boss Slay Dreamer next season.
Ooh.
That's fantastic.
If this were to happen again, which I would recommend that it would, I'd suggest maybe Long Clock.
That's probably a good call.
Even though it might make the game a little bit longer, at least Long Clock for the 2 players. Because and if they flag, that's completely on them. You know. I mean, you could maybe even say this game is probably on us for not going faster, but.
And Narik, your response?
Yeah, my thinking is when you're playing on multiple timelines, usually cross timeline moves just aren't good because it takes up 2 tempos. Like you really can just focus on your board for the most part, and by like teaming up and thinking through every board or each individual move together, you did lose a lot of time, I feel.
Andre, that's such a good joke, by the way. sine
Uh.
squared plus cosine squared equals 1. Fucking kill. That's fantastic.
I think I've expressed this before, but I sort of disagree because like here, the points where Dreamer really like off the bat, Dreamer lost material due to a parallel time travel move, which possibly wasn't considered. A lot of the threats that happened, like me getting my knight in and removing a queen from one board to open one board to be weak, was a parallel travel. There's also like continuous threats of like one thing that I learned while playing with Right and Wrong is having a queen in the board that's between the bottom board and their timeline on D1 is good because if they get a travel onto C1, that can be deadly since there's a timeline where it just parallel checks the king immediately. So there's things like that which you have to watch out for. So that's why I had Right and Wrong play Queen F3 on the bottom board, so that if a travel was to happen onto C1, it gets blocked by the queen on D1.
Yeah, of course, there are always useful travel moves, but I do feel that is the minority of moves.
Lawnmower
I
says
feel like
maybe
it's
clock by
constant
hand.
consideration.
Clock by hand could make sense. It's kind of hard to. It's hard to do in practice. I mean, I guess I have a chess clock IRL that I can set up with delay. I guess I could because I can pause that one if I really need to. So that's an interesting idea. I don't know.
Another idea would be inputting the moves into like a text channel, and there's no confusion of what to actually play. But that could also take longer, potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish there was I wish there was a way to control clock in game. But alas. This is also unfortunate because if it was just one on board, then we could have all popped off instead of being really confused about what this means. So I feel like there was a bit of I kind of skamazed these guys out of a proper celebration, which I apologize for.
Well, the goal of this is to have fun. I think we've done that. Hope you guys enjoyed the event.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
this
was a lot more
fantastic
fun than I
idea.
thought it would be.
Yeah.
Like, I felt like it was actually like really cool because I really felt like Right and Wrong was like a teammate there. Like I was coordinating with him and I was like, okay, you got this covered. We got this covered. What do you think of this move? And that was just great.
No, that was really excellent. I think that the goal of the whole boss was for like the coordination to happen, right? Like I really think that you guys had equal credit in terms of the win, I should say. It wasn't like one person was dominating or that there was like too much redundant work or whatever. Like I think that in terms of team play, you guys did absolutely excellently. So well done. All right. Any last words before I hop off here and we move on the stream from either of you?
Well, I will say, Mage and Right and Wrong, you have your shiny boss slayer rolls, and enjoy those.
All right, let's check out those. What do those look like? Let's see.
I can't wait for Dreamer to probably like at me in the rated elo bot saying like, "Come on, Boss Slayer, let's play a game or something."
Right. Oh my God, where's Mage? I can't find Mage in the. How's this happened?
I will say this is not a fully conclusive victory, but it is the only fair resolution, I feel, considering the message.
It's conclusive to me, and anyone who thinks otherwise can at me. I will give you 100-to-1 odds that you cannot beat me out of this position as black. If I had input the correct moves. Like you can have all of my elo.
I don't know, given 30 seconds.
No, I'll have
like
30
your
seconds.
Weakness.
No, there's absolutely no chance.
Well, they had like 10 seconds at that point.
Well,
yeah.
20-second increment with it's 4
No,
timelines.
still, there's
And I
nothing.
think we had like 10 seconds when we first started that turn.
And of course, after like hour review, yeah, it's winning. But
No, still, but well,
when it
my whole
happens-
point was that, like, at no point was the question what White's moves are, right? The half hour was all looking through every single one of Black's moves, trying to find a play, and every single one had an obvious immediate move for White. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, Dreamer had like a minute or two there, and most of the good moves seemed like they were recapturing the queen. Or maybe it was trying to mate first, but I think that was all met too easily by checks.
yeah,
Um,
there's
and
just
it seemed
no
like
way.
a second travel was necessary as well, which would have increased the time increment even more.
That's true. But no, there was never, for a single travel, there was never a question of how does White get out of this, right?
Well, yes, there is.
All right, for
if
which
White
travel?
So after Black does their travel, if White does not take on B5, then they're basically losing.
If after which travel? Sorry,
After Black's first travel.
this one.
Yeah.
If White doesn't take on B5.
The
Yeah, that's
first
basically-
one.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
first
well-
travel.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, it's the only way that you check. Like, it's
Well, but I'm saying that is the only move in the position that's
Uh,
not
what
losing.
if
for
they
the most
didn't
part.
play that and say you played like Rook D1 or something? What's the move then?
Rook D1, then Queen goes to A3, travels back, and then there's a mate.
yeah. No, I wouldn't have.
Where's the mate? Because I think the knight, the rook that you move to D1 should block there, and if whatever board the queen travels to, the queen can move back to block there.
In a blitz situation, I immediately take this pawn, like 100%.
Yeah, gaining checks in a situation where you're trying to prevent them from doing something to you seems obvious. Maybe queen F3 or something just to do something threatening. That doesn't seem good. I probably wouldn't play that. Just because we knew that queen A3 was a threat there.
You want to deliver. The Black has two moves. You want to deliver checks, right? This is like the only move in the game.
And I'm saying it's not impossible for them to have missed that. It's very low time.
I wouldn't say it's impossible, definitely. But
I think that possibility is, I mean, you know, if we're making like a practical decision, right? I think that in practice, it is virtually, you know, the only realistic move, right? Everything else is going to be like an aberration. I just don't see what other move you make here when Black makes that move. But I understand what you're saying, right? Because that's not the move that was played, and so you can't say for sure. You know, I'm not like I can't like Doctor Strange play out like 10 billion possibilities and then like see how many of them Queen takes B5 doesn't happen. But I'm just saying, come on, you know.
I'm just saying it's not a walk in the park win for White. Like there is definitely ways for White to lose this after the soft.
oh yeah, definitely. If
There
White
there
isn't
are
careful
legal
here,
moves
it's
where
just-
White loses. I agree with that. I just don't think that Black can possibly get there against two people who have earned the right to play in the boss fight game. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they do have better winning chances here for sure.
Yeah.
would have been interesting to see. But yeah, I'm going to head out. Thanks for Narik for suggesting this and bringing it together, and thanks for Samet for helping stream this and
Yeah, no, my
play our
pleasure.
moves.
Good stuff. All right,
Thank you
okay.
for playing.
Thank you. Okay, well, peace.
All right.
CMH.
Peace out, guys. Okay. We're off. Wow. In some ways, I can't believe that happened like that. In other ways, I can believe that happened like that. This is real life. Prediction results: Samet lost. You're not even wrong. Okay, we're gonna rep the win for the boss slayers. choose prediction outcome. Our heroes, Mage and Right and Wrong, did win. I lost. Unfortunately, I don't have channel points to give to chat. Here we go. So who actually won? 3 people. Oh, Romad put 10K. That hurts. That hurts, Romad. Put 10K on Dreamer. Neath put 3.9 into Right and Wrong. Good stuff. Wow, we had a really even split, actually. Smet loses, yet I still lose the prediction. Sorry, Poison. GHXX says, I also made a chess clock program at some point before the game had a chess clock. Oh, word. And you can edit the chess clock times in memory. All right, doing that live under time pressure might even be harder than not flagging. So I don't know. You can let doubters ban a word as compensation. Is that how we're playing this? Fiend cry. Sonoy's here. Sonoy says, did something else happen today except the Andre game and the boss battle? No, we played one half of my league match against Andre. It is now incredibly excruciatingly hot in this room, by the way. We all know what word. Yeah. Is that what we do? Do I give chat a free ban award? For the doubters? I do feel bad for fucking up. But is it an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind? Well, it's automated, obviously. Man. All right, I'll give the doubters one free banned word. Who's it? It was Poison, and it was Romad, and one other person, right? If you guys can agree on a word, then I'll ban it for the rest of stream. Who else was a doubter here? Romad, Crazy. It was Romad, Crazy, and Poison. All right. Only one move missed in such a wild format. You did great. Aw, thanks so much, Tariq. I appreciate it. I mean, I feel kind of bad if you'll be distracted during our game. Well, don't feel bad. It was all just for fun anyways. No, okay, that's fair. All right, you guys are nice and understanding. I'll try not to take it on myself. What words were banned in the past? You won't get it from me, Poison. You'll have to get it from the others. Okay, I'm gonna blast my AC because I'm dying. I'll be right back. Also, let's take a quick bathroom break. Why not? BRB. Okay. We're back. Man, it's still so hot. Oh, I don't want to turn off this AC. Fuck. Alright. Let's turn this off. I've got a cold beverage. Hopefully that'll keep me solid. I won't melt. Alright. Hey, stream. We're back. Thanks for sticking around. Alright. Chat's deciding what moves to ban. Or, what words to ban? Sorry, Freudian slip. Maybe move's a good word. I think we should ban move. Wow. But I'm open to suggestions. Ban exile. I vote take. Agreed crazy. Yeah, overall streaming things is for fun. It is. Take is good. Take would also be fine for me, so move or take. 3 yes on take. Sounds like we're banning the word take. Do you think we can get him to play it to 9 lay? I guess 9 is close to P. Okay. Play a custom match after this? We can try. I have to analyze Narik's game, but imagine that AC is in-game ambiance. That's true. I do have the ambiance muted. It's raining where I'm at? Oh, I love the rain. Like, it's raining a lot right now. Where are you, East Coast? It was thunderstorming pretty hard in New York yesterday. So it was nice. Your word is take and all variations. Okay, take, took, taken. Alright. As of this moment, the banned word is implemented. I cannot say the banned word. That's how we're playing this. What happens when you say it? I have to gift a sub. Last stream, I had to gift 10 subs to chat. It was pretty bad. Okay, Andre asks, does mistake count? And Poison says, no, mistake is fine. Okay. Alright, good. Oh man. How do I even play the game? That's a good word. I'll have to do... Okay, I know what I'll have to do. Hopefully I remember to do it. Yeah, okay. Nice try, Sonoy. I'll have to do my best... I'll have to do my best Agadmator impression. And say captures instead. I don't know if I'll remember to do that. But I think that's the way around this. No, mistake isn't fine. It's a mistake. Yeah, okay. That would have been too cruel. There's plenty of options. I think we chose fairly. Yeah, I think you guys chose fairly. Well, it sucks because it's also... It's a I need to calm down. I'm trying to like pre-filter all of my words. But you know, it's one of those where like realistically I could use it in everyday speech as well, you know, like that's just like an innocuous word. And that's why when it was time, I got really screwed before. Because, you know, you just say that word sometimes in like normal everyday speech. By the way, how about push-ups when sublimit is exceeded? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And maybe there will be 0 subs. I don't know. And then I'll feel so bad that I'll undo the channel point increase for banning a word. I'll bring it back to 5K. I don't know. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe it was just a bad day. All right. Are we doing this? Are we playing game 2 of our set, Andre? You ready? Have you done your Wi-Fi magic or whatever? You ready to go? I guess we didn't, yeah, okay, very, very nice try, very nice try. Yeah, I'm ready. All right. Okay. Wi-Fi magic. Faster second time. I almost thought you were baiting me into saying time that time, but all right. Let's clean up a few of my windows here. Okay. Close out there. Close out there. Chatbot still necessary. All right. Let's get back into game. Okay. We're gonna play Andre. We're gonna play Andre. All right. We're black this game, which sucks. Feels really bad. Turn 0, black. Let's get a prediction up. Not gonna scam chat out of a prediction. Okay. Smut beat Andre. Game 2. Yes, he do. Nah, he don't. 2 minutes. I'm black this game. You guys have the color, so bet accordingly. Probably makes it easy for a lot of you. I think there'll be a lot of doubters in the chat, but you never know. You never know. I see an immediate 2K for doubters. Expected. Of course, it was Poison who put 2K into doubt. A lawnmower very shrewdly puts 10 points into believe. Those are pretty good odds, if I'm honest. 10 versus 2K. I think more people should probably believe with those odds. Just saying. They're really good odds. Waiting for Andre to get into game here. I have to switch gears from commentating into actually playing the game. It's tough to make the transition. All right, we've got 100 points. The fight for odds on the believer side is actually pretty smart. Narik putting 100 points into yes. Oh wow, okay, lawnmower comes in with a whole 1K. Hey, Mathfridge is now following. Thanks for the follow, Mathfridge. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy. We're just about to play an important tournament game here, so you're just on time. Holy! Oh my god! Oh, it was Andre, right? Andre put like 15k points into his. Wow, those are really bad odds. I'm surprised. For as much as Andre believes in himself, maybe he's got some secret prep. Bro, where are the believers? You didn't check the odds before you put so much into doubt? It's not like you, Andre. I Belev. Narik Belevs with like 100 points. Yeah, okay. Had to refresh page. Sucks. All right, well, get in here. Let's do this. Let's throw down. Well, Andre's bet is a scare tactic. Don't let it get to you. It's smart. Psychological warfare. Bet didn't show up for me. Oh, I see. Yeah, you panicked. All right. Well, let's see. I think that these are better odds for believers than really they deserve. But I think that overall, Andre's probably the favorite to win this game, so it's hard to say. Failed to drink my beverage there. Been on this earth for 27 years. You'd think I would have gotten the hang of that by now. Narik asked Mage if he's excited for me to review their cup game. Mage calls him cruel, which is true. All right, okay. GLHF Andre. All right, here we are. No distractions. We are playing the second match of the final Pro League game of Season 2 of the 5D Chess League. We are playing with the black pieces here in this game. We got a long road ahead of us, but we're going to do our best. Okay. Predictions in. Let's go. Let's play this. Knight f6. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you meant in this game or for reviewing afterward, but we're just gonna play. We're just gonna play d5. We're gonna do our best with the tools that we're comfortable with. Yeah, I think that's pretty much forced in this position. All right, same game. I'm getting deja vu. Same as the last game. We probably counter Frappuccino. It just feels right. It just feels right. I mean, I really blitzed that out. I wonder if this is actually that big of an issue. Like, what if he plays knight out now? Well, I mean, the thing is, Frappuccinoing here prevents bishop h4, right? Yeah. Well, okay, here, although... Could play e6, or we could Frappuccino. Which is better? Actually, a little worried about... No, man. E6 might be the move here. Because after a knight out, then I can play something like Queen C7, right? Only problem is that it blocks in my bishop, which I don't want to happen. So maybe I Frappuccino. Knight hops in next turn. Can't defend f7. But then if I do this, bishop is sad. Scheiße. I don't want to lose on turn 4. Maybe the answer is bishop, knight. Bishop. Captures. Butts. This game sucks. What I'm afraid of is Frappuccino, knight g5. Like, I want to redefend f7, obviously. If I do it with the bish, then captures. And otherwise the bishop's stuck, right? If I... Then again, there's no queen. You know what? Not gonna flag. Not gonna flag. Just gonna trust that g6 shuts down all of the super early f7 bullshit. I feel much, much less good about castles here than in the previous game. So it's actually really tough. It's a really tough call. What about like a queen move? There's always knight, and then takes, and then what? Takes, and there's nothing. I'm seeing... Did I just say the word? Chat will let me know. Okay. Bishop, here's what I wanted to play anyway, so I feel good about this. I didn't pay attention. I shouldn't have called attention to it. Okay. No, all the doubters don't get a gift sub. Whatever. You'll have to clip it. Show me the receipts. I might not have. I don't know. Why did I say anything? I didn't want to scam. Now I'm distracted. Guys, this is a tournament match, alright? I wanted to play this anyway. Ah, it's going to be a bishop here, and it's going to be a big ordeal. Whatever. Man, this happens, and I hate life. Night out happens. Then my queen's stuck. Ugh. Hate playing against d3 as black. Just feels really bad. You said, show me the receipts. I want a clip right now. I can't have said it 3 times. I might have said it twice. Whatever. I'm playing a game here. For YouTube, there's a banned word right now. If I say it, I have to gift subs. It was banned between last game and this game, so you didn't see it in the VOD. I'm on mobile? Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. I guess no one can clip it. What are you gonna do? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was said, and if it was said, I don't remember how many times it was said, so someone's gonna have to clip it. Andre's taking some time here. Fuck! I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Oh. But seriously, what the fuck is Okay. Wow, what? What? I can recapture this with 4 pieces. Just forget about the word. You got a league match. I know. This feels good. This feels good. What? What's being threatened? What's being threatened? This is my instinct. This is the entire reason that I did this move was to recapture here, right? Andre knows that. He sees that. It's obvious. Why did he play this? I'm not going to lose because I didn't respect his idea, but I also need to not flag. I realize that. It also gives me the super snipers nest. This still performs this function, right? That. What? Why? Why did that happen? Maybe he's gonna kick it next turn anyway, so he doesn't really care. Do I care if he kicks? How can he kick? This I don't like. Maybe mobilizing my queen. Oh my god. Andre knew that this was flagging by force. This was all calculated. You genius. The man must be stopped. Okay. Not gonna flag. This is how we capture. This is what I set up. If it this gives a target. I don't have any clear opportunities. We're just gonna play slow. We're gonna play sensibly. My structure seems okay here. We're just gonna do this. We're gonna develop. Probably gonna play knight bd7. Putting pressure here. Maybe even trade. I don't know. Maybe that's good. It's hard to say. Yep. 100% expected. The thing is, if he takes here, then now I get the queen recapture. Did I? Don't care. I don't give a fuck. This is a league match. Everyone shut up. Chat, shut up for a second. Hold up. He's kind of pinned his own knight, right? He's pinned his own knight, yeah? Is this worth? Why? Captures? Bishop pair? Here, captures? Well, okay. Here, captures. Something happens, captures. Too many calculations. I like this. Is it good? Probably not. This is a real key player, though. And there's a bish. Defends f7. We did it. We did it. Very funny, Romad. Capitalizing the banned word doesn't exactly help. Captures. Maybe it's bad for me. This move was like calling to me. I don't know. Well, it helps you not saying it. Well, yeah, it do. Honestly, I would rule that reading chat messages doesn't count. No. It's gotta be. I think that's pretty integral to the. You know, chat can try to bait me. Don't want you to develop that aphasia after all. It's true. No, I mean, actually, well, part of it is it's like a meta pressure, because when I read chat, I think, okay, they're trying to bait me into it, and then I don't get baited and I focus on that, but then that, I almost said it there, makes me, it lulls me into a false sense of security, and then I just say it anyway of my own volition. All right, Romad. This I mean, it's a cute idea. That's the counterplay here. Captures, and otherwise captures, probably. Yeah, no, it really does. It grabs my attention, and I can't think about the banned word. If only. If only e6 had been played. Then again, kind of trapped my own bishop there. Andre, I almost said it. Andre is using a lot of his time. Can't say Andre captures a lot of his time. Yeah. Okay. Very funny, chat. And a bunch of jokers in the chat. All right. But what do we do? What do he do here? It's actually a problem. Because captures. Oh, I haven't played e6. If I'd played e6, I had some awesome... When would I have played e6? Andre gives away a lot of his time. There you go. Yeah, wow. It's an interesting position. Very sharp. Very sharp here. Capture here covers the diagonal, right? And I can capture here, and I've defended. Is he setting up for a travel? But from where? We're not going to think about it. Because we lose anyway, right? We have to capture here. Otherwise, we lose. I've done it. It's done. It's out of my hands. Gearing up for a little bit of this next turn. I am scared now. Luckily, this and this knight is stuck, right? This knight is stuck. I mean, could do this, but who cares? Oh, bishop out! You son of a mother shit. Cover this, cover that. Yep. I blitzed that out. I don't know if it was the right play, honestly. I was scared. I mean, this like loses. This knight covers here so well is the thing, and we've got the bishop as well. Oh. Not making it easy. Loading up onto here is a very smart play. Considering queen f6. Do I have anything here? No, that's made on the board. I have to redefend this, no matter what. What if this? What's my bishop doing out here? Alternative is this. Could always do this. That looks scary. Oh, maybe that doesn't work. Candidate moves. Let's get real. Queen f6, queen e7. Nothing else seems sensible. Running low on time. Okay. Feels like a real fail here. Because it loses the game on the spot. So let's not do that. This enables counterplay, but the piece will always be stuck there, so can it be attacked? If so, am I screwed? Also blocks my bishop in. Then why do I keep going back to it? Because structurally it's natural. Here, kind of loses. Oh, I have the, okay, so that's the, I forgot I still had the program open. So the sound that you just heard was from, this is Tesseract's low time reminder. When you spend too much time, I think it's like a third or maybe it's 2/3 of your, a third of your time on a move, I think it plays that noise. Yeah. Maybe this feels better. That was pretty much instinct. I don't have like a fantastic justification. I was low on time. Didn't want to flag. Defends these two. Doesn't get me any closer, really. Realistically, to f2. to play queen f6 anyway. Threaten this pawn. What do we do? It depends on what he does. I don't know if it was the right move. Could have spent another year, to be honest, on that move. Makes sense. Skewers, in some sense, the bishop to defend that pawn. Still have to deal with this. Actually, this is fine. It's not fine. Obviously, it hangs that piece. Okay, I have to move it though. Right. Alternative is here. Whatever. Let's do it. It's possible that we push this pawn. No, it doesn't quite work. I need to get this king off this square. Castles? It's really scary. Gotta activate the knight. I wonder if he can collapse on the position before I can activate the knight. Kick bishop here. Moves back. Not great. Problem is there are no Tchaikovsky ideas because this knight defends. Okay, new plan. New plan. Push g5, kick knight, Tchaikovsky. Might be the play. It's spooky, no doubt, but hey. Maybe castles first. Desperation castle might be happening. Feels wrong before we activate our other knight, though. Need to be careful. Crazy position. Need to get pressure off here. So why this feels bad and why this feels better. But this feels bad because this hasn't been played. Quite a dilemma. Was afraid of that. Was afraid of that. I guess we pull it back. Right? Only move, basically. Kicks bishop. Here can ignore, because after captures, no follow-up, right? If anything happens, yeah. Yeah. We don't want to flag. We're using up too much of our time. I couldn't take advantage. I was being so careful. Couldn't leverage the position in time. He did bring the queen off of the back rank. But I mean, we're not going to lose just because we couldn't win sooner, right? We got to play it out. Very funny, Neith. Crazy as well. Romad's not using the word out of solidarity. I appreciate that. You're too kind, Romad. This is a real weakness. Hopefully Andre... Never mind. And now we see that this was better. Third piece. Third piece. Attacking. Capture, recaptures. Same situation. Hindsight is 20/20, I suppose. I don't see any other move. Ah, flagging. Didn't want to flag. Had to make a move. Seems like it doesn't lose on the spot. I may stand corrected. Didn't see that. Didn't see that. Mm. This is bad. Big problems with my ideas. Can't sack next turn. Wow. Really? Is there a winning move after that? Low time reminder for Andre. I don't sack this turn or next. Can't afford it. Has to be like 2 turns. I don't think that'll happen. I think we have to capture and then do queen have travel or mate. Anything else? Okay, hold on. Everyone shut up. What's the mate? Fuck. Do a random move. Hope it doesn't lose. Capture. Yeah. Knight here recaptures on the other board. Nervous. Didn't want to flag. GG. Panicked. Played the move that loses on the board. I threw that. Yeah. Why, of all the moves, why did I make that one? There were like 4 candidate moves. I made the one that loses on the spot. That always happens. That's how so many of my league games have ended. Yeah. No. Very silly. I looked at that line explicitly, along with a bunch of other lines, and then I was like, we'll do this one, because I'm running out of time, without remembering that that was one where I immediately lose. on the spot. So that was really stupid. That was really stupid. Really unfortunate that's how I lost the game. Yeah. What I wanted to play was actually knight f5, I think. Is there a mate in one after knight f5? Queen h4. Well, you know, when it's my turn here. That's the move I wanted to play, and I didn't because I'm dumb. GG, Andre. GG. Like, I explicitly looked at that line, and I thought, well, that loses immediately. And then I got really worried because I heard the time reminder, and I was flagging. And so I said, I'll just do a line that I thought of earlier, but I chose the one line that loses immediately. With super complex position, I agree. Queen takes. Interesting. What about knight f5 here? How do you convert? If I play knight f5 here, is there forced mate, Andre? Knight takes knight f8. That's not winning on the spot, right? Queen f7. Knight f8, recap. Queen f7, cap. Then what? By the way, then his moves have to be forced because I have a hard mate. Time travel. Might have been some Tchaikovsky-like stuff. For white or black as counterplay. Knight f5. Knight f5, queen g7, knight f7. Or sorry. Knight f5, queen g7, knight g7. What does that lose? 2. Knight f5. Queen g7, knight g7. For white. But actually no, because of soft mate. Yeah. Thought for some reason knight g6 was mate. No. Pawn's still here. Why didn't I play knight f5? That's crazy. It's crazy that I didn't play knight f5. It's crazy that I did a bunch of calculus. That's very me. It's a very me way to lose this game. Get flustered because I guess the time reminder I think is actually like a detriment in my specific case. Queen can't travel to f7. Pawn recap. Pawn recap. What? You don't need to counter travel. If queen goes back one turn to capture this pawn, then you recapture the queen with the pawn. Unless I'm misunderstanding. Right? Actually, I had the 5D PGN recorder on. So let's roll back the tape. Let's see. That was this one. Okay. let's pull up chessin5d.net. By the way, this this ban has absolutely paralyzed me. I've lost count of how many times I've said the word, and it is preventing me from speaking in a straightforward way. It's really genuinely fucking my shit up. All right, let's check the tape. Okay, so let's also, I was black, so gonna flip the board. All right, let's go back. So instead of my insane move, we play knight f5, right? I think it was at least 5, possibly more. Try knight f8, queen f7. Knight f8. Only move. You must mean queen f7 like back a turn? Like that? Romad says yes, Andre says no. Well, let's do it like that first. Because that's what Romad said. Then there's this. So we'll look at this first. Explain yourself, Romad. Bro, it's my game. Chill. We'll get there. Andre. There's some knight f6 check ideas. Yeah, but that's not Oh, immediately. Queen takes. Knight f6 check, queen takes. And black has hard mate next turn. All right. Then knight f6 from the other timeline. Ah, okay. So let's do it. Pawn recaptures. Knight f6. Queen f6. Oh, but now it's not mate. Abi güzel bir yayındı, iyi geceler. Yani burada gece daha doğrusu. Eyvallah. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. İyi geceler. Catch you next week. İnşallah haftaya yine görüşürüz. Thanks so much. Allah'a emanet. Even in Turkish, I thought, don't say the word. Which is really funny. Görüşürüz abi sen de. If black does that travel, can Symmetrix just travel back 2 with queen and defend queen triagonally? Possible. Off topic, but do you know any good Turkish tea? Yes. But what do you mean by that? I mean, Turkish tea is Turkish tea. There are brands, but, you know, next time we ban a word, Semet switches to Turkish. Yeah, that's right. Get fucked. Turkish stream. Like the brand? Couple of big ones. It depends. There's so many. I don't know. I mean, as long as you're getting loose leaf, anything that's made like, I mean, Çaykur is a classic. I mean, I'm from Rize, so I'm obviously biased, but Çaykur has a lot of like turist çayı, is what it's labeled. It's like tourist tea or hediyelik chai, something like that, where it's like nice, you know, it's like really nice Turkish tea. Yeah, black can travel back in hard mate. All right, okay, hold on. Let's try Andre's move. I'm afraid to say any words, dog. Okay. Response to this, only move, yeah? Can we agree, only move? Recaptures? By the way, Russian for tea is chai. In a lot of languages, tea is chai, so. Take bir hata. Yeah, okay. Just one mistake. Tea in Korean is chai? That's what I'm saying. Now select the night and look for travels. Okay. Okay. Why can't I? Oh. Gotta submit. Okay. Here. Queen recaptures. Here. Not even check. In German, T is te. Yeah. I think now bishop check. Exclam. Wait, what? Here? Do you want to do this? That seems pointless. So it's probably redo that. Where do you travel? One turn back to this board? So here, probably queen recapture, right? Seems the most sound, covers everything. Oh, hey, Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky, okay. All right, Tchaikovsky. But of course, you gotta travel. You gotta travel as black. All right, okay. You gotta travel as black. How did I miss? I'm disappointed. So, gotta travel, right? Oh, but this knight doesn't... Right. The knight doesn't check because the king is moved. But it's gonna check. But no, because this is the only board. If you recapture queen... No. Recapture queen, knight check, lose. Right? Because then double check. Seems like maybe hard mate. Yeah. So that happens and then black wins. Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky in time. The Tchaikovsky happens in time. Big oof. Well played, Andre. I thought knight f5 defended. Oh man, that was subtle. That was subtle af. I mean, it's a how did I not see the Tchaikovsky? If you saw that in advance. Yeah, no, if you look for the Tchaikovsky, then you know that the Tchaikovsky prevents the... Yeah. Yeah. No, the Tchaikovsky was really... That was really good. Because you're not Tchaikovsky... Normally you Tchaikovsky with the piece that you're traveling with, right? Here, you're not even Tchaikovskying with the piece that you're traveling with. You're Tchaikovskying with a piece that you sacked the turn before. I didn't really assume that. I didn't really see that. I just assumed something like that. Wow. Well played. Amazing. Holy shit. GG's, man. Where were these plays in your game against Narik? Why has this happened, Andre? In Crazy House community, we call that mate by assumption. Yeah, wow. That's insane. That's insane. No, I 100% would have played knight f5 there, and I would have lost. Any other defense here? Let's think. Knight f5, and then... When did I play? Played knight f5 here. This was forced. Pass check. This was forced. Pass check. It was all forced. What about travel immediately? The only issue with that is that the knight defends the mating square from the other timeline, right? We defended too strong. Andre says, oh, with Narik, I lost because I tried to counter cheese's cheese. Wow. You gotta fight cheese with cheese. Knight f5 instead of queen h4? Maybe. I'm not willing to go that far back, I think. Guys, this banned word is fucked up. I did institute a max 5 per banned word, right? And then Andre suggested that we do push-ups for the rest. How many push-ups per extra banned word saying? I'll give 5 subs. I'll give 5 subs randomly. 10 push-ups per extra saying? How am I gonna avoid saying that word and actually... It's enough torture that I have to review Narik's fucking insane Exiled Queens game against Mage. I also have to do that without saying the banned word. Pawn was MVP piece. One game. Damn. Another game with Narik was absolutely on fire, actually. I think I went through them at some point, but I'll have to relook at them. I also have to review my game as well. I almost forgot actually about Crazy's game. Andre gets his points. Yeah. Let's pay out the doubters. Fair enough. Andre earned it. Well played, Andre. All right. Well done. Doubters rejoice. All right. Okay. 10 push-ups per extra saying. Knight 2 turns back. For the same reason? Oh, it also Tchaikovsky, yeah? Let's try that. Knight 2 turns back. Wow. That's crazy. Tchaikovsky. 3 strong 5 meme. Ah, damn. And then Bomb Cloud, yeah. Probably even better because hard mate next turn. Yeah, I agree. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Look, only move, right? And then both knights have the same mate on this king. Bomb Cloud? And the Tchaikovsky still exists, so I don't get soft mate travel, right? Wow. Insane. Oh, sorry. Backed up too far. Bomb Cloud? Then what? Is their mate on board here? Like if recapture here, you know, then there's like their ideas. This knight mate is no longer exists. No, it's made in like 2 turns, right? He can just check. He can just check twice. So, he can just check twice. Bishop travel? Possible. Let's try. Recapture on the right turn. Then again, knight here. I don't know. Give some time. There's that. E6 mate. 3 pieces. Yeah, 3 pieces on the E6. There's mate. Immediate. No. Because there's queen. Queen can be the last to capture. Oh, no, sorry. I fucked it up. Right. Knight capture, queen, or, you know, knight capture, pawn, knight capture, queen, then... But it's not mate that turn? Because there was a queen the turn before? It is? Oh. And what knight takes isn't check? That's true. Checks the turn after? Yeah, okay. All right. Okay. Knight takes his check. Knight takes his check. Knight takes his check. Yeah, it checks the king on the turn. Yeah. All right, okay. We got to figure something out about this banned word. Because it is actively stressing me out and I cannot speak normally. I'm gonna go ahead and gift the subs now. But let's see. Oh, back to Twitch. That's what I need to do. All right, I need to gift these subs onto my own stream. Let's open it up. And I need to be able to say that word for when I do this analysis. Otherwise, I'm going to have like a nervous breakdown. Let's mute myself real quick. There we go. Gift a sub. Custom quantity. Oh, wait. I can just gift 5. There we go. 5, PayPal, complete purchase. There we go. All right. GG's entree. Oh, well. Oh, Smet the Turk gifted 5 subs to viewers. Oh, very generous. Who got some? Congrats, Math Fridge. Sarp, Shiny, Tangwar, Average. Oh, man. All people that are actually on the channel with some amount of frequency, so that's exciting. Smet the Turk guy seems to be really nice. Yeah, I know. It's like 20 push-ups already. I don't want to do that. There were people without subs. Actually, what does that bring my sub number up to? Am I gonna unlock the 5th emote slot? I gotta check. Viewer rewards. Hold on. I'm 15 subscriber points away. That's a lot of subscriber points. So I don't think that we're gonna get there. I don't think that we're in danger of that. All right, how about this? First time on the channel today makes me frequent then? Alright, well, with the exception of Mathfridge. Everybody else is a regular. Mathfridge, I think, we got a lot of people with math in their name who have stopped by at some point. But Mathfridge did only just follow today, so. Yes, you're just lucky. Okay, listen, I need to be, here's the thing. I can't handle 10 push-ups every time I say that word, because I need to be able to say that word for this review. Okay, you got your gift subs. What do we do here? Let's figure something out. Do we do, how about I just say it anyway, and then 1 push-up per time I say it, but I just say it all the time, so it'll add up? How about that? Does that sound fair? Three I heard live, 4 in a clip. You can have the 5. I'll give you the full 5. Meet the middle at 5. It's not gonna happen. I'll gift 5 if you finish a thorough analysis this stream. Do you mean with the banned word active? How about you say it anyway, then go back in time and capture the version of you that said it. That's a pretty good one. Nurik, state your terms. If you finish a thorough analysis with or without banned word. Okay, so that's separate. Okay. All right, well, let's get into the analysis, boys. Here we go. Okay, how about you guys can keep track if you want. I'll do 1 push-up per extra time that I say it. I'll probably still end up saying it. Okay, how many times? Am I going to say this word? How many push-ups can I do? The problem is I haven't worked out since COVID. And even since I haven't been jacked since grad school. Like, 4 years ago, I could have done 100 push-ups, right? But now, what am I cap at? I don't know. I haven't done push-ups in so long. I've been sedentary. Since COVID, I haven't done any push-ups. What can I do, like 20 push-ups now? That's embarrassing. I don't know. I got string bean arms now. There's nothing on these, I don't got any, my pecs even less. I can do half a push-up. Well, that rounds up to a single push-up, right? I'll actually push myself to bed now. You can space out the push-ups. All right. Good time to start working out. All right. Can I cap the push-ups? Can we cap the push-ups? Goodbye, everyone. All right, take it easy, Romad. We're gonna jump into the analysis here. Imagine this on YouTube where Smet analyzes the game and randomly gets on the floor to do push-ups. Yeah, at 50, I can do 2 sets of 25. I don't know how many push-ups I can do. I guess we'll find out together, huh? Idea for capping push-ups? All right, give me your idea for capping push-ups. Push-ups turn to subs? That doesn't sound helpful. That doesn't sound helpful. Sumet doesn't do a push-up, then he goes into push-up debt, where the push-ups slowly accumulate interest over time. I saw someone having to do 230 push-ups after a bet like that. Holy shit. Just kidding. All right, Andre wasn't serious. Sumet, if you want to maximize push-up number, I don't want to maximize anything. Do it as a pyramid? What do you mean? Not as sets? Unsure. How about this? We'll say that you can exchange 5 push-ups for 1 sub, as in do 1, then 2, then 3. Just do them until you can? Now it's completely disconnected from actually saying the word. And so on till you can't anymore? Then go back? While you can? To 1? I'm so confused. This is 2. We're gonna have to reinvent 5D chess, but for calculating how many push-ups I have to do. You can scam us, of course. Well, I want to set up a system where I'm not freaking out and I can actually analyze this game in peace by the end of stream. Where chat isn't skamazed and the point redemption is still valid. And where I'm not physically dead. Those are my 3 goals. Any solution has to meet all 3 criteria. That way you can do more than like 2 times 25, because I think 25 is a huge set. Wait, but what is the time that I'm taking between the sets? You know, like how do I do like the 1, 2, 3? Yes, math fridge. Wait, so I do 1 and then what? Two. Okay. As long as the banned word, you can do them later. You do 1 in a short break. Oh. Like do a push-up stream. All right. Then do 2 in a slightly longer break. Interjecting the push-ups into the content feels more disruptive to me. You know what I mean? We spent so much time negotiating this. Lol, I was going to say that he can do them all at the end. I'd rather do them all at the end. Or do them first and get it out of the way. And you can exchange 5 push-ups for 1 sub. That's still too many. That's still way too many. I'm also going to be physically exhausted at the end of stream, but that's a whole other issue. Because there's going to be more stream, right? It's going to accumulate if we keep the banned word alive. And that also doesn't, I'll still be freaking out about the banned word, right? I think a hard cap might actually do me more of an easier service. I wish I knew how many push-ups I could do. That would really help. The breaks, banned word, as long as the set's banned word. Oh, the breaks, as long as the sets. I see. You could do a few now to not have to do them later. The accumulation method, I think, is the main thing that's the issue. I prefer a hard cap. I'm still soldierizing cement. Say frozen yogurt instead of the banned word. That doesn't help. Last time I tried to say captures instead of the banned word, and I still fucked up. Okay, how many of the banned word are we at? How about it caps at 50, and then I'll maybe do 2 sets of 25. We can do a cap. After a cap, it's 1 push-up. I need, at some stage, maybe we can change it later, but I need to be able to just not, like, worry myself to death so that I can review this stupid fucking game. How about a cap at 75? Why? Why? Okay, going now? Alright. Catch you later, Romad. Thanks for hanging around. Alright, we need to go into analysis. Alright, I'm making an executive decision. Looking forward to seeing Samet's fitness VOD later. Let's do a hard cap at 50. Fibonacci sequence, determine requirement for each additional push-up. That's doable. But that... Do you mean like... one banned word is 1 push-up, then the next banned word is 1 push-up? Or in sets of 5 push-ups? Because the Fibonacci... Actually, what's the rate of growth of Fibonacci? Is it polynomial? Am I high? It's exponential. It's closer to exponential. Oh, it's exponential with the golden ratio, right? With the base of the golden ratio, right? Yeah, because it's almost double every time. So that's exponential, but it's, you know, we know that it's like base 2, so it's exponential golden ratio. I'm okay with that. We could do exponential golden ratio. So for each next term in Fibonacci, how many more push-ups? No, that's going to get huge. Sucks. I mean, it's effectively a cap, right? Bye-bye now, finally. All right, round man. Take it easy. Half a push-up? No. That's not how it works. It's like push-ups are after 1, 2, 4, 7, 12, 20. What the fuck kind of a is that? Well, someone's smoking something. How do you even get that sequence? Sum of Fibonacci? Oh, that's sum of Fibonacci. Right. No, that's insane. I'm not doing that. No. I'm not. It's not that we move up the Fibonacci. It's gonna be like the Fibonacci determines the next number of banned words that necessitates an extra set of push-ups. Okay? What the fuck? Okay, we understand that. So, the stream is so nerdy. It's a 5D chess stream. What the fuck do you expect? Okay, so for each term of banned words in the Fibonacci sequence, how many push-ups? Poison bando word. Okay, very, very funny. Are you pleased with yourself, Poison? Oh my god. This sucks. Jesus, so toxic. Jesus Christ. Okay. 5 of the exercise per term of banned words said in the Fibonacci sequence. Where's my review? Okay. One per term is easy. 5 is way too much. Yeah, but it gets exponentially more difficult to earn. I didn't say the word right. To earn the exercise, as I say it. So I can say the word 233 times before that's 13 of the exercise. You know? That's my issue. Oh, 5 is crazy. Is it? Hold on. But if we do it that way, then I'll need to say the word 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20 times, and that'll be 6 of the exercise, right? 10K well spent. I mean, I can do 6 of the exercise in exchange for every, for saying the banned word 20 times. Reverse Fibonacci, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like the Fibonacci determines how many are needed for the next set of exercise punishment. You know what I mean? That way, I can say it freely, Let's look on the OEIS. 5 is a bit too easy even. 5 would be 30 if I say it 30 of the exercise if I say it 20 times. Right? I can do that. I'm going to say it a lot more than 20 times. How many does that get me? Okay. Sum of... No, I would say the word 200... 33 times and only have to do... No, it would only be one of the exercise if it's 1-to-1, but that's why I'm saying. Wait, what's 13 times 5? 65, right? I had a math and a physics and a comp sci degree with a minor in stats, and I'm doing a PhD in physics, and I'm not sure if 5 times 13 is 65. Feels bad. Okay, thanks. 65 push-ups? Fuck! That didn't take long at all! Why are we even doing Fibonacci? I need to review this game! What if you just do 5 every 10? Okay. Yeah, that's extra of the exercise. Finish and you can get some subs back? Yeah. How about this? You motherfuckers count the number of times that I say the banned word. Keep track. And at the end, we'll see what it'll work out to. All right? And then we can reverse engineer from the Fibonacci what the proper rate is for what would be an acceptable punishment. All right? Let's do 7 per Fibonacci. There are 2 different works, two different Fibonacci. The one that starts with 1, it goes 1 1 2 3. All right, that's what it's gonna be. Chat, you keep track. All right. Sum of Fibonacci is just Fibonacci minus. Really? That's nuts. Just count. You guys count. You motherfuckers count. All right? We're going to review this game. I'm dying, so I'm going to go ahead and turn the AC back on. When I come back, we will review Narik's game finally. I need to gift a sub. Okay, so the first sub normally goes to the person who redeems the thing, poison. So you're already subbed, so you have an option to either, I can like save it for later, or you can gift one to a specific person, or I can just gift it randomly. It's kind of your call. Wait. So ordinarily you'd get the sub, but you're already subbed and you can't gift a sub to someone with a sub. So you can either choose who gets the sub, or if you really want, gift one to Carl Sagan 40. Is that, who the fuck is Carl Sagan 42? Why am I gifting one to Carl Sagan 42? All right, I'll do it. Carl Sagan 42. Is that a friend, or is it a meme? Microbiologist, huge nerd, and likes chess. All right. Carl Sagan 42. You earned it. What can I say? Well played. I can't fucking believe this. There you go. Mazel. A big streamer? Oh, I see. See the Mario Maker player? Yep, phone telling me that PayPal just charged me $5. Wondering why on earth I would do such a thing. All right. Okay. Lol. He's a big time Mario Maker streamer on Twitch and YouTube. Oh, I don't know him. I've watched a little bit of Mario Maker on YouTube and Twitch. Okay. Chat keeps track. I can't say the exercise name. I'm going to turn on the AC, go to the bathroom, enjoy some thumbnails, subscribe on YouTube if you haven't already. Shooting for 100. We're almost there. I think I'm up to 91. Super exciting. Okay. I'll be right back. And we're going to analyze this fucking game. We're going to do some fucking push-ups. Narik's going to give some fucking subs, but only if we actually do the analysis. How the fuck has my life become this? Where did I go wrong? What the fuck am I doing? This is absolutely ludicrous. Stand like that. All right. I'm back. Grabbed a handful of almonds. I'm fueled up. It's 79 degrees in my room. We'll let the AC go on for just a few more moments. Wait, what is this? Hold on. There's a clip? Let's watch the clip. Here we go. Oh, why is this muted? I can't hear it. That's weird. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I can't hear that. Not sure why. So it's not muted. Huh. Let me figure this out. Right back. Super exciting. Okay. I'll be right back. And we're going to analyze this fucking game. We're going to do some fucking push-ups. Super exciting. Okay. All right. What? 3? That's 2. Super exciting. Okay. I'll be right back. And we're going to analyze this fucking game. We're going to do some fucking push-ups. Super exciting. Okay. This was... I'll be right back. This was like an act of passion. It's not admissible in court. This is, you know... Sometimes you just gotta... Yeah, no, but... The banned word doesn't cause me to gift subs, right? It's that one it just causes me to do the exercise. But saying that word causes me to gift subs. Because I already gifted... There's a cap of 5 subs per banned word, so that I don't, you know, lose... So that I can stay, you know, financially secure and afford dinner. Yes. Boom. Until the exercise causes me to gift 5 subs, and then the exercise will also cause the exercise to happen. That's kind of how it works. So I have to gift 1 more sub. Bunch of fucking vultures. All right. Everyone in chat's already subbed. All right. Well. Glad I redeemed that word ban. Yeah. Okay. You know, you guys remember when I considered nerfing this channel point reward? Back down to 5K? Well, fuck that. Fuck that. Alright, let's go back up. The funny thing is, he has to analyze mine too. There's so many fucking moves, no way he finishes analysis. What? That's what you're relying on? This is bullshit. Alright. Can't believe I yelled it, so... God, I need water. Yeah, you'll need both. Congrats to Dino on 05. Are they in chat even? Are they in chat right now? They're not. It's a random person. Grats. Okay. Alright, Narik sent me this game. Could not render file preview. That's fine. Download the message. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Here's the 5D PGN of the game that we're about to review. This is my life. It's 37 turns. It's gonna be the rest. The problem is, I've got material for 3 YouTube videos out of the stream, but there are 5 weekdays. So I'm gonna have to stream again. During the week so that I can put material on the YouTube, right? It's gonna be 3 8-hour-long videos. My game with Andre, the boss fight, and this analysis. This is gonna take the rest of stream. I'll stream probably another, like, I don't know, 2.5 hours to do the solid 8 hours of stream. I'm excited. Help me be a better exiler. Alright. Alright. You know what? I will. I will. We gotta do this well just to spite Narik. How about that instructional video, Cement? Bro, I don't have time. That's the problem. They've been like on the I've been like my tutorial, I've scripted it completely. But I haven't had time to do like the graphics and stuff. And real life. By the way, I mean, chat doesn't know because I haven't been sharing with chat. But there are like very tumultuous events going on in my like personal life. So it's actually like not only am I busy, but also I just don't have the bandwidth, you know, like in my life for that. It's just fucked. By the way, might be easier to do them. I don't think it'll take way more time to do those edits because I want to do it right. What's important to me is that whatever I put out like is nice. You know what I mean? It's easier to stream because that time is like 1-to-1. You know, like streaming is streaming and that's easy. And it'll take more time to prep the videos, and then editing those and making thumbnails is like, I don't know, like an hour a video. Usually it takes me like an hour to do like raw content to edited plus thumbnail, because the thumbnails take me a while. I'm better at them now. We're gonna get into it. No more delay. Oh, I need to turn off my oops. Almost leaked my TMs. Let me turn off my AC, and then we'll do this fucking analysis. All right. Okay. Here we go. Fun picture preview. Oh god, I can't see it doesn't even help is the problem. Because then I wouldn't have to read the notation, which is going to be a pain. That's going to be half the battle, is actually reading what the moves are, by the way. Okay. All right, okay. What was it? This was reverse royalty, right? Yeah, because it's an Exiled Queens game. Okay. All right. Local, reverse royalty, no clock. Who was white? Was Narik white? If you want to edit them a lot, then yeah. No, I want to edit them like a lot. Yeah. Well, the instruction ones not so much, but those I haven't scripted. I want to do the tutorial first and then the instructional videos. So yeah. Who's white here? Oh, I guess Narik probably sent me that photo from his perspective. Right? So... And he was white. Okay. Oh, he was black. But it looks like white did the exiling. Are you sure you were black? What? Narik, you were black in this game? What is this clip? And then editing those and making thumbnails is like, I don't know, like an hour a video. Usually it takes me like an... Yeah, okay. I said the push-up word. I'm going to be saying that a lot more. He tried to counter exile and got mated? Okay. All right, okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. This is an analysis of an absurd game played by Narik. Narik redeemed a game, a game review on the stream with his channel points. It's one of my channel point rewards. I'll review a game of your choice. And he submitted this game, which you guys will see. You guys will see what happens. I've not been looking forward to this, but here we go. We're gonna do our best to review this game. Okay. The game begins. E4. E4 is a very Chad move. Then again, as you can see, it's reverse royalty. So, not a really big deal. As far as I understand, Mage actually was the white player and Narik was the black player. So, you know, it's interesting. There hasn't been a lot of talk regarding like E4 theory. I think that a lot of people haven't delved too deeply into that. I'm still not sure myself. I mean, basically, I think every pawn move is, like, relatively speaking, safe. I tend to still start knight c3, which is like the equivalent of knight f3 here, because royal queen is on the d file. So I don't know. Nothing too crazy about e4 here, other than the fact that it looks kind of wonky, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Wait, did I say the banned word right after I said that word? When? Is that true? When did I say that? You said no! Did I actually say that? All right, clip it, chat. Clip it. Okay. Let's get through this. Let's get through this fucking analysis. Okay. Knight c6. Makes a lot of sense. Like I said, I like knight c3 anyway. It's not, I mean, you can just tell. I mean, any game where, like, the pawn that is only defended by the royal piece, no matter the game mode, is going to be a weak spot, right? So covering that early, I don't know. Maybe there are crazy bishop travels that are possible. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. But knight c6, pretty much what I would have played anyway. Okay, f3 next. f3 makes a lot of sense. Okay, trigonals are something that you have to worry about. The thing is, like, I'm not sure that this is almost the equivalent of, like, the London system structure that's played, except, like, on the other side. I guess, which is interesting, because I wasn't aware that Mage was, like, super into the London structure, like the knight f3, d4, etc. But you're basically playing for the same thing. The only thing is here, like, I don't know the extent to which this is actually necessary to cover up this diagonal immediately, because the only, like, triagonals are still an issue, but the only way that the opponent can take advantage is with their other royal piece, right? So, like, h5 is inaccessible to the black royal queen. Like, how the hell do you get this piece over there? B, in all of the intervening moves, this royal queen is vulnerable, right? It's like, it's basically never going to happen. But, you know, if you're going to do it at some point, you might as well do it later. Begs the question of how you're going to develop this knight. I mean, needless to say, it prevents the frappuccino of this bishop on the king side. So, but hey, this is what we've got. D6 in response. D6 in response. Okay. Well, opening up for the bishop. I have seen Narik do this before. I think this is partially to, I mean, the thing is, like, with this structure, this doesn't make a ton of sense because the bishop doesn't have access to any of these squares. Unless you want to do like a pawn break or something, like, immediately to attempt to, because, like, the only cheese that really exists in this game mode is, like, some type of sort of restructuring and posturing so that you can do, like, a wacky sack onto c2, and then it pulls the queen out, and then you have, like, some sort of travel, or you set up some sort of other mate, right? So, I mean, this does ready the queen. Like, I've seen a lot of woo, excuse me. I've seen a lot of, like, push the d pawn, get the knight out, and then, like, the bishop comes to f5, like, optimistically eyeing up c2. But White just has so many ways to prevent that, so I don't really know. But hey, let's see how this develops. There isn't too much theory, so again, like, it's difficult for me to go too into depth regarding like opening structure. I'm happy with leaving it there for now. Bishop c4. Okay, interesting. I mean, similar to the opposite London structure, like, this is exactly how you'd play it, right? With the exception of c3. Like, in a standard game, or in a turn 0 rather, then it would be like knight f3 to prevent the queen travel, which isn't like a thing in this game, like offensive queen travel. You'd have knight f3, but it would be d4 c3 rather than e4 f3. And then you pull the bishop out immediately, looking for some travels, right? I mean, bishop travel actually works in this game. I mean, you don't have the same follow-ups. You can't do like check and then like a, you know, queen travel or whatever. But, you know, you get these knights involved, and suddenly this bishop essentially pins this knight to the c7 square. So, makes sense. I mean, it's kind of alone. Like, it can get kicked maybe, but not super easily without weakening the structure. So, makes a lot of sense. I mean, the other square that it eyes up is the f7 square, but, you know, the common king is defending, so f7 is not a big deal like it is in standard. Let's keep going, because I know we have a lot of moves to get through. Bishop c86. Interesting. Well, I considered this, but it doesn't seem fantastic, because after recaptures, you're weakening your structure. But I guess maybe black just really... Oh, okay, well, it's evident that by making this move, black is clearly stating, I value your... or you value your light square bishop more than I value my light square bishop, right? Because structurally, it's weakening. If takes here and then takes here, it's just double pawns opposite this pawn here. It's like a little ugly. I guess you want to push here anyway, but then that opens up the queen side more. Doesn't look fantastic. Maybe the assertion is that if something happens here, maybe the other option is that black thought that they're making like a tempo play, like they could bounce back after the trade actively. Ordinarily, there's the consideration that if you do a piece trade like this, it benefits the person being traded on, especially in this game, because the rooks are so difficult to activate, and so you sort of open. But in this case, opening that file doesn't seem like it does very much for black. Let's see how it plays out. Okay, so we do have bishop captures on e6, and then only available pawn recaptures. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, knight c3. Clear developing move. There's nothing really tactical going on here. You want to activate your pieces. You know, it's always scary to see the side of your board with the royal piece on it completely barren. So you want to watch out for that, right? Right and Wrong's back. Hey, Right and Wrong, how's it going? Review from my perspective, please. All right. We can do that. It's actually difficult. It's more difficult for me to read the notation that way, but we'll do it like that. All right, we're reviewing from Nariq's perspective. Okay. By the way, Right and Wrong, congrats on winning the boss fight earlier. You can go back and watch the VOD for how we untangled that mess. But yeah, all right. We can do that. Okay, now we have C. Oh, that's Common King, right? Okay. Common King D7. Getting a Common King active early makes a lot of sense. I really don't like black structure here. I mean, I guess what's gonna happen is that you're gonna activate this knight, and then you're gonna Frappuccino this bishop, right? I think there's a lot of benefit to doing that before you push the Common King. I don't think it matters too much because it's reverse royalty, right? Tempo plays aren't actually really a thing. Like, it's too hard to develop an attack with single pieces because you don't have the queen that threatens a bunch of ridiculous travel softmates, right? So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter too much. You want to activate this piece eventually anyway. And who knows, maybe this sets up for an exile in a little bit. Let's keep going. Okay. Common King D7. D3 is played. Makes sense. Activate this bishop. You're gonna want to get this Common King involved. Probably not gonna take away the only square for the knight. So you're gonna want to pull it to D3 eventually, right? So very straightforward. Very straightforward developing move. G6 happens. As we said, Comma King. Yeah, Comma King. The Comma King. You're going to Frappuccino the bishop. That's the only way I'd activate it. Look at this. These pawns aren't going anywhere. If this pawn somehow, there's like this Herculean effort to push this pawn up and then this pawn, you've still got this pawn. Like, the only way this bishop will see the light of day right now, it's trapped. It's trapped in a basement. I guess it's more of a well, because there's a little bit of light that tantalizingly trickles down from the open F file onto this bishop, but of course the bishop can't move in that direction. You know, it's like it's like in the Dark Knight, the second one, the Dark Knight Rises or whatever, where he's like in the pit and he can't climb out. That's basically it. So this move is the only way that this bishop is ever going to escape the back rank, right? So let's see. I mean, the nice thing about the Common King here is that finally this pawn has a defender. Otherwise, it's kind of, you know, it's weak. It's undefended. Andre doesn't think that black's pawn structure is bad. It doesn't look fantastic. I mean, it's not losing, but let's see. Can put a rook on an F file. Yeah, no, I agree with that, but I would argue that it's not that great. Rook on the F file. I don't know, especially in reverse royalty, right? My Common King is ripped. I call him, okay, very funny. Very, very nice. Nice try. All right. We're going to Frappuccino the bishop. That's what's going to happen. That's clear. Okay. Bishop E3. Is that the best square for that bishop? I guess. Yeah, that's all right. I mean, hard to complain. Where would I have put that bishop? I don't know. You don't want to overextend. I mean, I guess if bishop comes out here, then you sort of kick it with tempo, and that's not fantastic. Yeah, I guess it's not helpful to overextend anyway. Like, pawn play, providing tempo, like the opportunity, especially on the king side in reverse royalty, to allow your opponents to, like, pushing up the pawns is more of a win condition and less of like a structural disadvantage. It's less easy to overextend, relatively speaking, to turn 0. So like giving your opponent free pawn pushes, like in turn 0, normally it's not that big a deal, or in standard. Because if they do, then that, like, sometimes you can really bait out, like in a lot of situations, your opponent's back rank pawns to give you like a crazy time travel mate, right? I assume that we're nowhere near finishing the game. Bro, we just started. Central control also, the kind of central control that doesn't put you in danger. No, it's true. It's true. It's a little clumsy. The pieces are less coordinated, but it's not losing by any means. Okay, let's keep it going. After this move, we've got the Frappuccino. No surprise. no surprise. Nothing to be said there. I mean, this is going to be key to, you know, you got your Frappuccino, the sniper, staring down the opposite side's royal piece, right? Very good. Okay. Knight G1 E2. Only way that you're going to activate this piece, again, very standard. Reverse royalty. It's not like turn 0. There aren't these crazy tactical considerations for every single turn. You can actually develop these plans where it's like, okay, you know, I do this, this, that, and then win the game. Sure, that being said, is there like a weird, not quite Tchaikovsky ideas? Well, no, because how do you travel? Never mind, I take it back. So your job is to develop your pieces. Now that you've pushed F3 as white, the only place that your G knight is going to go is E2, right? So the move plays itself. Move 8, a fifth of the way there. All right. Okay. Knight H. Sorry, what? Oh, okay. I got ahead of myself. My bad. After knight E2, we have... Oh, Y is royal queen in the notation, right? Of course it is. Oh, okay. We have a time travel. Royal queen goes back 1 turn. To E8. Why? Why would you do this? All right, this is where we have reached the first bite of spice in the dish that Narik has served up for us. But like I mean, I know that he's trying to exile his queens, right? That's not a secret. Did I exile good Samet Senpai? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what the fuck this move is. What does it mean? Why does it happen? What is the goal? Explain to me. I guess it's, in some sense, it is my job to do the explaining, but what the fuck? Actually, because the F file is open, there's an interesting anti-exile strat here. Actually, it's not fantastic. I was thinking you pull a bishop here, and then you time travel to like a board like this, where like this queen has to recapture. But then this knight comes out and defends anyway. What is this move? Why? What the fuck? Notes taken? Yeah. Write this down, Narik. What advantage does this grant you? It feels like I should have a comment on this. Oh my god. Okay. They baited me into saying the banned word. All right. All right. Okay. You know what? We're moving on. Fuck this. Okay. Travel happened. Now knight h3 is played on this board. Okay, so maybe here I can say a few words about actually accidental. I don't even believe you. At this point, I should say a word or two about what I feel the counter to exiling is. If your opponent spends turns putting boards on the map where they have extra vulnerabilities, then it's rather intuitive, in my opinion, that the way to play around that is to duplicate boards on which they have introduced said vulnerabilities to the game, right? So what I mean by that, pretty straightforwardly, is what White's plan now is to do is to move up some of their pieces, and then in a few turns travel back. The more turns the better, by the way, because the further back you go when you counter travel the exile to duplicate boards, the more turns it is before realistically black can like run some of their pieces away or counter travel. I think that knight h3 is a start here. Kind of a weird move. But you can imagine, like what I said earlier, like the interesting travel from earlier. You can kind of do that now on this board. Like imagine a bishop travel to here on this board might be spicy, right? Because takes here, or you know, like travels here, only moves takes here, or captures. That's another one. And then knight out here, and then this bishop out here, and then only, well, it's not only move is captures here, but, you know, there's like some funky stuff going on where suddenly you can like draw out these queens using the open diagonal. And then with this knight out here, okay, I take it back. This knight is actually a fantastic move. Why? Because your goal is going to be to duplicate this board and to travel pieces onto it in such a way that you have like equipment, you have material that you can use to throw at these queens and slowly pull them out so that you can, so that a mating net occurs, right? So that's what white is trying to do. What's black trying to do? Good question. Well, here's the problem. I don't really understand what the advantage is here for black. I mean, an advantage is that now they have a board where they don't have to worry about getting mated. And they want to duplicate this board as much as possible, right? Ordinarily, exiling, in my opinion, is really only potent seriously when you get to the point where you have a soft mate on a board, and then you like exile your pieces onto timelines that are inactive, but that are inaccessible unless somehow the opponent can deal with the soft mate on the intermediate board. So I really don't know. I don't know. Pull out does not equal. That's funny. That's a good one. Okay, let's see how this plays out. We're gonna try. We don't have a fantastic idea of what black's ideas are here, but when we see it, maybe we can do our best to optimize it. That's how we're gonna approach. That's how we're gonna approach this analysis. We almost mated white in standard theory. Well, I know that. Yeah. Okay. Knight f6. Knight f6 here. Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, besides the fact that you're developing, like, obviously, you're going to have issues where, like, a travel happens onto here, like I was saying. So, okay. I mean, clearly one thing that you need to do when you're doing this exiling is to immediately shore up any of those. Like, what I said, as the exiling player, you have to take into account what the counterplay is, and then prevent that from happening, right? This open F file was a clear liability for the aforementioned travel. Black makes that impossible, and I think that that's the way to play the game. Like, what they might want to do next is probably something like h3 to prevent this knight from hopping in, right? I mean, obviously, if you're not exiling behind a soft mate, then you're setting yourself up so that you're putting boards onto the map where your opponent can duplicate them, and you don't want to give them the opportunity to do that favorably, right? I'm gonna head off. Enjoy some at Suffering chat. All right. See you later, Poison. Thanks for hanging out. Always a good time. Catch you next week. maybe can be sometimes good practically. I agree. All right, Sonoy's off too. All right, well, someone else is going to have to take over for counting. So, Peace is going to have beaten Lexi quicker than me. I don't know the game you're referring to, so I'm not sure. Quicker than I, by the way. You're omitting the elliptical clause from the complete phrase quicker than I have. But all good. All right, Crazy's counting. Okay, all right. Knight f6, clear developing move, shores up the holes, and you know, you don't want to give white favorable travels. This is what you do. This is clearly what you do. Okay. Here we go. Bishop g5 makes sense. Putting pressure on the one thing that is keeping this file close. I mean, yeah, you want to load up your pieces here. I was thinking maybe knight out would be better, because the one, this is why I suggested that h6 count. I think I called this h3, but it's obviously h6, is to prevent a piece from hopping in here. You want to prevent these travels from taking place, right? Honestly, I wonder if setting up for a travel onto this knight was better. Debatable. Debatable. Okay. The other consideration is that, of course, these, you know, pieces from this board now interact with this board. So let's see here. And on 0L, we've got h4. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe the idea is that you want to push up. I don't know what the idea is. Could be some wonky cheese where you push the rook up. Could be something where you want to push this pawn up onto this board. You want to load all your pieces onto this board so that you can sack back onto it, right? I don't know. This is interesting. Let's see what happens with h4. Unintuitive. All right. Now, on 0L, we've got knight c6 goes to e5, which kicks this bishop and also maybe threatens some pressure here somehow. I don't know. I think it's obvious that the main thing that it's doing is attempting to trade with this bishop. But also you're trying to develop threats of your own, right? What are those threats right now? Not fantastically clear. The thing is, well, I mean, if you could get another piece in here, then you can attack this singly defended pawn, right? So maybe d3 is like a weakness in the structure for white. None of these pieces are actually looking at it. Then again, common king d2 is gonna like solve that problem in a little bit. Unclear to what extent. Okay. So let's look at this next move. Wait, this move happens and a travel happens? Why wouldn't you travel first? When is there ever a benefit to doing that? Am I reading this notation right? Let's see here. What's actually going on? Well, okay, so what's the other move? What's the other move that black makes? Royal queen e8 goes to d8 here. Why would you do this? Wrong move. Oh, you're right. My bad. Oh, it's on turn 10. Or on turn 9, rather. Sorry. Is this move. The e8 queen goes to d8. Okay, and that's why you made this move first. I understand. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I get it. Okay. What the hell is going on here? Did I get that right? T9, royal queen on e8 goes to 0L, d8. Yeah, I got that right. What? Also wrong move? Am I blind? Royal Queen -1 L T9 E8 goes to D8 on 0L. D8 Queen to D8? Bro, I'm reading the notation. No. It's the E8 Queen. Unless this notation is wrong. But, oh wait, never mind. All right, don't bait me into. Thanks. I'm dealing with enough stressors here at the moment. All right. All right, this is the move. What the fuck? What's the threat? Why? Taking here, and then what? What's the plan after that? Do you have any parallel attacks? Here is covered by this bishop. Where do black's bishops go? This queen with this. Can't bring this knight in to threaten there. That square's covered doubly. Off limits. What else is happening here? Did I genuinely say that word? Fuck me, okay. Now I can't even... Alright. Whatever. Stress tensors equals stressors. That's funny. Let's keep going, because I don't see it. I don't see the threat. We're going to have to see the threat before we can comment on the threat. So, E3 bishop goes to F4 here. Kicks the knight. Makes sense to me. -1 L. The H3 knight goes to F2. That's interesting. Why does this happen? Could be to, I mean, defend the bishop somehow from this board. So that, like, if knight takes here, then this knight recaptures, right? If I had to guess, that's probably it. I mean, you could also trade this bishop in for this knight, and that would achieve the same thing. I'm going to go with that. Protect the king from future bishops. Oh, I think so. This is reverse royalty, so the object is to checkmate the opponent's queen, not the king. The king is just a normal piece that moves like a king, but it can be captured, so it's not actually a big deal. So yeah, it's not about closing the king triagonal in this case. Yeah, no, easy mistake to make, but that's why these pieces look a little wonky. It's a pretty crazy game mode. It's one of my favorites. So would recommend. Okay. I think that it's probably to defend this bishop from this knight capturing this bishop like that. That makes sense to me, right? Straightforward. Again, 2 timelines, lots of tricksy stuff. There is now officially a queen on an inactive board. I mean, if you really want to punish exiled queens, you have to get some travels onto the board where there are multiple queens. Otherwise, I think that you're fighting a losing battle. So the clock is ticking in some sense for that to happen. So let's see how black deals with this. Okay. So this has happened. Now we've got 0L 95 goes to... goes 1 turn back. Oh, the bishop doesn't recapture itself because you're traveling from this board. Right, right. Okay. Now we understand what the hell is going on. All right, so ordinarily you can't travel back one turn to take a bishop in the past. Why? Pretty simple, although you can recapture like this, so it's not fantastic. Then again, you give up this pawn in the process, and that seems pretty scary. So, hard to say what the best defense is here. Yeah, ordinarily you can't take a bishop one turn in the past, but that's only on your bottom, like on the lowest timeline. Because then the new timeline here, that piece will be defending itself in the past, etc., etc. But if you do it on a timeline that's not the lowest timeline, then that can't happen. That just doesn't work that way. Now, here's a thing that actually can happen. If white was really smart, then they could make a single timeline to activate this timeline, make some threatening move here. I don't know what. I don't know what the right move would be. And then this bishop on that turn, after they've made one move, can recapture the knight here. That's kind of tricksy. How do I exile Stronker? Good question. I mean, I would say you probably don't exile before you've got more pieces activated, right? Like this knight, okay, your opponent has left some vulnerabilities, which I think they can shore back up again with some clever counterplay here. But like it feels like when you exile, your attacks have less tempo. Right? And so, I mean, it's true that the longer you wait, the more counterplay you provide to your opponent. But I can't imagine that, like, mathematically it evens out to... Like on this board, right? You're in no rush on this board. Well, in this case, you saw an opportunity and you took it, which is fantastic. But, like, why would you not want to... As much as it's white's goal to duplicate boards on which black has two queens, it is black's goal to duplicate boards on which black doesn't have any queens, right? So like, why would you not use your you know, and also the more timelines that you make, the more like the adjacent boards that you make are going to play off of each other. So like, it's strictly advantageous, is it not, to wait until you've developed more pieces before you start exiling, right? Oh, does the past tense count? Yeah, why not? I think so. The present progressive tense counted earlier, so. So I guess I'd say patience, right? Like it's gonna be better for the boards are gonna be better for you, and your attacks on the exiled boards that you duplicate without any of your queens on them are going to be stronger if you wait longer, right? Am I wrong about that? Unless you're afraid that no, because like on this, it'd be one thing if I meant that like on this board, because like, oh, you give your opponent the chance for counterplay, but here there's no such excuse me. Doesn't my opponent develop further as well? It's true, but I guess I feel like I mean, what's true is that you would also you would simultaneously be developing more pieces. You'd be bringing boards where there are more of your opponent's pieces closer to your queens, but for the most part, your queens are going to be up here anyway. Not so much down here. And you're gonna run into that problem anyway if your pieces are, if your opponent is successfully reduplicating the boards where you've got multiple queens. So I mean, it's definitely like a trade-off. I mean, in this case, this looks tricky to defend, so you know, probably you rattle it off anyway. But no, I think that the counter, like I was saying, that the stronger exile is the one behind the soft mate, right? And like this isn't close to enabling that to happen. So I'd say that probably it's going to be more threatening. I mean, it's obviously a trade-off. Your opponent does develop further as well. But I mean, I don't know. What's the follow-up? Maybe it's just because I'm inexperienced, but this doesn't seem so crazy to me. Now, I mean, there is the, if your opponent doesn't deal with it properly, then they're kind of fucked. Like if they activate this board first and then let it play out a bunch, and then it comes over here, you know, and then you can maybe start doing some crazy stuff. Then again, is like queen over actually the worst move in the game? You know? Oh. And capture here. And then takes. Check. And this takes here, takes. I said the word a bunch. Okay, well, that happened. It was actually an interesting game. You may enjoy some parts. All right. Let's keep going. We're only on turn 11. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. And then this queen goes to d8. All right. Makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, it's on... No. Yeah, I did that right. D8. Turn 10, D8. Okay. Exiling the queen. Yep, that's what you do. Okay, so... here... Bishop F4? Yeah. Oh, wait, on 0L? Oh, I thought he was going to do the travel on the other board. Okay. Okay, hey, this is what I said to do. Great minds, am I right? The bishop travels to F8. Sick. Okay. I think this is actually probably premature, and actually you wanted to do it on the board. Actually, you can't do that on this board because this knight blocks shrewdly. But let's see what happens. This obviously checks royal queen down there, so this is actual literal only move. This is how it goes. This happens. Now, what? Okay. Common queen F2 or common king F2? Why the fuck would you do that? Knight out makes sense. What? Like, even if you're trying to get the... I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Common king F2 happens. This queen runs back. Obviously, white probably wants to travel to a board that looks like this one. Maybe with a bishop, right? I can't imagine that this is better than, like, knight h3. No, I mean, there's like only one thing to do here as black, right? And that's to get your queen to safety. Clearly asserting dominance by bonk clouding, evidently, yeah. No, royal queen back to d8 makes a lot of sense. Would I have brought the royal queen anywhere else? I don't really know. But I mean, if you don't move this queen, the next turn you're gonna get like next turn you've got to cover this up, and then if you do that, then there's this check which lures the royal queen out, and that's gonna be a nightmare, right? All right, let's see what happens. I think this is sensical. Royal queen d8's also great because you can travel back to d8. Well, I guess you could have done that anyway because it's adjacent. But I mean, you know, these pawns seem pretty well guarded. Putting it behind the common king makes a lot of sense because this common king is going to be like a really good defensive resource around the royal queen. So fair enough. All right, now knight c3 goes to c5 one turn before. Why would you play common king f2? And why would you... I guess it is bomb clouding to assert dominance, right? Like, that's even bad from the perspective of, like, if you wanted to somehow do, like, a propagating mate after this bishop is, like, somewhere else. Because that, like, you would want to do common king e2 so that you can get your royal queen to f1 and then push a pawn and then, like, mate this queen in the past or something, right? So, and then why the fuck would you go one turn back to c5? I don't know, but clearly the move is to get your queen out of the way, right? Because then you don't give white like a turn to travel to. All right, okay, hold on. Let's slow down and actually do some analysis. All right. Clearly, it's the thing about knight c5 travel is that you're giving black a choice, right? You're asking them, okay, do you want to like eliminate this threat, or which leaves the queen on the f file and then allows for, you know, some like tricksy counterplay, or do you want queen safety, but on the flip side you enable me to do something really annoying like take the b7 pawn or something like that, right? And I think it's evident that that's the that's the idea. Question is, now that you've forced this, how do you benefit? Okay, now you've got some interesting travels on the board below, right? I don't like it. I don't like this vein of counterplay for white. I would have preferred to generate more boards where there are two queens and then crack the position open there, because it's going to be twice as difficult for them to corral all of the vulnerabilities. But hey, this is what's going on. Okay. I mean, white's plan is clear here. They force this, and then there are some tricksy moves like this. Is this what actually ends up happening? No, it's not. Wow, this knight ends up taking this common king. Okay. That's interesting. All right. Why not? Knight takes d7 happens. And then back here, what tier are we on? Okay, this is T9. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're approaching the point where the game fucking blows up and becomes illegible. Okay. Knight d7. On L1, we have knight g8, f6. Makes sense. Block it again. Same reason that you would do this, you know, down here, where you cover this up to disable this travel from happening, right? And here, yeah, common queen takes. Now you don't have that many pieces out. So how do you actually, what? You check here, and the goal is to open up this triagonal. How do you take advantage of that? Seems optimistic. Seems optimistic. I disagree with White's play here, but it is what it is. Okay. Now, Jesus Christ. Okay, so these boards have now come into play, right? So making 2 timelines has been a bit of a detriment. Again, I would have made the 1 and then used probably this bishop to recapture or something like that. I don't know. That's just me. Let's see what happens. -2 to knight c3. Okay, so he does recapture here and allow this really scary looking capture here. That seems kind of bonkers to me. Maybe I would have like played another move here before doing these travels to allow for this pawn to be defended or something like that. Analysis, I will exile so much stronger. Yeah, okay. But like, I mean, yeah, allowing this move seems absolutely insane to me. But you know, what do I know? Trial is only available 1 turn. Ah, that's good to know. Oh, there was nothing to take the turn after. Right, you are. All right, that's fair enough. But no, my point stands. I probably would have tried to recapture with the bishop a turn later instead of doing like all of this stuff here. Maybe it's worth White generating their own threats. But again, that I'm a little biased because my counterplay would have been to travel back onto the boards with the doubled queens. But let's just see what happens here. Okay, so down there the knight recaptures. Turn 1 we have knight g1 h3. L2 we have knight c3 b5. Okay. I don't know if I'm getting spooked yet as black, but let's see what happens. Okay, up here we have queen back to her home. This queen, it's loved, is moved back to d8, moved back to d8. Do I agree? Yeah, I think so. What other move would you make? Maybe defend this pawn here. What you want to do is discourage any travels to... I mean... You do enable after another timeline is made down here. This takes here 1 turn in the past. That doesn't seem so scary. I don't know. Then again, there's the open. The reason that this was such a compelling home square for the royal queen before was that the common king was defending all of the adjacent squares. It probably makes sense. I was wondering if maybe something like, I don't know. I mean, you got to defend this, right? So it's not like you can run away to e8 or anything. And you probably don't want to enable any travel onto this pawn if you move it to... Okay. I agree. Queen d8 is probably the safest bet. Right now, at least. Okay. Rook a8 to b8. All right. Very, very good. He makes shrewdly spots that knight b7 is being threatened. And doesn't allow it. All right. Down here on -2L... Bishop g7 to b2. Yep, that's what we were afraid of. And then knight c6 goes to d4. Why not? Why not? So You're gonna recaptures, and then I guess like this is a an even trade, and then probably the Common King comes up and then defends both of those knights, right? This is a little spooky. I guess you probably just scoot the rook over. Next turn. Wow, we made it to turn 17. Okay. Let's see. +1 al, knight h3 goes to g5. Makes sense. 2 knight g1 h3. Yep, you gotta activate your knights. The level of analysis is probably going to be equal to the amount of time like when explosions happen like this, you can't delve like super deep unless there's like an eminent like tactical idea that is currently being formed. I mean, here you're just developing these pieces, right? Like in a game, this is what you think, like, okay, I want to develop threats. I want to get my pieces out there, and I want to make travels happen. Now that is the one thing where like the only thing about this board is that this knight hasn't been played yet to prevent like a travel. I wonder if maybe even instead of knight h3, bishop f4, preparing like a travel onto this board. Kind of spooky, no? Because then that happens, right? Wait. There's no travel necessary. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm going nuts. Travel onto this board, checking this royal queen here, and then queen caps, right? And then you check here. And then what the fuck does black do? That's like a lethal attack. Yo, I found a lethal attack. This is super spooky. You're kind of fucked. Right? Like, I wonder if maybe even, like, instead of this queen move, if just plugging up this, like, the reason that I commended that knight move on the other boards, right, was that it prevented this bishop travel shenanigans. I think that probably you wanted to play knight f6 here. Am I crazy? Nice find. Yeah. Yeah, because this is what you do, right? This is how you do with exiled queens. If they're taking so many turns to run away, like you have to, you want to incrementally develop your position and then travel back to it with like more and more of a threat in place, right? So like with the last travel, we did this, and then we managed to get our knight into like this position, right? With the next travel, we're gonna have like a bishop here, and then this knight will be on that board, and they can't deal with both at the same time. So then you play this knight here, and then the queen goes somewhere, and then you can check this queen on this board again, and then something goes somewhere, and then they clamber to prevent this mate from happening, if they can, which they can't do it in the first 2 turns because you can provide 2 checks. And then if bishop here is an already mate, you go bishop here, and then you travel to that board. You know what I mean? So that's like a clear mating strategy here for white. Bishop h3 seems kind of impotent, but maybe there's time pressure. It's so we're less than halfway in the game. I don't know. Let's get mate with that travel, right? Yeah, super spooky. Because then you can't cover here, and then you can't cover there. So what do? Pawn out, but then white waits a turn, pushes the pawn. Yeah, man. Might be a mate here. So I guess this, the lesson as the exiler is, I mean, obviously on the positive boards as black here, as the exiling player, you want queen defense to be like the #1 priority, right? But I guess here you really want to prioritize, like, when you open up this hole like this, preventing any of those crazy travels. I guess you already saw it once, so it's not much of a surprise that this is like a threat. So I would guess that maybe here is going to be an okay to forego the queen back here, because there's no obvious threat here or from this board yet. So I guess it just goes to show the importance of shutting the door here, as it were, which is really interesting. Also, he's a bishop. Knight 2 checks 2 boards down. That's true. You're not wrong. Wait, what? Hold on, sorry. What? Knight e2 checks? Knight e2? What's he? Not knight e2? What? Knight e2. Knight e2 checks 2 boards down. Ah, that's right. Okay, you're saying knight d7. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. So not only is that mating sequence mate on this board, actually, so if you like travel the bishop here, queen goes here, knight here, it doesn't. Yeah, it does. Sorry, it's this queen here. Yeah. So the timeline is over here, right? So new timeline up here. You have the bishop here, so this is forced, and then on this board up here, you will have a knight on d7 here, soft mating this queen down here. So actually is genuinely mate. Which is pretty cool. F4 is defended, so none of this works though. F4 is defended, so none of this works. F4 is defended. Oh, you mean by this knight? No, you're not wrong, but you know, this knight can check the queen, so you can always prevent that, right? Like bishop f4, knight here, you know what I mean? So I mean here, instead of, you know, the knight came here to check, but like next move, you know, how many? Okay, so from here, let's do the math. So if you want to go f8, 7, 6, 5, 5 would be on this board. So then 4 would be on the next board. So yeah, so you could do it next turn. You could do bishop f4 and then check here or something like that. Anyway, let's not get too bogged down. That's not what happened in the game. We're reviewing what actually happened in the game. What happened here? Minus 1L. Knight c3 goes to b5. Sure, why not? Makes sense. This is always going to be a weakness. Apparently, this is a massive weakness. Good to know that you want to prevent your opponent from collapsing onto that square, right? Yikes. Okay. What happens down here? Rook a1, b1. Yep. That's what you got to do. Minus 4. Oh, he plays on the board that he doesn't need to? But why? All right. Sure, why not? Knight e2, d4. Okay. Cool. Well, okay, that's what's happened. All right, so let's see what the attack is here. Bishop b2 goes to c2 on the board above. Yeah, I mean, like we said at the very outset, c2 is the weakness that you're going to collapse on, right? And this is the reason that it was so important to prevent this move from happening. This pulls the queen out. There isn't a knight here to recapture down there, so shit. This you can't recapture with this knight. So is there anything that you can threaten? Oh, you know what you could do? You could capture here with this bishop, so that after you capture here, if recaptures, then recaptures from this square, which is super dangerous. Wow. And is that what happens? Okay, minus 3, bishop g7, d4. Yeah, you take the free knight. And then on 0L, common king e8. That's not what I said at all. What? Why? Why not take this bishop? Or take this knight with the bishop. Because you allow this. Am I taking crazy pills? The hell kind of a move is... The hell kind of a move is... Common king back. Okay, I mean, there must be a method to the madness. Like... I mean, it defends against this fork. I guess. This knight was doing that anyway, and so was this bishop. So I guess that's the idea. But maybe you don't want to move this knight? Question mark. White is guarding the knight with his pawn. Yeah. White is definitely guarding the knight with his pawn. But the problem is that if you take with the... Okay, so here, what you've done is sacked a bishop from here to here so that you force the queen out so that you can mate it, right? Like next turn you can deliver a check and he has to cover, you know, it's like really spooky for him. So if you take this knight with this bishop, what you don't... Like the only way that white can avoid recapturing this with white's queen is by recapturing it with the knight from this board. But if you take this knight on this board at the same time as taking this pawn here, then if white recaptures with the pawn, then it's just a fair trade, so you're not losing material. But more importantly, it forces them to take this with the queen, which they would much rather not do, because then, you know, you check here and you fuck them up. That's just how it goes. But if you didn't want to sack this bishop, then like it was already... I mean, I guess you just want to shore up the defense of your queen side. I would have been much more aggressive here, but let's just see what happens. Okay, and then the last piece of the puzzle. Hold on. So we did this move. We did common king, and then on 2. Oh, I missed. It was a cross board. This was the move. Okay, makes more sense. Marginally, I still think that it's worse than just defending from this board or whatever. But it's slightly more clear why. See, if you're exiling, okay, you want to be making the fewest number of tempo loss moves, right? Because like developing two pieces, because like here's the deal, you did all of this to defend this, etc., right? Like I think that as the exiling player, you want to avoid as many tempo losses as possible. I 100% of the time, 100 times out of 100 would have taken this knight here to threaten recapturing if captures here, which is just an option right now, which is pretty bad. But then you might think, okay, well, that means that I can't defend that square from here with the bishop or from here with the knight because I want to give a follow-up check if that happens. Well, you can always play your common king out here to defend that square, right? So it just seems not super worth it for me. I think common king here was more fine because they're too busy defending on, you know... Am I crazy? Because you're defended here with the... And then that's the only thing that's threatening. Yeah, I'm critical of the exiling player's moves here. I think that as Narik, you don't want to lose. You want to lose as few tempi as possible. And I think that that attack is much more... Maybe you didn't see the capture. I mean, no, he's a good player. He saw the capture. I just didn't think it was worth it. Let's see what his plan is. I don't want to be too critical without something to react to. Okay, kick the knight. Makes sense. A6 played. All right, so there is a check in 2D on the board. So what happens? We're on move 18. Defend queen boards, losing tempo on boards with no royalty is inconsequential. Well, I kind of disagree because those are the boards on that your win condition is on, right? Like you don't want to... You know, there's always this thing in like chess and other competitive games. You want to play to win, not play to not lose. You know what I mean? So like I mean, as long as you're not in danger of losing, which, like, I don't think that this is fantastically more secure than, like, the other move would have been, because you can still defend against that. I think that it's much better to make this attack stronger and put pressure on this board, and keep this board safe rather than, like, double down, you know, because I think that pulling the Common King back here was also safe. Honestly, that's just how I feel. So I'm just more critical of moves like this, because you have to worry about, you know, you have to worry about, like, a lot of the point of this is that you're kind of defending by running your queens away and making your opponent's job difficult, but then putting the pressure on them by attacking yourself, right? Like, the exiling strategy is only as good as the threats that it generates. I didn't do that because of undefended C7. No, I get that. I just don't see how wait, undefended C7 on this board, you mean? But this Common King, if you hadn't moved it, was already defending C7 on that board. So that doesn't quite scan. Unless you meant C7 up here. Like, if you're saying that what you didn't want was for this sack to happen. I get that. I'm skeptical. Both. Yeah, I mean, this knight was already doing a good job defending these pawns, right? So I wouldn't worry about that. Sorry, this Common King, rather. Yeah, okay, there's an argument to be made. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. And cross timeline defense is flimsy. Not on a board where you don't have a queen. You know? You don't have a board. What do you mean? There's no, like, diversion checks that can happen on this board, right? So I disagree. As the exiling player, you have to utilize your, like, these are your gold boards where, you know, you do all your attacking and your defending, and you have all of the flexibility of multiple timelines. They can travel to it. So, let's see. In this situation, I don't see how white converts that disadvantage so hard. Like, the benefits seem to outweigh the costs, but again, I don't know. So maybe in terms of, like, the takeaway is be slightly more critical of cross timeline moves like this that over defend. I mean, I guess from your perspective, you think no amount of analysis will be able to predict which one was a better move. I'm just saying that's the move I would have made. Bishop taking knight was certainly strong though. Yeah. Yeah, bishop taking knight I think was super strong. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. We're gonna have to pick up the pace here. I don't want my analysis to suffer at all, but I mean, we gotta get through this motherfucking game. Okay. What happens? Knight b5 c3. What are you smoking, my dude? What? Oh, maybe it's not on. No, what? T12? All right. What? I mean, it's kicked. But you don't go like bishop f4. You don't go like, you know. I don't know. I mean, I guess if you don't see the bishop idea, then all you have to do is retreat it, right? But after that happens, you just feel so bad. Like all of your threats are neutralized. Yeah, I guess if you don't see bishop f4, then it just seems so bad. Like, knight h, how have you improved your position since this board? Now you've got a knight on h3. That's not going to win the game. It's not going to win you the game, my dude. Okay. All right. H4 happens here. Okay. Sure. Why not? Defend the knight. Critical of this move too. I would have activated the bishop. This isn't going to get the job done. You also want to start thinking of cross timeline plays, right? Like these bishops, when there are a lot of boards, suddenly start to get really spooky. Actually, bishop f4 here travels down to f8 here, for what it's worth. You know, that combined with something like bishop over, well, you're in check here, but, you know, there's some cross timeline ideas. But they involve activating your bishops. Look at all these bishops. They're so sad. On c1, so much unrecognized potential. I want to play reverse royalty against Narik after seeing this. What a masochist. You guys should. I don't know if I'll review that one, but I'll watch it. Okay. What's happening here? Knight e2 goes to take c2. Yep. That's the obvious move. As we were saying. Okay. -3. Common king developed. Yep. That's what we said. And then, oh, I missed the move on. Oh, -2. Rook b1. b7. Makes sense. You pay a price. What can I say? For the attack, it's kind of spooky. I mean, it is what it is. That you gotta deal with that. You know, you open up your position to make the attacks happen. But the fact that this was allowed, I think, makes this, like, if you didn't see that you could have prevented this from happening, I probably wouldn't do that, because it's not like white's, you know. Again, it goes back to the patience thing, I guess. Like, I would have played more developing moves for that kind of attack to be, for this kind of, like, an attack that not only are you, like, not only are you performing an attack that's preemptive. I'll just submit with channel points. Okay. I guess I can't say anything about that. Maybe I'm gonna nerf the game review redemption. I don't know. Or put a cap on the number of timelines. I don't know. Okay. Not only have you done like a premature attack that you don't have sufficient follow-up on, you have also wasted tempi that you could be using by doing a cross timeline move in order to make your attack more all right, catch you later, Andre, thanks for sticking around. In order to make your attack more potent, right? So I think it really does harken back to the whole patience thing. I mean, I know that like 5D tactic tunnel vision is a big thing. 1k each for extra timeline. Yeah, I like that one. that's a good policy. I'll consider it. So yeah, I mean, it was a little opportunistic. It wasn't like you could have timed this that well, but I don't know. I think the point stands. Because there's also some tricksy counterplay here. No, Rook here kind of defends pretty well. Let's see how Narik gets out of this. It's not like he's super far behind or anything. You know, he's still got some tricky. It's just that, you know, this board and this board look a lot less spooky than they would have in the situation where you force this royal queen out here, you know, and then suddenly this is like, this attack maybe even isn't quick enough to defend against. You know, you got some crazy stuff where that happens, and then you like pull your, you know, knight check here, and you prepare like a knight check here or something nuts. I don't know. Let's keep going. Okay. So now it's black star. Oh god, I'm getting so tired reading these moves. This is T12 -1. Knight C65. Yep. You get into that territory. Obvious move. Absolutely 100%. Okay, on L0, G74. Okay. Tricksy. Now this is undefended, right? So you're attacking this pawn here, for sure. I feel. Did I say this was an obvious move? Well done. Did I read this right? I didn't realize that it was defended by 2 knights. So maybe I take that back. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Because this knight is defend. If this knight wasn't here defending this at the same time, then it would have been a lot scarier. Okay, hold on. Now pause. I have to consider why the hell this move happened. Knight c6. That's d4. Sorry. This is the obvious move. You are attacking this pawn and again attacking this pawn. Okay. Sorry, I just like lost my mind for a second. This is the move, and it is an obvious move. Brain fart. Sorry about that. Okay. 2L, knight g8 f6. Yep. Close that die. Should have done that turns ago. 100% agree. And then knight c6 e5. Yeah, man. Okay, so this is what happens. It's unfortunate that this common king is over here instead of up here. This is why it's so important to develop your common king early, by the way. I mean, it goes back to, I've harped on and on in these analyses about singly defended pawns being a massive liability. And this just goes to show, right? Granted, you can shore up the defense quite well with, like, you know, a common king played up here or there. But, you know, if you'd already done that, then this opportunity wouldn't have arisen. So, yeah. Develop your common kings, folks. PSA for Rose Royalty. May not seem like it does much now. Hank's knight in front of 2 enemy knights, obvious move. I know. Pretty 4-head. Maybe even 3-head. But hey, I'm analyzing this game and we're 7 hours into this stream, so my apologies. Let's see. Rook a8, c8. Yeah, there's an argument to be made for rook b8, I think. But it's spooky. I agree. Yeah, this is the more solid move. Why not? It's pawn's defended anyway, so you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, solid. Defend that pawn. The minus 3L, bishop d4 to c5. Bishop d4 to c5. It's not like that bishop is threatened. Why not develop your knight here? Is it because you're attacking this knight up here? It is. Well spotted, right? Am I right about that? c5, c4, c3. No, you're off. Sorry, I had a brain fart. It's getting late, man. Although you do attack this c2 pawn up here, though. That's an interesting time travel. Probably would have developed the knight here instead of doing all that, right? Unclear. I would have developed the knight, but maybe there are some tic-tacs that I'm not seeing. Just because, you know, the longer that you can... The thing is, especially when you're trying to, like, exile and time travel and stuff, you want... Like, if you can get pieces in the enemy's territory, even if they're not doing very much, if they're just sitting there and they're, like, unattacked, then you want to push pieces up so that when you add an extra piece onto that board from the future, suddenly it's like, oh shit, I'm, like, blowing up the enemy's... I'm, like, blowing up the opponent's position, right? So... My instinct would have been to play knight f6 here, but, you know, this is fine too. Maybe there's some tic-tacs that we'll see in a little bit. Okay. 0L. Okay. Common king. Yep, e2 to defend this pawn. Solid. More importantly, probably to defend this pawn, right? Knight h3 to g5. Solid. Develop your pieces. I agree. H5 here. Why h5 before you develop your bishop? What is this? Why? What does this do? What? Takes? What's the point? Why? I don't know. I'm very critical of that attack, but hey, that's our game plan. That's what we're doing, so why not? Okay, knight b5, c3. Bruh. Is this knight under attack and I'm not aware? Why are we moving this back? You got so many knights. You know, you got, like, do something up. Move this up so that it defends this pawn or something. This knight isn't under attack, is it? I don't think so. Why are we wasting moves like this? Is it crucial? Is it a crucial defense? Is there like a... Maybe you want to block this bishop's path or something? But then you could just take it anyway. I don't know. Black might travel onto c2. Yeah, but the c2 travel was on... Let's do this. c5, 4, 3, 2 was here. Is that true? I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have played the Common King up here, by the way. I would have played the Common King here. Like, why not defend c2 here? Like, why defend it with this retreating move from one of your only assets that you have currently in the game, which is one of these... Like, after that play, let's count how many pieces, like, attacking pieces on his opponent's half of the board White has here, right? All right, we've got this knight and this knight, so that's not too bad. And we've got this bishop here and this rook. Okay, but... Like, what are those actually doing? You know, like every single piece there is an asset, especially when you're attempting from these boards to attack these boards, right? Like, play Common King d2 here, man. So that you can defend this instead of like making this singly defend this square and then not... I was up on time most of the game. There was a timer. Yeah, I get that. Was there a timer? Was White in a rush? Well, timer, there's so much delay on the timer. Because there are like a billion boards here, but, we're only like halfway into the game. So let's just see what happens. Let's see what happens from here. Anyway, yeah, you got to be critical of like when you're exiling or getting exiled on, you have to make maximal use of your Common Kings to buy yourself space to be proactive with your other pieces, right? That's just how it's going to go. Like, this move hurts so much to do. And I think it's evident, not only because, by the way, you probably want to recapture, like, if this trade happens here, you probably want to recapture with this Common King anyway. So, like, defending this knight with something other than just a pawn is, like, a thing that I'd want to do anyway. But that's just me. Okay. Let's move a little faster so that we can finish this game before the 9-hour mark on stream. Okay. Knight. Sorry. Where am I? Okay. Knight b5, c3, -2, bishop e3, a7. All right, bishop e3, a7. Yep, you can do this if takes. Why not? Using your pieces actively. I'm all for it. And then here, h5. We really want to crack into this. We really want to crack into this. This queen, king side, eh? Interesting move. Not in love with it, to be honest. Probably would have done something like develop this knight to put pressure on this board where you're loading up all your pieces, right? It's not like this knight is pinned in any way, so yeah. Okay. Now, black response. Bishop d4. One turn in the past. Yep. Singly defended pawns. They're spooky. Nope. Not into the past. Up one timeline. Okay. The attack that we thought was going to happen. Yeah. Okay. This is what we thought was going to happen. I thought he'd do the knight takes move first, so that he could do something else on this board. Just because it like kind of like loses a tempo one turn later than you have to, but it doesn't really matter. But you know, gets the job done. So obviously if takes, then takes is an issue. The only problem is that that this happens here. So I don't really know how to play around that. Trying Tricky question. Let's see what happens on the other timelines. Bishop c5, e3. Yep. Yeah, no, I get it. Decent move. Then again, actually, because this recapture can happen immediately, this doesn't seem super... Like, this knight was kind of pinned by this bishop in almost. I actually like knight f6 here. Again, it's more like developing these pieces so that when you make these threats and you want to travel back to boards where your opponent has a queen, you have more pieces developed, you know, rather than like pieces traded off the board like this. Like the defending player, this is one of the boards where you're attacking, right? You're attacking this board because it's one of the rare boards where white actually has a queen. Well, I mean, white has a queen in almost all of them, but, you know, it's a board where you don't have a queen. So that's a board where you're being offensive, right? And when you're on the offense, it isn't usually worth trading pieces because it allows your opponent to recapture, develop with tempo, and their pieces are already on their side of the board. And you've spent extra tempi pushing your pieces onto their side of the board just so they can get recaptured. So probably would have developed knight f6 here. But it is what it is. Knight g8 f6, fantastic, my man. Developing his knights, very good. g6, takes h5. Why not recapture? I mean, after takes, you have takes. Just said it twice. Rook h8 f8. Good, solid. This knight clearly defending the h7 pawn anyway, so you know. You want to make it useful. You want to defend your position. Absolutely fantastic. This is a great way to do this. Okay, we're on to row 20 of the move list. Okay, common king e2. Yep, recaptures with the common king. That's what you do. Rook h1 h5. Sure, but. Okay, that's what happens. Is maybe there a rook h5 threat? Not that I see. Okay, this is what has happened. Knight g5, e6. Hey, Isaiah 0xa455. What a mouthful. Thank you so much for following, Isaiah. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. We're doing a ridiculous analysis of a viewer submitted game here, so hope you enjoy the content. Thanks for supporting the channel, appreciate it. Thank you. That's a little spooky. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't see that. I mean, you can recapture with this common king, but does it weaken the structure? Not really, because white doesn't have other pieces developed, right? Who the fuck cares? You can just recapture with the common king. I guess it prevents you from recapturing here immediately, but all white did was trade pawns. So I disagree. As white, I'm not worried about that. Hello, Isaiah. Let's keep going. Okay. And then, okay, knight g5, e6, minus 3L. We've got, right, common king recaptures. And then here we've got rook b7, c7. What? Trading a rook for a pawn? Recaptures with common king. Is he distracting the common king? Could even recaptures with this here because this knight defends the bishop. Common king recaptures? Why would you do this? Have I read the move right? Yeah, rook b7 c7. All right, this is what happened. Okay, here we go. Knight g8 f6. Fantastic. I thought this was going to happen last turn, but it didn't. But it's all good. Minus 1L. C5 has been played. Interesting move. Huh. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Here, you're not playing for, like, captures or anything. You're just going to kick this to open up the diagonal, right? So, solid game plan. Couldn't have done it better myself, probably. Yeah. No, that's solid. Absolutely solid. So what is this match? So this is a match that was played in the 5D League Cup, which is played in the Rurus Royalty variant. This is being played against Narik and Mage, and Narik redeemed the channel point reward for me to analyze a game of his choosing. He's a bit of a troll, so this is like a game that blows up to like 17 timelines and like 39 turns. So he's done this to torture me because it involves a strategy that I really despise and is incredibly arduous and tedious, which is the Exiled Queen strategy. So we're commenting on the match, trying to see what's what, evaluating the position, etc. And Nurik's very pleased with himself. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. C5 has happened here. On 0L, C5 has also happened. Interesting. Wonder why. I would have taken squares away from the knight. You can't really push up. Well, maybe that is the idea. Maybe you want to like. Maybe that is the idea. You want to pro. I guess there are no defenders left of the D pawn on this board. So, yeah, okay. No, that's fair enough. I agree. Okay. Sounds like an actual nightmare. Yeah, no, it really is. But not gonna end the stream before we get through this, and we're only halfway through the game. So, you know, it is what it is. Okay, turn 1. Common king, d7. I just unhighlighted the move. I was keeping track. Why have I done this? Hold on. It was this, right? Yeah, it was where the c7, c5. Okay. I refound my place in the move list. Okay, common king d7 plus 1L takes you. Yeah. Recaptures here. I wonder if these moves are being made because these players don't see that this is like an option. Oh, minus 2L, by the way. I missed this, but he takes with the rook. Why not with the common king? Just seems spooky because I don't know. There's like a travel now onto like this board here with the bishop. I mean, maybe it's not a big deal, but isn't that spooky? Well, I guess you're gonna retake it next turn anyway. So like there isn't another threat that can be generated. So all right, there's an argument to be made. I could see it. That's fair. Probably to attack the bishop. Yeah, no, makes sense. Yeah, it just feels like, you know, when your priority is 100% queen safety, you're already attacking the bishop by capturing with the common king. So, but maybe it's fine. I mean, the thing is that he doesn't have any pieces developed with which he can recapture. So we're probably splitting hairs here, but makes sense. Okay, let's see. Minus 1L, knight c3, b5. Wow, this knight goes back, comes forward. I mean, I think that it should have been here anyway. Yeah, now suddenly there's a... Well, okay, let's see what he does on this board. On 1L, knight g5. Knight g5 goes back. Okay, we have a branch. On to turn on 14, e5. That doesn't seem great. Does it? Takes. This square is defended. takes. All right, this has happened and it's activated the new timeline over here. So that's all right. Okay. So just a quick review of the game up to this point. Yep, there we go. Okay. Now it's Black's turn to play. Take c4. Makes a lot of sense. Oh, wow. They're a single move. Oh, God. This is a blessing. Okay. Nope. Sorry. That's the wrong move. c4. If takes, then you have this check, which doesn't actually check on that turn, does it? Am I crazy? Was that move made just to reactivate the -4L board? There were better moves to make to reactivate the -4L board, so I'm a little doubtful. It's not like they had anything to defend against that was too crazy. So I don't know. I'd be surprised if that were the case. Okay, knight e5 c4. Yeah, if takes, then takes here. But that's not check that turn, so it doesn't require the queen to recapture, does it? What other move do you have, though? Yeah, because you can't block here. And then next turn it's going to be... Yeah, okay. I get it. I guess there isn't a fantastic response here. Well, let's just see what happens. Sort of feels like I'm spamming, but does it check the queen in another timeline? The answer is no, because d3 is covered. Or sorry, e3 is covered. So this pawn here will block all of the queens up there, but good instinct to ask that question, Isaiah. But nah, it totally don't. Yeah, it's blocked by the pawn in the next timeline. Exactly, yeah. Okay. Where are we at now? All right. Line 22. Okay. Knight d4, e6. Check. That doesn't seem great. I mean, it's undefended. So what else are you going to do, right? You can't take here. You'd rather sack into it. But I mean, what would you rather do? Okay. Let's actually think about this critically. What would you rather do? I mean, knight out here to defend this knight, right? That does run you into this, it does run you into this really annoying capture here. But I guess if you delay that happening, like if you do this next turn, well, no, now you're not defending this at all. Common king up, question mark? Common king up, takes, doubly defended. Push the pawn up, honestly. Then take still happens. Maybe inevitable. Let's keep going. Let's see how it plays out. Knight d4, e6 check. Common king d7, e6. Rook a1, b1. Prevents this from happening. Solid. Okay, so what he wanted to do is not get uncompensated for this knight. So instead of playing b1 initially, he did this. I thought that maybe the idea was to delay the capture of this pawn, because he could have done literally anything else here, and if the rook takes on this turn, then the pawn recaptures, so you don't have to worry about that. What are those numbers? There was chat redeemed some channel point incentives earlier that banned me from saying words. Basically, the number of times I say a certain banned word, I have to do a certain exercise, and the number of times I say the name of that exercise, I have to gift subs. So that's what's going on. Okay. Rook a1, b1. Fantastic. Knight g8 f6. Can't really argue with that. All right. Knight b5. Okay. Now we catch up to the present. Almost. Not quite. Black has 2 moves to make here. Common king back to d7. I mean, you want to defend the pawn that's being attacked, so this makes sense. Is there an attack that can materialize better? No, I mean, you have to defend this, right? There's no way around that. I was thinking like sack this knight might be a thing soon. Oh, the common king here defends that knight actually, so it's not a big deal. That's interesting. Okay, it is what it is. Up here, we have d takes e5, which I think you can do with impunity. So, we're back up to the present. Another travel happens. On -2L this time. Bishop a7 goes to a8. I alluded to this. I don't think it's good right now. Is it? Maybe it looks spooky. There are so many pieces defending. Not to mention there are pieces from the other board, right? All right, well, whatever. This has happened. Okay. Now on +4L, rook c8 takes a8. Which you can do. That bishop was not defended. Now I fail to see what your game plan is, because you can't really attack this with this. Here takes or takes, because you can't do here takes because there's takes. I just said the words so many times. Okay, disagree. I don't see how this attack pans out, but whatever. All right, now we're getting to the monstrously long turns. Okay. But to some extent, these turns kind of play themselves out. Whoa! Bishop a7, e3. What? And then bishop c1, e3. Bro, why didn't you activate this piece like 8 years ago? E3. That was your plan? I guess that's what I'm confused about, right? Like, obviously the bishop can't go to any of these squares because they're covered. But what was your plan? What did you want from this? Like, you don't have, the problem is that you don't have adjacent pieces. Like I said earlier, all of White's pieces are on their half of the board on all of these timelines. So it would maybe be cool to like give yourself a board to travel to aggressively, right? But you can't do that. Can't do that because you don't have any pieces on the adjacent boards. So it doesn't seem fantastic. Okay. Common king e2. Common king e1, e2. All right, we're going e2 again instead of d2, but sure, whatever. Even though it seems like c2 and c3 could both use defending. Okay. Knight c3, b5. All right. Okay, our knights are on b5. That's where we like them. Probably have to be worried about some sort of like cross timeline bishop sack or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's get the rest of the moves on the board. A4. Sure. Honestly, I like kicking this knight better. What is A4 really doing? Like, what, it's defending this knight? So? Doesn't seem good. I like so many moves better in this position. I like kicking the knight. I probably like either king e2 or d2. But this is what has happened. And then finally, we have takes the g pawn. Makes sense. Okay, Kent takes back. That's an issue. Yeah, it really is actually. I have to be worried. Okay. Okay, let's start. Rook a8, c8. I agree. You want to took the piece, go right back. Common king d7, d6. All right. Give this pawn an extra defender. Maybe you see that as a weakness. Interesting. Maybe the idea is that you want to get this common king over here. I don't know. I might have kicked this. That's probably a bad move. We'll reserve judgment. That was to block open lines to queen. Ah. Okay. Okay. Wait, which open lines to queen? What? Block open lines to queen? What? Which move blocks open lines to queen? This move? Oh! Well done. Well done, Narik. Okay. Open lines to queen. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. Okay. Okay. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Excellent. Yes. Yes. Yes. I didn't really. Yeah. I hadn't internalized that that the d6 pawn was missing on this board. Very, very good. Very, very good. Okay. This guy knows. This guy 5Ds. Okay. Okay. 1L. Why don't you play on these boards in order? God damn it. All right. We said this was happening. Knight c6. What? Oh, up here. Knight c6, d4. Okay. -1, c5, c4. Yep. Run it down. Try to open up the diagonal. Excellent. Flawless. 0, knight g8, f6. Yep. Activate that knight. Wow, this board's looking real barren all of a sudden. I definitely thought you would have pushed this, by the way. That was a little surprising. But I think that both are solid. I just thought, you did that last turn. Why not do this last turn? But I think both are fine. -4L. Yep. Kick the knight. -3L. Recapture. If takes. And then e6, e5. e6, e5. e6, e5. Yeah. Okay. Essentially giving this knight an outpost, right? I think that's solid. I think these are fantastic. I really like this move. It really asks a question of this rook. Because if it doesn't, you have to really be terrified of these situations. I mean, if captures, probably you're gonna have to recapture from another board, which you might have trouble finding the time to do. All right, line 27 of the document. Okay, -3, rook 8. Okay, he just captured. He doesn't give a fuck. He's gonna let this. That seems super sketchy. Hold up. Well, only because, like, you probably want to. Well, you take on your own terms, and then you repopulate there with a rook. No, because then captures, and then that's an issue. Does it matter? Does it matter if you take proactively? Probably. You probably want to do something else in the meantime. I mean, it's pretty spooky to scoot the queen up, but... But it is difficult to attack a common... Wow. There are interesting travels here. I don't know. I usually don't like... You could even move this rook over if you wanted to be safe, right? I don't know if taking... Well, let's see how the situation develops. 3/4 of the way there. Oh, jeez. Woo! Okay, great. Okay, probably there's time pressure though, and under time pressure you probably blitz out that move. So fair enough. Okay, kick the knight. That's what should have happened last turn, but you know, no judgment. I mean, my job here is kind of to judge the moves, but 92 c3 on -2L. Sure, why not? This pawn is a weakness. You want to develop your pieces anyway. I'm down. Knight b5 captures b7 down here. That's solid. That looks pretty scary. Yeah, good move. Well done. Only issue is, I guess if takes, you don't have to worry. But you need to generate your own threats as white, right? You can't take this sitting down. Yeah, no, I think that's a good move. I think that's super spooky. This is how, you know, like the way you fight back is that one of the ways that you fight back is that obviously the exiling player has to generate threats and kind of overextend on the boards where they don't have many pieces, right? And so that just gives you kind of free reign to populate that board with your pieces. Makes sense. On 2L, the c1 bishop goes to e3. Solid. Kick the knight, activate the bishop. 100%. I'm with you. Can't really go f4 or anything here because there will be a Fossilino discovered attack on the f file. That's no bueno. Bishop e3 goes to a7. Yep, that's why you played that move basically. Solid pickup, also super scary. Like it's starting to get scary, you know, on like these boards where there are kind of pieces on the queen side. So that looks pretty good to me. Generate some threats. On 4L, you have 92 c3. Yep, same as the very similar to this 92 c3 move. Yeah, activate your pieces. Especially on it because you're trying to generate an attack, right? Like the home of this knight is obviously on b5, so that's solid. I wonder how black deals with this actually. Well, let's finish out the turn. And then here the c1 bishop goes to d2. Why? Probably because you're low on time and you want to take it off its home square, to be honest. I don't know. You're activating the bishop. There's not too much to read into there. You don't think you should have addressed the hanging king? Let's see. Which hanging king? Let's see. You mean this king? Are you trying to tell me that no, because this bishop doesn't see that king? Hanging king. Do you mean this king? Which pieces see that king? Do any pieces see that king? Can any pieces see that king soon? Which king are we talking about? You won't miss it. Is it this king? Because that's spooky. I agree with you. But you can recapture with the knight here? No? Well, after captures here, yeah, no, because that you can recapture too, right? It's defended by this knight. So takes, then this knight takes. Like on this turn, it's not a big deal is my point. Is it? It's a weakness for sure. You're trying to collapse. Look at that. No, like 100%. But there aren't other pieces that coordinate here, right? I don't know. Certainly it's a weakness. I think like one of your only opportunities to generate counterplay here is really compelling. Yeah, there's an argument to be made that pushing the common king up here was better. But this turn, this rook is going to take here, which is cool. And then if you capture up there, then nothing is really going to prevent this rook from recapturing if like a check is made here. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. I mean, if that maybe that's foreshadowing that that's how this game ends. I don't know. But let's see. -1L. C4 takes D3. Immediately happens. I wonder if he recaptures with this knight or not. We'll find out in a bit. Knight H5 F4 here. Yep, that looks spooky. Although it is hanging. Less spooky than I thought. Let's make sure that that's the move. On +1L. Knight H5 F4. Yeah, no, this is definitely the move. Do I see a reason why? It is defended by this knight, but this knight's probably going to move, yeah. All right. Well, this has happened, so let's see how it fits into the grand plan here. Yeah, it doesn't threaten a capture here. It's kind of weird, no? Like, it's just capturable on the board? Am I taking crazy pills? Okay, -4, knight c4, takes c3 here. Ah, that's a good one. That's a nice one. I didn't see that. I didn't see that at the time. Right here. Suddenly, it is not so possible. Probably still can. It's getting really spooky up here. It's getting really spooky up here. That's for goddamn sure. All right. Now you can start getting really afraid. Rook A8 H8. That's easy. On 0, rook A8 B8. Yep, you line up. You skewer this knight onto that knight, or pin this knight to that, whatever you like. Well, one of these knights is probably going down, right? That's bad news. Bad news bears. Okay, 2 rook A8 A7. Defend that pawn from these knights, etc. And from this bishop. Yep. Not to mention you didn't, yeah, like bishop takes here, we pointed out earlier, was scary, so it's not something you want to deal with. No, knight takes here's the thing, or bishop takes knight here's the thing. But addressing that threat is probably better than because that really looks scary, and that's a slippery slope with, especially with like these knights. These knights hanging out down here, sharking the back line. Average. Whatever just walked in on. Narik submitted a game for review. It was an Exiled Queens game. He redeemed with his channel points. I have no option but to honor my end of the deal. Okay. Yeah, no. Oh, it was A7. I almost messed up. Rook A8, A7. Okay, so you're on the offensive, right? I thought, you know, you wanted that rook to defend that rook, but I guess actually this rook defends that rook anyway. So here you simultaneously defend this pawn with this rook, but also attack the bishop. So I'm down. No, that makes sense. And then if captures, sure, why not? Yeah, rook A8, A7. And then rook B8, C8. Okay, get your rook out of harm's way. Is part of me surprised? Well, it's just more secure there. No, that's fair. You know, thinking A8, chase the bishop away. But you're already chasing the bishop away with this rook, so this one can just defend. Right. And then here... E5. Outpost for the knight. What else would do E5 here? I guess how else do you deal with this? Do you deal with this threat? There's not really that much more you can do to your structure. Man, this make me miss 5D chess. That's surprising. This in particular is not the motivating force in my pursuit of 5D chess excellence, but to each his own. All right, line 28 of the move list. Okay, -1, knight f2 d3. There's a check here, but that's a 2D check, so. Okay, he recaptures here instead of with this knight. See, the viewers like it. Get the fuck out of here, man. Knight b7, d6. He recaptures. I mean, you're losing one of them anyway, right? If captures, captures. And that's actually really annoying because it checks this queen here. So we'll see how they deal with it. All of these moves before you travel are really interesting and probably unnecessary, but I guess that's indicative of a time scramble. Here on 2L, we have bishop e3, d4. Makes total sense. On 1L, we have bishop d2, f4. Yep, capture the hanging knight. Still not positive why. Maybe that was a mistake in time pressure. It's hard to say. Not the specifically, obviously. I agree that it's obvious. Just haven't played 5D in months at least. We'll get on the Discord, man. Should do more exiled content, jeez. Yeah, get on the Discord. Hop into some games. The community's grown since you played last. Especially if you haven't played in months. It's really good stuff. Hop back into it. We're always welcoming. You know how our community is. Oh, here. What? -3, turn 16, C1? Wow. Did not expect a counter exile? But why? Why counter exile? I mean, I guess you're in trouble otherwise. What else are you going to do with this queen? Especially under time pressure, this seems much safer. And here's the counter exiling. Well, yep, Narik told us this would happen. All right. C1 here. Now, on 5L. You guys remember when I said this board looks safer? I didn't realize that this is the... I thought that this was the one above where this rook is hanging. Why the fuck? Bro, you just like... It's a royal queen skewer. Like, what are you doing? That's not good. That's not what you want. Big yikes. Yeah, this, if you, like, you have, like, you're in the wrong neighborhood. This is the definition of that. You just stepped in the wrong neighborhood. Yeah, no, that's, I can't imagine that was better than just dealing with it on the board. Or maybe moving up to the board above, right? Who the fuck? Yeah, C1 here is much better. Or here, rather. Well, okay, I say that, but actually I don't really agree with what I just said myself. Because you've got all of this collapsing onto the... But still, this looks terrifying, right? Well, I mean, I guess if you don't have very many options. If you're under time pressure, maybe. Where else could that queen have traveled? Could have traveled here to B1 up here, right? Could have traveled, actually, could have traveled, I mean, because in the game you highlight and you see what moves are available to you, right? Could have traveled to B1 on this board. Look, wait, why would you not travel to B1 on this board? Black doesn't have any pieces. Why not go to save, what? The refuge. Could have been really low on the clock, I guess so. Been on the Discord since I first played. I just never talked to him because I have social anxiety. Oh man. Well, we're a pretty friendly bunch. You know, in general, I think it's a reasonably safe space. Or at least we try to make it that way. So, I mean, suit yourself. I just wanted to let you know that, you know, you have those resources available. But if you're already on the Discord, then that's that. A few hours. This has been going on for a few hours. Could have been really low on the clock. Must have been. But you highlight the piece. As Cement yells at Narikan Mage. That's an exception, okay? This is what they're paying for. Their channel points, at least. Alright. You highlight the Royal Queen and you say, let me look at all these boards. You don't then go to the board where you just... Like, come on, man. He yells of love. Narik's not wrong. I do. It's true. Because, like, next turn, you're gonna... This rook is gonna come in here. It's not doing anything on this board anyway, right? Like, bruh. Come on. I mean, it must be a time scramble. What other possible explanation is there? Whatever. Okay, this happens. All right. Row 29. Okay. He recaptures here with this rook. I think this is basically the only way forward. I mean, you're gonna get like jumped on here by this other rook, but you know, we take this game one turn at a time. It's not a big deal. This is okay. Calmly proceeds yelling. Seems pretty friendly here. I just have to work up the nerve to say hello on the server. Yeah, it's pretty friendly there too. You know, you're not playing this game if you're not like a big nerd who's just really passionate about the game. You know what I mean? So we got all the people who are just in it for the love of the game. So it's a pretty tight knit, pretty chill community from that perspective. How many rows are there? Let's see, 37. Wow, we're getting close. We are getting close. All right. On that note, let's not lose steam here. Common. Yeah. E3 here is a much better position for it. I mean, honestly, I really enjoyed D2 for this guy, but this is the board on which we're threatening all of this stuff, right? Why would you make this move if it enables this to happen? He probably didn't see this, but then why did you think he moved this here? Like it was... Okay, this game is now spaghetti. Like at my beautiful tripled pawns, it is a sight to behold. The Tower of Power, classic tripled pawns. It's like Connect 4. Everyone knows that win condition in 5D chess. all you need is the one more pawn, and actually you win the game immediately. So that's the alternate win condition there that we're working on. Okay, fantastic. If I remember, I spent most of my time dealing with the first 3 travels, thinking I had something, then spent the rest of the time regret of not duplicating the double queen board, I'm sure you meant to say. The time increment just wasn't enough for me to come up with a game plan, but was enough to move pieces. Actually really holding the center there. I mean, they kind of are, unironically, which is just so ridiculous. But that's why you flank, right? Mage, if you want to go back and watch the... If you want to go back and watch, I found a forced mate for you earlier. So, you know, you could have done that. But I'm not going to go back now. Oh, really? Yarly. I didn't know Eric Rosen played 5D chess. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Eric Rosen's Connect 4. Aren't all the pawns considered stacked along the L axis? Get out, lawnmower. The only axis that matters is the one that marches into your opponent's territory. Everyone knows this. Kind of, if you got the travel off, but it was stoppable. Stoppable is a strong word. I think that it was very difficult to stop because you could check other pieces from intervening on the other board. So I don't know if that's true, but maybe. Okay, we won't call it forced mate. That's, you know, because I can't back that up. But I had some cool ideas for you back there that I think would have been really good. Well, actually, I might go back and watch that if you really care, because I think that, like, you were looking for counterplay that I think that my preferred way for you to generate counterplay would have been to duplicate the double queen boards. But in lieu of doing that, I think that you started down a counterplay path that you didn't actually then commit to. So actually, it's really instructive besides just that one tactic. But anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going. What happened here? Where am I? Is this real life? Okay, 3L, Common King F2, E3. Okay, and then we go down to minus 3L. Common King E3, F2. Okay, I get it. You want to run your king over to defend the rook, which you'll probably pull over from the board underneath. Sure, yeah, you want to get your common king here so that you can get the rook out. Makes sense. I feel you. Wow, this is really emptying here on this board. Okay. And then knight b5 c3. These poor knights just jump back and forth between b5 and c3. All right. Yeah, no. Kick the knight. You know, here you can't afford to, like, go pawn grubbing or whatever. I get that. So, sure, why not? Okay, now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 boards. Okay. -1. Yep. Grab this. Absolutely. You know. Looks like trouble. That's what you do. That's all. This has been the game plan on this board for actually quite a while, so makes sense. Nothing to comment on there. Knight f6, e4. Interesting. I thought about doing this a while back, actually. Let me make sure. It's weird that you do that now, especially when you can grab this bishop. Like, I would have thought that, you know what? This is what's happened. Am I right about that? Hold on. I must be wrong. No? Knight f6, e4. All right. And then takes here? Maybe you want to open this up and then move this knight up here. You know, like exchange, like your knight's doing more on this board anyway. This is the one that you want to load your pieces onto. I could understand that. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, you're blasting up with the pawn structure. I mean, it seems a heavy price to pay for that is my problem. Like, why not either capture this bishop here, which is free, by the way, or push this pawn, which also blows up the structure, right? You know? Probably have a reason for that? Okay. Let me think. Well, let's see. There's also a really dangerous Fossilino here, by the way. That black has to worry about. Or that white has to worry about. Look 2 up? Okay, okay. What am I looking at? I take it back. I said all like I knew what I was talking about. 2 boards up? What are you talking about? You're gonna have to spell this out for me. Night moves? On bottom? From white. Yes. Oh, okay. All you're saying is that you didn't want the like if this knight is forced to recapture, which it looks like it is. You're saying that you can afford to do this because it doesn't recaptures because this has to recapture here. I lost track of the relative position of the boards, to be honest with you, because when we were looking at this board, I thought, oh well, this knight recaptures from down here. But then we looked at this board, and it suddenly started to make sense, right? That's the problem with jumping all over the board. Yikes, this is getting to look pretty scary. Like... Yeah, okay. Alright, that's fair. You win this time, Narik. So then what? You probably pick up this Common King, right? And you do it with check. Can you pick that up? No, the Common King is defended by this Common King? Whatever. You can afford to do this is the main point. I don't know what the follow-up is, but you can. You can afford to do that. I guess I was looking for a more cogent game plan for black, unless there's a travel here that I'm not like realizing. Like, yeah, this Common King is defended by this Common King. This isn't really good. This isn't really good. So I don't know. I mean, okay, we understand why he did this. I'm not positive that this is better than almost anything else. But fair enough. We're just going to go with it. We're just going to go with it. Planning makes flag. I do threats and sync later. All right, all right, all right. From the perspective of time pressure, I can't really argue with that. So, well spotted. Well spotted. We're gonna roll with it. And then Knight f6 e4 here too. Ah. That one I get less. What? All right. You're under time pressure. You make threats. You're about to flag. I get it. Okay, that's fair. Knight c3 b1. Ah, that's annoying. Holy fuck. Okay, that's fucked up. Wow. Okay, he did the same thing 2 boards down. This recapture is like mandatory for white to survive, and so you can just do this. That's pretty crazy. I mean, you get the Discoverino here anyway, but wow, same thing, 2 turns. Okay, instead of looking at the, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This is why I wanted to put more moves on the board and then look at the moves. But now I'm looking at the moves on each board, and like that's a problem. So Really, it's a problem. Like, I was trying to not rush by spending time on each board, so that I'm not schemazing Narik out of analysis, but actually just doing the moves first is better for the analysis anyway. So on that note, let's keep going. E7 d6. Yep, your recaptures here. Recaptures here is annoying, and also probably checks. Yeah, this queen. So you got to worry about that. I don't know. Maybe a common king move happens here. Let's see. What is this? Plus 2L, knight f6 d7. Yeah, solid. That does defend. Okay, so that defends the square that we saw a little bit earlier. This is why putting in the moves first is actually good. Okay, 4L, knight f6 e8. Sure. Yeah, just defending the squares around your queen when you're under time pressure. I agree with that. The only problem with that I see is, you know, this is like an opportunity. Okay, so I guess you're banking on, you have to pick your battles, right? This looks to me like it's incredibly weak. Like, I would have for sure thought that the rook comes up here to put pressure on this rook, but whatever. Whatever, you know, under time pressure, I think that this move works in a pinch. Probably this rook up was actually better, but who knows. 5L, okay, you try to blast open the C file again. Makes sense. Similar to what we saw on the other boards earlier. Here we have rook h8 f8. Yep. Similar to the rook h8 f8 that we saw on the other board earlier. Yeah, we get a lot of deja vu when there are so many timelines. And then knight e5 f7. Sure. Get your knight out of harm's way. Get more defenders. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is when you've got something that looks like a lethal attack on one of the boards, then what you do is attempt to secure your position on the other boards, right? I mean, if takes here, recaptures is actually not an option, so, you know, you don't really want to give the bishop that square. So that looks fine. Well, we're slowing down now in terms of the turns getting submitted. Zia says, I don't know how to introduce myself on the server after lurking for almost a year. You can just hop in. You don't have to, if you like build it up as a big thing where you're like formally introducing yourself, you know what I mean? You don't have to, then it's going to feel like a bigger thing, you know? We can always be like, hey, you know, anyone down for some games, or just like join some conversations that are going on, you know what I mean? First introduce myself, playing a game with someone and joining a voice chat to discuss with the game. That's a really good one. Yeah, folks hop in and out of voice chat all the time. You can even lurk in some of the voice chats when there are a lot of people hanging around. I jump in and just lurk, and then if I have something to say or if I want to ask for a game, you know, then I'll like see what the people are like, get comfortable, and then hop in with like commentary or invite or whatever, you know. I just said, anyone want to play a match? There you go. Oftentimes just joining any voice call and playing some games or watching games is always good. Yeah. I know a lot of people who just sort of lurk, you know, on mute in some of the voice chats when there are, you know, people like discussing games. And that's a good way too. Or just asking if people are down for a game, you know. Whatever makes you comfortable. My point is that you don't have to be so worried about, you know, like the more you build it up in general, at least like social anxiety. I can just speak from my perspective of like, you know, I get a little bit of anxiety. It happens. I mean, as a streamer, maybe it sounds weird, but you know, IRL, there are plenty of social situations where I have that anxiety. So usually one of the keys is to not build it up so much in your head, you know, and just sort of take as tame a step as you can forward. Easier said than done, I know, but still. Playing a game sounds like a good idea, but I'm not near a PC right now. Whenever you get there. The Discord's not going anywhere. Before you know it, you end up playing 6D House with a bunch of crazy 5D chess people. Yeah, exactly. One thing leads to another, and then you're like, yeah, you're into some deep shit. Okay. Very, very well said. All right. Line 30. Oh, okay. Line 30. What's the last move that I played? Hold on. Am I on the right turn one? Okay. 1L. Yeah. F7. Okay. Okay. We're past the 8-hour mark, which is just fantastic. Okay. we're coming to a close here, I hope. -4L, rook b1. Yeah. Recaptures this knight here. Basically only move. 100%. Yeah. Knight c3 here. Recaptures knight d3 here. Basically only move. Fantastic. On 0L, we have knight b5, d6. Yep. Checks this up here. That's actually a massive pain in the ass. Yeah. Plus 2L. I mean, these moves are no-brainers under time pressure. Knight c3, d5. Ooh. Really? By the way, kind of nuts that Narik set up this capture of this bishop and then didn't capture the bishop. Is there a reason for that? Because the rook from up here still covers... I don't, now you're... This is hanging. Why has any of this happened? Knight c3, d5 when there's a rook hanging? Bruh, okay, this was spaghetti. Look at this. You take the rook. Like, what? You just do. Like, it's so scary here. And then next turn you do this, and then you, like, mate the king, you know? The queen. Stick around long enough, and you'll end up in some crazy event randomize. Honestly, doesn't seem weird for a streamer to have social anxiety. Well, there you go. I can see myself being a streamer given the right circumstances. Word. Yep, for a custom match. Bruh, okay, hold on. Mage, what do you have to say for yourself? Like, this isn't what you did. You did this. Please explain. Anyway, it's probably just time pressure. Which, I mean, I'm a fellow flagger. I understand. This happens all the time. All right, d5 here. Yep. Put pressure on the square. Why not? I mean, yeah. You're under time pressure. You develop your pieces. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Can't really criticize. Knight c3, b5. Yep. Honestly, here, that seems sketch. I take back all of my yeps. Maybe at least 2 of them. Wow, it's hard to say. Because Narik didn't actually jump at the opportunity to fuck shit up over here. So yeah, you probably push the advantage. I mean, it gets so momentum based too. It's so, like, you focus your moves so much on intuition. But I mean, not taking that rook there is gotta be, like, massive blunder. But under time pressure, again, it happens. Where the fuck are we? Plus 3L? No, okay. Plus 4L, plus 5L. Okay. Rook h1, h5? Yeah, okay. Captures here. Again, why? Rook not worth pawn, question mark? He did this on another board too. Didn't he? Am I crazy? Am I taking crazy pills? I don't know, but this happened here. What is this? Plus 3L? And then finally, a4. Why not? Yeah, you could tell, because that's the last move that you play in the turn, right? So you're like, I don't know, what do I do? And then you do that. I mean, probably here you close up. You play Common King G1, but okay. We start with -4L, where the action is. Knight e4, c3, 100%. Super obvious. Knight e4, f2. The Common King here defends, but you're in check. So, actually not an option. Tricks. Okay, things are getting spooky here for white. Okay, very well done. Very well done. Especially under time pressure. I guess if you're into exiling as like a strategy, then you have to be really used to blitzing up moves to flag your opponent, right? So great. D4, kind kind of sketch, allowing this. Oh, it's defended from up here. No, but this is check. Well, yeah, but it doesn't. Let's see what happens. Let's put all the moves on the board. Thinking 2 per take. We're doing Fibonacci, let me remind you. I knew what I was doing when I said we were doing Fibonacci. Knight f6 here captures d6. That's not as big a deal as I thought. Now, if he gets to 54, it's still 40. If it's 5 per sequence. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Okay. 2L. C65. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a trade that you take any day of the week. And then here, I still don't understand why you would trade the rook for the pawn, but whatever. Isn't Fibonacci approximately log of base golden ratio? It's approximately exponential base golden ratio. Right? Because each time it's approximately doubling, you know, like almost, but it's not. So you can think about it as exponential that way. It's definitely exponential. It's not log. Because it almost, you know, you get it. Because okay. I keep losing track. Oh yeah, no, the number of times I have to say the thing to get the exercise is log. That's why I chose Fibonacci. Fibonacci was suggested. So yeah. I need to stop losing my place in this stupid fucking document so I can put in all the fucking moves. Whose turn is it? It's Black's. Guys, this has been such a nightmare. I'm going to be doing this in my sleep. I guarantee you. Okay, comment right d5. Okay, 3, knight f6, h5. Already did that, right? It recaptures, super obvious. And then 5, common king d7 takes, goes to d6 here. Interesting. It goes to e6 here from d7 here. He just doesn't give a fuck. But fair enough. Funny thing is, I have a 100-turn match. We'll deal with it next stream. I cannot do that right now. I can't worry about that right now. Okay, d7, I enjoy. Bruh. You know what? I can't be mad. You're winning on the other boards, so why give a fuck, right? Okay, these are actually dangerous 2D checks. Let's see how white deals with it. We're on line 31 of the document. 2L19, bishop d4. Goes to 0L19. Takes d6. Pretty good spot. I would have done that in the opposite order if possible, by the way. I don't know if it was possible, but because the knight here obviously is more trouble. But you know, we're splitting hairs here. On 1L, bishop f4 d6. Sure. Wait, it doesn't check anything. Maybe he thought it checked something. Oh, he didn't want this to take it, and so okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's fine. Knight b5 c7. Yep, that delivers check here. But maybe he wasn't even thinking about that. I don't know. If he delivers, he can deliver check on this board actually. So that would be pretty 5-head. But the problem is he can't deliver check on this board. So that's trouble. Actually, that's like almost smothered mate. In a crazy way. Yeah. Like knight here, if he could check on this board, which he can't, but okay, whatever. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Knight d5 c. Knight d5 c3. Guys, the knight goes back to c3 here. Why? God, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. What? What? Okay, this is what happens. This is what happens. This is what happens on this board. We have to just get through this, put in the rest of the moves. D4, D4. Why D4? What are you doing? What is D4? What? What? Keep in mind, this exists still, by the way. Guys, I'm losing my shit. We have to get through this game. We have to get through this game. Oh my god, okay. I'm not okay. -1L. Why am I reviewing this? D2? I like D2. Hey, sensible. Very V sensible. V nice. E1, E2? What? What? What a move this is. Oh my god. I think he's having a mental breakdown. Guys. Why? Just look at the, like, it's because I'm in the context of, I've made dumber moves in the context of flagging, right? It is 80 degrees in this room because I haven't turned on the AC. Coming King takes across timelines. Raider Nong, don't tell me I know, all right? That's not the point. The point is that this is bad, given the... You don't have the context of all of the other moves in this game, okay? It's not a good move. I promise it's not a good move. These boards... You can't. Because the problem, like, the Comet King takes doesn't matter is the issue, because these are the boards that need defending, right? And you're trying to defend them here by doing this, but you've done it into, like you want to do it in a way that doesn't immediately allow black to take on this next turn, the piece that is defending your queens on these two boards down here, right? Like, in this case, you want to defend, like, here, it's so much better to play Comet King F2. I just came back. Figures. I'm sorry if I'm aggressive. Guys, we're here in this game that I'm analyzing, right? I apologize if I'm losing my mind and if I'm being rude, uncouth, out of pocket. My sincere apologies. You're gonna have to just understand here that we're 8.5 hours into stream and I am stuck in this hell. This is a fresh personal hell. It's not even fresh. I've been at it for hours, but this is okay. We just need to get through the rest of this game. Like, what do you do on these next boards? That's the real question, right? What? That's E2. It's E2. Okay, here, okay. Why? Oh my god. A time travel happens after all of that. Why not time travel first? Okay. That's fine. Let me make sure I go to the right board. -3, 1 turn in the past. You can't go there. That's illegal. I must have fucked up. Oh, okay. It's -4. Okay. All is not lost. It's this queen goes to C1 on that board. Oh, okay. You do them at the end because you no longer have timeline priority. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. Okay. You just run the queens away. Yep. Okay. Now what? Oh, you exile them to the same place. Why not? Why not? Why not exile them to the same place? By the way, these two boards are nightmarish. Like, look at this. Like, okay, hold on. Can we just appreciate that this is like the definition of out of the frying pan and into the fire, right? Look, bruh, you on both of these boards, black takes with check, and the knight on f2 defends. This is hard mate. Hard mate. You're skewering a queen through another queen with this knight. And look, it's. I need to calm down. I need to calm down. Good move. Solid moves, mage. Soft mate? You're right. I can't even fuck around. You're right. It's soft mate. You can take the rook. Yeah, realistically, I mean, you can't take the rook, but yeah, I hear what you're saying. No, solid. By the way, this gameplay would have been like 5 times more lethal if Narek had done this the turn that I told him to, because then this rook would be under duress, but it's all good. It's all good. Okay. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, you're right. What was I thinking? By the way, you can't take the rook. Must I remind you? And the reason that you can't... Okay, it is hard, man. Haha! Okay, get fucked. This is... Sorry. Sorry I'm losing it, guys. I apologize right and wrong. But the reason that you can't take it is that you have to take the rook simultaneously on this board and on this board, and you can't do it because if one rook can take one of them, then it's impossible, the way that 5D chess works, for another rook to be able to take another one of them. So it's not. You can't take both. Take it with a bishop? Which bishop? I mean, what you're saying is that it's soft mate. You know, I get what you're saying, because it's in principle, but not on this board, right? It's not possible on this board. I'm just saying. But I'm not here to split hairs. Ars exile again twice immediately and no mate at all. Are you high? That doesn't work, because you can travel. Right? Check, and then after both exile, you have travels with the knight? Oh no, sorry. You don't need travels with the knight. You have travels with the rook. Yeah, actually, if you exile with both, then both of these rooks get taken by these rooks, and then they defend each other when they deliver mate here, or there are knight travels. No, fuck that. Fuck your exiles. It doesn't work, okay? You're fucked. You're just fucked. You're just fucked. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. I do not accept any alternative. Okay, what does black play? Okay. Minus 3L. Knight F2 goes 2. Minus 4L. F4. Oh, okay. Now we do this travel. Very, very nice. Very nice. Kind of surprised, honestly, that honestly, actually, really surprised that there wasn't either like a rook swung over here or like a travel onto one of these boards where the exiles happened. I guess there wasn't a fantastic square to travel to, so that's fair enough. I accept. But taking the rook off the board where you can do the travel, I mean, okay. It's this common king sees it, and so that's fair enough. Yeah, take the free bishop. You're gonna win anyway. Actually, no, those are the boards where you're gonna win. So suddenly, I'm not sure. Don't you want to travel to make the? Do time travels happen here? They must, because you want to activate those because you have the mates. No, you see these boards. Okay, at least to me, you see these boards. You think I need to make 2 new boards so that I can access these, because this is just mate like on the board, right? I disagree with these moves. I don't think I even mate with those boards. Fuck those boards. What do you mean? What are you talking about, dog? What? Okay, takes here on both of these boards, right? And then you've got these rooks here, and then so let's say the check up and then the double exile or whatever. First of all, you have to consider what boards are those queens exiling to. It's these same boards. You're still fucked, right? And after that, you got these rooks. If you do both the thing, you've got both night travels, which are GG, but also you've got these absolutely absurd rook takes rook, and then the next turn you have like mate on the pass on both timelines. You don't even need to. It's okay. That's not what Nuri chose to do. So let's just get to the end of this game. -1L. Common King D7 takes 0L D6. Yep, you take the bishop. That's what you do. Makes perfect sense. Okay, 2L. Common King D5 goes 2. What? We just don't care. We're just wasting all of the tempi. I mean, to be fair, on this board, Nuriki probably could have taken safely with the knight, but time pressure, and you know, arguably this isn't any more or less weakening. Okay, I guess the idea is that you didn't want this to be recaptured, so you're both retreating this piece and capturing, which I totally respect. I mean, it would have freed you up to like any other move here, like maybe push the Common King up, but I can't argue. I can't argue with results. What can I say? What can I say? E5, D4. Yep, captures here. By the way, you've still got this hanging bishop. Why do neither of you give a fuck about this bishop? I'm losing my mind. Whatever. That's all good. Yep. 4L, rook, H8, F8. Yeah. Open, take the open. That's fine. I mean, yeah, whatever. You know, you didn't really need this rook over here anyway. Not a big deal. That's all good. What happens up here? Rook A8, C8. Okay, you wanted that here, so you don't want to take and retake. I mean, it would have taken an attacker off of this board, so that's kind of, you know, that felt kind of good for me if he did that trade anyway. Especially because you've got rooks on these boards down here, like this board over here where you're super safe anyway, that can come up all the way over here. So I don't know. I don't know why, like, it just seems like easy mate here. You just hate these boards with the lined up. Took a hanging king instead. Yeah, that's fair enough. -2L. Rook H8, E8. Sure, why not? All right. Line 32. Line 32 out of 37. We're getting there. Okay. 4L. Knight C3, B5. Sure. Sure. Why not? Why not? Why not? 5L, Knight C7. Knight C7 goes down 2 to take B7. Ah, that's spooky. We have counterplay. Hey, that's check. Is it covered? No. Yes, it is by this knight. You tried. You tried, man. Can't blame you. Can't blame you for trying. This F2 goes to E3. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. -1 bishop g5 e3. I guess the bishop wasn't doing much there anyway. Sure. Defend these squares, doubly defend this. You want to pull your pieces in on the boards where it feels like you're losing. You have no time to think. You make a move like that. I understand. I understand. I understand. -2L, rook b1, b4. What? Okay. How did I not roast the fuck out of Narik for not taking this fucking knight? That's okay. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, this happened. I don't know what this is threatening. Probably would have defended this this common king here on this board, but that's okay. This is what has happened. Rook b1, b4 on -2L. Yep. And then on -4L, we have common king e1, common king e1 d2. Okay, cool. -3L, we have rook a1 d1. Rook a1 d1. Am I right about that? Yep. It's the only piece you got left on the board. Yep. You probably want to move it. You probably want to centralize it. And then on 0L, we have the exiles, the counter exiles, behind the boards where you are clearly lost. On board. It goes back to 0L19 C1. Well, that's a safer board than the other boards. Can't argue with that. And then, okay, just all of the exiles. And so I think that this is 2 T19 C1. Yeah. These are the exiles. They don't look good. Needless to say, they don't look good. Okay. 3L. Hey, this is check. You got to deal with it somehow, probably with this knight. Am I right? No. What? Okay, or you run away to g8. Why not? The obvious play instead of capturing here, but whatever. Common king d6. To see what? Why? Because you want to. You kind of want to defend this board from up here, even though you just ran your queen away from it. Whatever. You're attacking these pieces. I can't be mad. I can't be mad at you. -4L. Hey, 420. Very nice. Knight c3 goes to -2 c2. Yep. That looks solid. Where does this actual mate happen? I really want to know. And then 5, and then we travel. Why? Rook c8 goes back to c8 on turn 16. Okay, guy. Alright, so oh, fuck those boards. I made on my own boards. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Sure. The nerve. Whatever. Okay, so now we're on -5L. Rook h1 to g1. Yep, that makes sense. You need to defend, and then you get this knight over here, and then this. I mean, this isn't what I would... This is just what I said earlier, but worse. I'll say it. I'm not afraid. Let's see. At least the next few moves will be less involved. Oh yeah. No, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. Here on this board. What? What? Oh, okay. After rook h1 g1, rook h8 goes to h2. Sure. You want to load your rooks up here. Yeah. Next, c3 f2. Then you have rook c8, h8. Yep. And then on all the way up top, now we get to the boards that were exiled on. These are reactivating slowly. Yep. Exactly what I said. By the way, there's no fucking reason to not just activate both boards. But he's gained so many more subs. I've had to purchase most of those myself, but okay. Analyze my potential threats? Bruh, I already have, alright? Fuck you. Just because you decided not to take the threats that are clearly, like, easier to take, doesn't mean that I have to humor these, you know, like, whatever. I mean, this knight's gonna come here to defend here. Any good rationalist would tell him to just bandword this loss and remove the channel point reward after stream. If I do that, Sonoy, the terrorists win. You have to understand this. It's just not an option. Not an option. Okay. What am I doing? 94 f2. Obvious. Yep. Obvious. This is how you win the game. If I've said it once, I've said it 10,000 times. Okay. Minus 5L. Line 35 of 37. Line 35 of 37. I'm genuinely nauseous. Knight c3 2. Yep, that's how you defend. Well done. Only move, basically. Okay, exile the queen. Yeah. You exile the queen. Why not? Where do you exile the queen to? As far away as possible. Oh, that's so funny. Look at this. Yeah. No. Yep. G1 on 3. Yep. As far away as possible. Yep. Now down here you have rook h2 h1. Yep. You're lining up for the rook battery, right? That's what you're doing. That's a no-brainer. Of course, your real mate threats are fucking right here. So I don't know. Sounds like just what I said earlier. You know? Just saying. Okay. Very good. Now on minus 5. Cool, we get an exile. Cool. Where does it go? Back as far as it can go? No. Minus 3L B1, it does. Oh, could have gone here. Oh, but you're in check on that board. Ah, okay. Well played. Yep, that happens. And then what happens? Royal Queen C1 up here. Yeah, because you got to deal with this, right? Goes to presumably A1 on turn 4. Or on 4L, right? Yep, that's 4L. Yep. Okay. It is 80 degrees in here. Now what? Minus 3. CD7 goes back. Now you activate the other one? Fuck you. Fuck you, my guy. You could have just done it immediately, but he's all like, nah. Actually, fuck those timelines. But actually, he won on those timelines anyway. So this is horse shit. Okay. Where did this go? Minus 3L. CD7 goes to minus 4L. T19. E6. Oh, obviously. Obviously, that's what happened. And then rook h8 h1. Oh, yeah. This is bearing a striking similarity to exactly what I said should happen. But, you know, what the fuck do I know? What the fuck do I know? Not just a random activating move? Why? Why is it not just a random activating move? We're going to see what happens here. Come on, Smet, find my threats. Yeah, by the way, not clear why this didn't happen either, so actually I should do some analysis here. Why not take with check and then just win the game? It's your turn up here, right? Actually, this would have been pretty killer. Is it better? Probably not, realistically. Well, if you do this immediately, then he can't just exile one of them, right? He has to block. He can take himself, but then he loses, right? Because if takes, then there's check here. And then rook up here will be mate the next turn. Is that the threat that you meant? We're up to 69 on the banned word counter. Like, you know, this is an only move. This would also work. And then you'd check here, but then takes. Unclear. Oh, can't retakes. Oh, okay. Well, there's the threat. All right, so can't captures here because then takes. And then after whatever happens, this is mate. Alternatively, can't actually block here because this queen is smothered. Wow. Is it smothered? Like if you try to block here, then checks here. This can't take because it's pinned, right? That must be the idea. I'm gonna assume that that's the idea, right? Right? It makes sense. The thing is, there are so many ways to mate here. You could do almost anything. Okay, I think that line is forced, right? This happens, and then you check here, and then you've won the game, right? Right? Well, let's see what the last moves are. Oh my god, we're on line 37. We're on line 37. We're on line 37. Okay, common king f2 e1, basically the only move. You know, it makes a lot of sense. And then knight e4 f2. All right. Very well done. Very well done. Also, this happens. Oh, that's not where you had the mate. Because after this move, this queen can exile. I just thought it was smothered and it didn't have any place to exile to. But actually, the whole point of this move was to generate a board here where this knight is here, right? Okay. I get the point. I get the point. Well played. That's why this travel happened here onto a piece or onto a board where there was an undefended knight on c3, and then that delivered check. What do you want? A fucking medal? Who cares? Like, you're not. It doesn't make you a better person to not just mate on the boards where you have obvious fucking mate. But it was creative. It was creative, so can't take that away from Narik. Well spotted. Well spotted, man. Okay. 37 turns. Too many timelines. How many? So that's 7 plus 19 timelines. Cool. All right. It's over. It's finally over. Do I feel relief? Scale of 1 to 37. How much fun did you have? Push-up time? Dude, do you want me to die? I said the word. How many subs do I have to gift? How many subs? How many subs do I have to gift? I need to gift 3, right? I already gifted 2 of them. I'll give 3 subs. 3 subs. Okay. Congrats to myself for the subscriptions. Oh wow, someone gifted. What happened? Oh hey, that was perfectly timed with Narik gifting his 5 subs. Aw, thanks so much. Cheers, Narik. Wow, Right and Wrong got one. Isaiah got one. Oh, very nice. Bike Spike got one. Craven's here. Hey, Craven. Welcome to stream. You're still going? Yep. Hour 9. But this is where I stop. Hey. Whole chat getting subbed. Yeah. So that's 50 just in time for push-ups. I don't know that I can do 50 push-ups. We've mentioned this before. I haven't worked out since COVID or since grad school. I haven't been ripped since grad school. That's what grad school does. You start a PhD, and you get noodle arms. So push-ups, it's gonna be hard. That'll be 50. Thanks for the gift subs, Narik. How many push-ups? I don't have to do them all at once. One will get Tarby a channel point reward again. Yeah, not for you fucks. not soon. I don't know. Well, let's just do as many as we can. Honestly, I am physically exhausted. I feel nauseous. I feel like I'm in no condition to do push-ups. But we'll get some out of the way. We'll try and do it. I don't know how many I can do. I really have to use the bathroom. How do I film this? I don't want to angle my camera. Oh, but now you guys get to see that I'm not wearing any pants. No, I am. For comfy streams, I wear basketball shorts. It's just what you do when oh my god, it's like 80 degrees out here as well. All right, okay. Let's angle the camera. Oh, I gotta like move it so that it's in the other direction. All right, that's good enough. We're gonna do good, it's gonna be good form, We'll pull our hair back. Don't really have much room here, but, these push-ups aren't gonna do themselves, right? Oh, I don't even have enough room to extend. I can't even film sideways because my room is so small because I'm in such a tiny apartment. There we go. All right, let's go. 1, 2. I think that's half. That was 25, I think. How about we do half now, half later, right? Because I can't get to 50, and I don't think there's going to be a better stopping point. I don't think I can do another 25. All right. There you guys go. The first half of your psychopathic push-ups. Jimothy, welcome. It's been a while. You missed a crazy fucking stream. I was just finishing up. I owed chat some push-ups for a channel point redemption. Los. I got here's all the subs are gifted. Oh, nice. IDK, how late that is? True. All right. That was already impressive. 26. You can't do a single push-up, Mage? Come on, man. You probably do one, right? I mean, I had to do that at the end of a 9-hour stream. Now I know. I haven't done push-ups in a while. I know. I probably could have gotten to 50 if it wasn't 9 hours into stream, actually. Push-ups aren't as hard as I remember. 9 hours. Yeah, you can see there's like a counter right there, maybe? Question mark? Of how long I've been live. Yeah, 8 hours, 53 minutes. So, okay. I haven't eaten anything in 12 hours. I just had to review this Exiled Queens game. So I'm fucking exhausted. You know what? Let's see if there's anyone else around to raid. This has been quite a stream. It's been quite a stream. No one else streaming 5D chess. All right, no surprise there. Let's see if there's anyone playing chess who we can raid and, you know, spread the good word of 5D. Let's find someone to raid. You guys don't have to stick around for too long after the raid, but I do ask that you stick around just long enough to raid and say, hey, you should check out 5D chess, and then you can get the fuck out. Also, it earns you channel points, which you can redeem to give me physical, emotional, and intellectual pain. So, you know, kind of a bargain. Who am I? What am I looking at here? Bullet Mercenary. All right, this guy seems cool. 52 viewers, as long as he doesn't have sub only chat on, or a follower only chat. Looks like no. Fantastic. We're gonna raid Bullet Mercenary. All right. It's been a long stream. I'm dead. Thanks for streaming. Cheers, Graven. Appreciate it. If you do push-ups rather than giving subs, you wouldn't have the need for a gym. True. He's ready for a 3-hour YouTube video. I hope my YouTube subs are. Yeah, as always, great stream. It was great boss fighting, a great time. Cheers, Mage. I'm glad you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much, everyone, for sticking around. It's been another great day. I mean, I do really love these streams. They keep me going. They're fantastic. Thank you so much for hanging out, for supporting the stream. I really hope you enjoyed. If you missed anything, highlights will go up on the YouTube per usual. Subscribe there. I'm working on 100 YouTube subs. youtube.com/SimAtTheTurk. Nice seeing you again. Likewise, Jimothy. It's always good to catch you around. We'll be back. Same time, same place next week, 2 p.m. EDT on Saturday. With that, keep playing 5D chess, and I'll catch you guys later.